Hi, what's up, guys? Welcome to the Freshman Podcast After Hours Edition. We're joined a bunch of lovely ladies, John, Zherka, and SNEAKO. Full house. Let's get into it.
Let's go.
We got a packed house, so I'm going to get right into the announcements. Number one, rumble.com/freshfit. As you guys know, we're probably going to get canceled, especially having these two guys on the panel,
Yes,
and John Zherka. So rumble.com/freshfit. Also check out SNEAKO on Rumble, rumble.com/SNEAKO as well. And the Creativity Kit. You guys are still open, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead and join the Creativity Kit as well. If you guys want to learn how to make money online.
I was in there too.
Fresh had a great call.
Yeah.
W.
Also, guys, check us out on Megaphone. If you guys want to get the audio version of the podcast, just make sure you wear headphones so you don't get fired from your job. Also, check us out on freshfitpodcaststore.com where you guys can get all the t-shirts. My favorite to include the Chris is a Bum one. I wear that one to the gym. So go ahead and get your Chris is a Bum t-shirt as well to motivate yourself. Also, go ahead and check out our other YouTube channels called Fresh Fit Clips. As you guys know, we post 6 clips on there, 10 shorts per day, putting out a bunch of content. And then get our other one, more Fresh Fit Clips, where we post even more videos over there if you guys like bite-sized content. And Fresh, tell about your vlog.
And guys, if you want funny vlogs, man, funny shorts, go check it out. Whenever we travel with SNEAKO, of course, we post those vlogs.
Yes, sir.
And guys, we're doing a meetup here in Miami on Saturday. So if you're in the CEO network, tune into that, and we'll see you guys there.
I'll pull up.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'll pull up.
Thank you, bro.
And then check me out, guys, on my YouTube channel. It's called Fed It on. Fed Reacts. I switched the name. If you guys like true crime, go ahead and watch that channel. I cover serial killers, terrorism, espionage, everything that you guys like with true crime. I pretty much cover there. The last episode I did was on the Son of Sam. Was running rampant all around New York City in the late 70s, killing people and shit like that. So yeah, I break down that case, the satanic cult that was associated with it. So you guys like true crime. Go check out that episode, and I'm going to be doing an interview probably with Michael Francis tomorrow on the Mafia.
W.
So
and
yeah, man. And like that true crime shit.
Apple Podcasts.
Yes,
and
guys.
Google Podcasts.
We're also on Apple Podcasts, Anchor, pretty much every platform that you listen to audio podcasts. We're there as well. It's Fed Reacts on there as well. And then also go get my book, Why Women Deserve Less, Amazon bestseller, hardcover, Audible, and
She's like, hell no.
books only about 80 pages.
You got to change the book.
To what?
Why Women Deserve Less?
Yeah.
Why Women Deserve Nothing.
That's going to be the part 2.
The sequel.
That's going to be the sequel, actually.
Yeah.
What the fuck, John?
Shout out to Zena in the back, the misogynist. Also, yeah, guys, go get the book. Go get the book. It's there right now. And then Chris, you go ahead.
Yes, girls, DM me at RC Parkson on Instagram. Make sure your page is not private. And ladies, stop asking me all these damn questions about details on the podcast and shit like that. I give you instructions for a reason. Just make sure your page is not privated. Do not bring your boyfriends onto the panel. I don't want to hear it.
Bring them, we KO them.
Yep. Hey, listen.
Unless it's a big black guy. Right? Make diversity exceptions.
Facts.
Oh my goodness.
Let's have a great show, ladies.
W. Chris, man.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, cool.
Ladies, if you don't mind, give us your name, your age, what you do for a living, dating status, and if you want to, of course,
Your body count.
and we'll start on the couch. What's your name?
Ashley, 24,
Mhm.
esthetician. That was my furthest education, and single.
Single?
Where are you
Where
originally
you from?
Colorado.
Okay.
Denver.
Denver?
Where?
No, so probably you don't know, but like around the Snowmass area.
How many dudes hit it,
Oh, I
Ashley?
love slow mass.
This is a sex positive show.
That's body count.
All right, so wait, at 24, you're from Colorado. What do you do? You said you're an esthetician?
Yes.
Okay. Do you live in Colorado or in Miami now?
No, Colorado.
Okay. And then what, your highest education is esthetician school?
Yes.
Okay. And then your status is single. Cool.
Yes.
What about you?
My name is Allie Hardesty. I am 26 years old. I'm a YouTuber, OnlyFans model. I am just starting my own podcast as well.
I'm sorry, 21 you said?
26.
26?
Yes.
And then where are you originally from?
I am from the Bay Area in California.
Okay. San Fran or Sacramento? What are we talking? No, sorry. I meant to
East
say
Bay.
Oakland.
Yeah, near SF.
Okay.
Cool.
So Bay Area. Do you live in Miami now or?
No, I'm back and forth. I actually started dancing at 11 recently, so I just have to work every 30 days.
11 years old, you started stripping?
11 years old.
It's a strip club called 11. Hold on. So hold on. So you're a dancer, OnlyFans, and what else? YouTube?
I'm a YouTuber, yes.
Okay.
Yo, do you like that's in 11?
I do. I love it, actually.
Nice.
Yeah.
And then you said OF. Okay. And then what is your highest education level completed?
I have my associate's degree in communication.
Okay.
That
And
means
then
nothing.
relationship
Oh, come
status?
on. I'm single.
All right, cool. What about you?
Your body count.
Hi guys, my name's Felicia.
Felicia, how many people ran through?
We
We
don't
don't any
judge.
honest guests.
All
Like
right.
they ducked the questions, both of them.
How old are you, Felicia?
I am 27.
Oh,
Where are you
a
from?
lot of people.
Originally from Houston, Texas. We just moved out to Austin, Texas about 9 months ago.
Okay, so you live in Austin now, but you're originally from Houston?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. What do you do for work?
I own my own business. I just opened up a lash studio downtown Austin, Texas. We're located on 7th Street. Come visit me.
Nice.
Well, that's a prime location, right?
It is a prime location. Your girl's
Right.
blowing up out there.
Yeah, right next to 6th Street.
Yes.
Okay, and your highest education level completed?
Bachelor's degree in political science.
Okay, where'd you get it from?
TSU, Texas Southern University.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Is that where's that TSU located? There's a few.
It's where
branches, right?
Beyonce went. We're making the stallion win.
No, but I'm saying where in Texas is located? It's Southern University. So what? San Antonio or?
No, it's Houston, Texas.
Oh, it's in Houston. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. And then relationship status?
Single.
All right. Cool.
My name is Diana. I'm 29 years old.
Wait,
I'm
39?
29.
29.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we're gonna need subtitles for.
Where are you from, Diana?
I'm from Colombia.
Okay.
I live in Dania Beach, and I'm a flight attendant.
Okay, flight attendant. You said you live in Dania. Okay, Dania.
Wait, she's Colombian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How'd you come out white? What the fuck?
Right? You've never been in Colombia, right?
No, I just came back. Yeah, there are a lot of like tan girls. So I didn't see white
A lot. I'm from Bogota, so
Like a
the
race
sun
trader.
never
They're-
comes over there.
There are white Colombians.
What's your highest education level completed?
Administration of airplanes and
Is that like a 4-year degree or like a 2-year degree? How many
2
years?
years.
2 years.
Airplanes?
is the not the airplane,
Like-
but the administration of the company.
Oh,
who do-
like Mohammed Atta.
What the fuck?
Okay, I think
All
it's
right.
plane administration is
We're
what she
still on
said.
YouTube, by the way. but-
And then what's your it's okay. Most people here are too young to remember who that even is.
Yeah.
And what's your relationship status?
Single.
Did you join the Mile High Club as a flight attendant?
No.
Okay. Do you want to?
Okay.
Okay.
Fantastic.
All right. All right.
What about you?
What about you?
Hi, I'm Pixie. I'm 23. I
Bruh.
have an undergraduate degree, 3, in philosophy,
You're originally
psychology.
from Puerto Rico?
Yes, I was born and raised in Puerto Rico and then came to the
Profession?
States.
But you're white.
I'm currently live streaming on Twitch politics.
What is going
basically.
on?
All right, so Twitch, and then you said BA in what again?
I have 3 degrees, one in philosophy, another one in psychology, and another one in economics.
Oh my God, Karen, you
If
can't
you're
just
Puerto
ask
Rican,
people why
I'm
they're
black.
white.
What the fuck is going on, dude? Why is everyone lying about where they're from,
Tengo
dude?
acento de gringa, pues eso es porque hablo en inglés.
Okay,
Pero si quieres podemos hablar.
I'm Jewish today, okay?
Okay.
All right.
I'll take you.
All right, so you
Somebody said we don't take
what's
you.
your relationship status?
Single.
All right, cool.
How's the stream going?
It's
Fantastic.
okay. I've been kind of slacking on it lately, but I'm getting back into
Kind
it.
of sucks.
Kind of sucks. You were on it the other day. You loved it.
I beat
That's
you.
why
I
you
destroyed
loved
you.
it. You said you wanted to go on again.
I
please.
like destroying you guys in a debate. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so real quick, are you like Puerto Rican or are you like your family was just there?
No, I was born and raised there. Both my parents are born and raised there.
Yeah.
I only came to the States for university.
Yeah.
Now I'm
No, the people don't know there is a lot of Puerto Ricans that actually look Caucasian. So
And
all right.
Colombians.
And there's some that look black. There's some that look
What's your
All right.
body count?
Hey, I'm Jemiah, aka
Dodge.
Halo.
Dodge.
I am 22.
Say it again. I'm sorry, Jemiah.
Yes.
Okay.
Aunt
But I go
Jemima.
by Halo.
Okay.
Hey y'all. And yeah, I'm 22. I'm from Memphis, Tennessee.
What's the body count?
Girls. 4.
What about
Cool.
guys?
I don't do the guys.
Oh, you're just okay.
Well, when girls fuck each other, it's not even sex. So it
Nah.
doesn't really count.
It's just a waste of
What's
time.
your what do you do? So you said you're from Memphis.
Yes.
Do you live here in Miami now, or
I do.
you do? Okay, good. Memphis is really bad right now.
I hate Miami.
Uh,
but, yeah.
Miami or Memphis?
Miami.
Oh, okay.
Miami? You hear me?
You don't like it?
No, I don't.
Why?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
I think it's better than Memphis, but that's fine.
Have you been in Memphis? Yeah, I didn't think so.
It's one of the crime in the top 10 crime cities. What's your highest education level completed?
Some college.
Okay. So high school completed, I guess.
I said some college. So I can't.
Well, I go off of completed. So if you have an
Oh.
associate's, that's one thing. Do you have an associate's?
No.
Okay, so high school.
Guess.
What's your relationship status?
I'm in a relationship.
Okay. How long y'all been together?
Newlyweds. About, you know.
Y'all got married?
No.
Oh,
so why'd you say that?
is it early?
Speaking into existence.
Is it early?
Yeah, it's
2
very
months, 3
early.
months, 4 months,
You know, like a couple weeks.
couple weeks.
But you know, claiming
Amen.
the future.
Wait, you're from Memphis, right?
I am.
Can you say music?
I am not gonna say music
Music.
because I know
Okay,
working hard
okay.
on that.
Okay, cool.
Cool. What about you?
Hi, I'm Angie. I'm 22 years old. I model and I sing.
Model?
Where are you originally from?
Really?
From here, Miami.
You been involved?
No.
Damn.
And I know that Drake verse.
Okay.
Damn it.
So where do you model?
I do music videos for artists.
Into the mic.
I do music videos for artists. I promote. I do sponsorships. I get sent clothes. I take photo shoots.
Just say it.
Highest education level completed?
High school.
High school. All right. And then relationship status?
Single.
All right. Cool. Cool. What about you?
My name is Fabiana or Fabi. I'm 27. I was born in Venezuela. I am happily taken. And
No, you're not. You're here.
No, where'd you go to high school? Here or in Venezuela?
No, here.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
weren't you here before? At some point or
Yes.
no? Yeah. Okay.
I was.
Cool.
Miss
Okay.
Venezuela.
Is your husband watching right now?
He is watching.
Okay. What's your profession?
So I'm getting my doctorate degree in clinical psychology.
So you're a full-time student.
Yep. Awesome. Good for you.
All right. And what is your relationship status? You said you're in a relationship, right? How long y'all been together?
3 years.
All right. We'll come to the guys later. What about you?
My name is Naya. I'm 25. I am a dancer. I'm from Colorado. I live in Miami, and I'm
What part
single.
of Colorado are you from?
Denver.
Denver. Okay. And then you said you're a dancer. When we say dancer, we're talking about scripting, right?
I'm a stripper.
Okay. And then highest education level completed?
High school.
Okay. And then relationship status, you said single?
Yeah.
All right, cool. What about you? Welcome back.
Hey y'all, what's up?
Hey y'all.
Phantom in the building. I am.
Hey, y'all.
Thank you, Chris. I am 33.
Wait, 33?
Masonic number.
Yes, it's my Jesus year. 33. What else? I am single, but I like somebody and I think it's cute or whatever. Highest level of education. I have a master's degree. I'm going to law school.
And then profession nowadays?
Profession. I have
All right. If I'm not mistaken, it was a lingerie brand dancing.
That's what I was about to say.
Okay.
My lingerie brand is phantomintimates.com. So yes, go there, have his and her pieces. And yes, I dance
You
every
still
now and
dance?
again.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm like a part-time, so I'm not even like fun.
Okay.
Okay.
Welcome back.
What about you?
My name's Erin. I'm 24 and I'm from deep South Texas.
What
And,
part?
like Edinburgh.
Okay.
Edinburgh,
I used
like-
to live in Laredo, so I'm familiar with South Texas.
Yeah.
All right. So you're from the Valley.
Mhm.
Okay.
RGV.
Oh man. What's your highest education level completed?
I have my bachelor's in biology.
Where'd you get it from?
UTRGV.
Okay. And then relationship status?
Single.
And then did you say what you do for work?
No, I'm
What do you
starting
do?
live streaming.
Okay. So Twitch or YouTube or something?
Trying to dual stream on both. Yeah.
Okay.
Who inspired you to stream?
The blue hair guy.
We don't speak of him. No.
The homosexual destiny? Let's go, Steve.
You said that last time you came on the show. How's it going so far?
You keep
It's been like a
talking
couple
about
months.
him. Maybe
Live
he's not the
streaming. We've been
homo?
having fun on Pixie's stream for a while, but soon we're gonna take some to my
Did
my
he
channel.
fuck you guys?
What the fuck?
No.
No.
Question: What is
No,
your
Zherka.
what is your genre of streaming? Is it like video games, political commentary?
Just chatting and political.
Emasculating men.
Truly.
Oh my
So
goodness.
what I'm best at.
Tempting.
All right. Cool. What about you?
Hi, my name is Monica. I'm 23. I have my master's in human resources. And
Where are you
for-
originally from?
From Miami.
Okay.
Born and raised.
Okay. And then you
Um,
said you have a master's.
Yes, in
in-
human resources.
In what
Human-
resource? Oh,
human
human.
resources,
Okay.
yeah.
HR. Damn.
HR, yeah.
Okay. Mega Karen. And then relationship status?
I'm single.
Single. All right. Cool. What about you?
My name is Lauren. I go by Lauren De Laguna on the internet.
Uh-huh.
I'm 29 years old, and
Where are you originally from?
I'm from Laguna Beach, California.
Okay.
And I have a bachelor's of science in pure mathematics and a Juris Doctorate, and I just passed the bar.
Okay.
Oh,
You gonna be a lawyer?
congratulations.
I'm still waiting on character and fitness, but yeah, hopefully I'll be an attorney.
Okay. They're doing your background check right now. Then. Are you
And I'm
what-
single.
What, kind of law are you about to go into?
Criminal law, actually. I've already gotten.
Are you
it
trying to
set
be
up.
prosecutor, AUSA?
Public defender.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I've already worked public defense work and really love it.
Okay.
Damn.
Oh wow.
Good.
Fed reacts.
Yeah. It's okay. It is what it is. That's a tough job though. And then where'd you get your BA from?
I got my bachelor's of science BS from University of California, Davis, and I got my Juris Doctorate from University of Suffolk.
Okay.
Or
And then what
Suffolk
about you?
University.
Where'd you get your master's from?
FIU.
Okay.
Red flag.
All right.
Okay. Last but not least.
The two special guests in the
on
house.
panel.
Welcome.
I'm SNEAKO, rumble.com/SNEAKO, canceled streamer. And today I am acting as Zherka's lawyer. I'm his manager, making sure that he's okay. Zherka, introduce yourself. Finally, I'm glad that you're here.
John fucking Zherka, been on the internet for a few years, but I've been banned off everything a lot. So like I missed a lot of time. I'm just like sexist, racist hero.
No, you're not.
To the red pill. That's who I am.
He's a comedian. He's joking.
Yeah, I'm a comedian.
Fair enough.
Like, yeah, I'm a comedian.
So I'll turn it to you guys to go ahead and hit it first. I know you guys had a question. No, just so you guys know, we already got 14,000 y'all in here on YouTube alone, and I think probably another 5 or so on Rumble, so like 20K. So I'm gonna every single chat that comes through will be shown on screen. However, we're only gonna read from this point forward 50 and up. But I will read the ones that came in now. So if you got in early, good job. But from this point forward, it's gonna be 50 and up. Chris is making a tally of it. So I'll turn it to the guys. Go ahead and ask the first one.
I have a good question I wanted to start with.
All right, we're gonna start on the couch, ladies. So pay attention.
Okay, couch ladies. Would you date a trans man?
Wow.
Robots in.
All right, we'll start with Miss Colorado. Go ahead.
No.
Yes, no. Okay, no. All right.
Let's just go
Wait,
quick.
why not?
You just want a yes or no for this one?
He's cooking. He's cooking.
Okay.
Like, why wouldn't you date a transsexual man?
Transformer.
He's not a man.
He's not a man, you said? Like, you're saying that just because he cut his cock off?
Yeah.
Like, but what if he identifies as a man? Like, a lot of women identify as intelligent. They're all lying. Fucking danger.
How about this? Let's make this simpler. Let's make this simpler.
Yeah.
Raise a hands if you would date a transformer man. If you would. Raise a hands. One,
Okay, 1,
2, 3.
I would if I'm being canceled.
So now
if I need a protection.
Now we see 3 that would actually do it. Do you want to ask the ones that said yes, why? Or do you want to ask the ladies that said no, why?
Let's ask the no's first, because
no's?
the ones that said yes are going to
There's a lot of no's then. Okay. So we'll start with Miss Colorado first. Why no?
I don't really have a
No
because
reason?
He's not a
Just
man.
preference?
Just,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Miss Houston. Why?
Miss Houston. I would say I'm more of a traditional value type of girl, you know.
Okay.
I just, yeah.
BBC.
Miss Bogota.
No, because they just don't think as a real man. So
Memphis.
I don't like men, period. So if you change
Okay,
into
keep it
it,
real.
that's even worse.
Wait, hold on. So you never had a man before?
I have years ago.
Do you have kids?
So,
I'm sorry.
Do you have kids?
No, I do not.
Okay.
so this person
Don't
that you're
plan on
with
having
now,
that.
is it a female?
Yeah, she is.
Oh, okay. All right. Are
Wait.
you like full on
Yes.
lesbian? Or?
Yeah.
Like, you scissor her?
Okay.
We do a lot.
All right, chat. I didn't know.
That's
Okay.
just-
So
Oh, Chris. Wait, so the trans man technically is a lesbian, though?
Does it have a penis? I don't like penetration, so I like girls. So
Wait.
I don't want it.
At what point did you know you didn't like it? At what point?
When I never was satisfied years ago.
Interesting.
Good question.
Sigmund Freud says it comes from trauma, but I don't know.
Interesting.
What about
Emotional
Why
damage.
no?
Just not my type.
More traditional too.
Okay. Why no for you?
I'm not pansexual. I'm bisexual. But I would be like
The fuck
curious.
is pan?
Yeah, what's
Pan is like where
It's
you
just
have
like-
no preference.
Yeah.
Right.
Like a loser?
But I would be honestly curious
It's a
of what
feeling.
it like looks like though, but I'd go on corn for that. Like I wouldn't want to see it in person because then I don't know.
Okay. Why no for you?
Oh, traditional values.
Okay. Fair enough. What about you?
Yes, but I'm pansexual.
Oh yeah,
so.
you said you would. Okay, sorry.
We found
You-
the loser.
you
She's
said no.
pansexual, Byron.
You two said no. So okay, why would you for you?
Oh, I said no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why no?
God made a man and woman. So
Nice. She brought the Bible on the table. I don't know if you saw.
Wait, that's your Bible?
Yes.
okay.
we preaching today. So
Are you a true Christian?
I'm a true Christian.
Okay, should
I walk
women
with
be in
God.
the workforce?
What do you mean?
Like, should women be working in society?
Yeah.
You're a double agent, bro.
Well,
What the
no, hold
fuck?
on a second. Hold on.
Fuck outta
I prefer to stay at home. That's
you
just
Jewish?
My preference, but no, I'm not Jewish. But I prefer to stay at home. But I don't think it's not
Yeah,
a sin
no.
to work.
Yeah,
to
you're a
have
liberal
job.
Christian. You're a double
No, I'm
agent.
not. But okay.
Okay.
Question. Do you
Yeah.
live in sex before marriage or no?
I do believe in sex before marriage. Yes.
Whoa.
What?
What?
So hold on here.
Why did you
sorry.
bring the Bible?
Sorry. No. Sorry, I'm having a bad moment. No, I believe in abstinence before.
Okay,
Sorry, I
question.
got confused with the
Question.
question. I'm
Are
sorry.
you a virgin?
No, I'm not a virgin.
Bomba Club.
Okay.
No.
Are you born again?
But I'm born again.
Born again?
I'm born again Christian.
Okay.
Yes.
Hold on.
Are you Christian as well?
Yeah. How long has it
Okay.
been?
But you're not a Catholic?
He's not a Christian.
Yeah, you're going to
Screw you, Dad.
I've been walking with the Lord for 2 to 3 years.
Are you a Protestant?
No.
Evangelical?
No denomination. So no, there's no.
That's the best way.
Yeah.
Honestly.
If you're not a Catholic, you go to hell.
Fresh. Tell me a Bible verse now. 1, 2, 3, go. Give me a Bible verse.
Which one you want?
Just give me one. Just give me one.
The verse of the day that you seen this morning don't count either.
That wasn't. You're not fresh. Who did you think she was talking to?
I can listen to anybody.
My favorite Bible verse is when Jesus compares a woman to a dog.
That's a good one.
Can you recite it?
True.
Yeah.
Can you recite it?
Google it. Google it.
If it's your favorite one, you should recite it.
Just bring it up, Google it. But no, it's not my favorite one because I already knew that. I didn't need God's help for that one.
I know a good one. Wasn't it? It's better to sleep on the roof of your home than be in the home with a quarrelsome wife.
Yeah.
Damn, the Muslim had to get y'all.
Exactly. Thanks.
What do you want me to say?
I need a Bible verse.
And God said, let there be light.
All right.
But no, the greatest
I
Bible
wasn't
verse is let your yes mean yes and your no mean no. I'm the only honest guy on the podcast. You guys are all protecting your careers like cowards. You guys aren't no Christians. You don't sound like me. A true human who's telling the truth, they sound a little racist. They sound a little sexist. They sound a little edgy. That's
So
the
now
truth.
you Jesus, because you tell
No,
the
I'm
truth.
just saying, here, what race of people gets on your nerves the most?
Oh, shit.
Why?
You.
Yeah.
White? Well, shit, that's the safe answer. Pick another one. Go. Get those Chinese guys out of here.
All right. What about you? Why did you say no to dating a transformer?
Yeah, I'm not a lesbian.
Lesbians don't even exist anymore because neither of them want to pay for the food. That's why every woman became bisexual.
Literal
You're a
lesbian.
lesbian?
I am.
Who pays the food?
Everybody, like her, me. Doesn't
Really?
matter. Yeah, it doesn't
Oh,
matter.
wow.
Nice, right?
It's rare though. All your friends are bi. It's very rare to be lesbian.
But guys
They
see
are.
two baddies and they're gonna pay for it regardless.
Really? If she
It's
says
so
she's
funny.
lesbian, I'm not even looking at her anymore. What the fuck? Why would I pay for a lesbian's food? I'm getting no pussy? Here, take my credit card. What the fuck are you talking about? Right?
All right. Go ahead, Siko. You had something follow up. So now you got 3 girls that said yes, and then the rest said no.
Yeah, the ones that said yes, it's just there were the 2 feminists that always argue. Who's the third?
On the couch.
Hi.
Okay, let's start with you. Are you a liberal or something, or like
No,
what's
I'm
wrong
just
with you?
very open-minded, and I am also, I would classify myself as bisexual, I guess pansexual. I just like, you never know. Like, what if you were with someone for a really long time and you were in love, and then they made that sort of transformation? I'm just not gonna like rule it out, you know?
Wow.
Okay.
Okay. Why? Why wouldn't you rule that out? That seems like something would be a deal breaker. Like cutting. If I say we're dating and I just cut it off.
I mean, I
Literally.
like women too, so
You would be in a long-term relationship with a woman.
yes.
You don't want kids.
I'm
adopt.
indifferent about it.
You're indifferent about children.
Yes.
Interesting. So you're the lesbian here, right? Do you guys beat the shit out of each other, or is the studies fake? You whooping her ass.
Yeah, now you say that because I'm from Memphis.
The statistics show that lesbians are fucking each other up. The highest domestic abuse in any relationship. Like, they're beating minorities. They're beating my people.
No, just when we drink, we get a little aggressive.
You
but,
punch her? You deck her?
I mean, I try not to break my nails, but if that happens, then it happens. But yeah.
Damn. So it is real.
Oh my god.
It is true.
Yeah. I mean, you know, we get our cycles. We both upset one time, and then we look at each other and it's just like, fuck up, you know?
Mhm.
But we still love each other.
So if you win the fight, are you the top scissor?
I'm always a top sister.
You're always the top. Okay. Do you wear the snapback when you pay for the meal?
What is a snapback?
The one paying for the bill is always the one with the baseball cap,
Wow.
flat brim.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just cute today. But yeah.
Oh, so
You're
you're not.
cute every day. Shut up.
Oh,
That's not
thanks.
true.
Are you the partner?
One day.
Okay, let me ask the 2 liberals. We can engage. Yeah. So why would you date a deformed man?
A deformed man.
Lord.
I would date a trans guy because I'm pansexual, so I don't have any specific attraction to like one gender over the other.
How do you know you're
Oh,
pansexual?
I remember her now. You've been on before, haven't you?
Hell yeah.
Okay, now I remember.
You know what's funny is a lot of you girls come on and say you'll date a trans guy, and then like 5-10 years pass by and you never do it.
There's
Okay,
barely
there's
any
no
trans
photos.
dudes in this world.
Why don't you go
Trans
DM
people,
them
I think
on-
there's only like 1% of Americans are
Less than
trans people,
1%.
right?
Are you sure you're not just
Yeah.
trying to look politically correct and like nice?
I think the
Right.
PC answer at this point seems to be like to say that I wouldn't date a trans guy because we're in the minority here.
All right, so I better see your Instagram in the next 5 years. You better be with a trans person.
Got it.
I think to make it a little bit, I guess, to bring this in perspective, when we say, would you be in a relationship or date the guy, we mean as in, would you also be sexual with him? Because a lot of girls will sit there and take attention and time and resources from a guy, call him her boyfriend, but in reality, you have no sexual arousal or attraction to that man.
Yeah.
So that's what the way they're framing it. So knowing that, because you did admit you're pansexual, which means you can fall in love with someone's personality, which that's another debate in itself.
Bruh.
But would you actually still have a relationship with this guy if he was a transformer that was not platonic?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Okay. So you guys would actually have sex with him?
Yes, I would have sex with the person who is my boyfriend.
How do you even know that?
How do I know what?
How
Like
do
if
you
I
know-
would be attracted to a trans guy?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Name
like,
one attractive trans guy right now. Boom. Go.
Buck Angel.
Who?
Buck Angel is like probably the most famous like male, like transgender male porn star. I think Buck Angel's hot.
You're gonna say Timothy
Chris, don't
Chalamet.
Google that.
Yeah,
Or Elliot
we don't
Page.
want to
Oh, Elliot Page. I was gonna say, what's Juno's boy name? Elliot Page. I love Elliot Page.
You would sleep with Elliot
Fuck no,
Page?
but I love him.
Okay.
I would sleep with Elliot Page.
No way.
That's hard.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah.
What would you do?
She
Like,
probably
can you
would
break it
fuck
down? What does
Elliot.
that look like?
I couldn't give you those details, but I
And
mean,
like she would sleep with you. Like he has a dick. Elliot has a dick now.
No, she just wants to leech off our stream. She's not gonna have sex.
No, but like the thing is that you're saying that like trans men are assigned women like female at birth, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So unless they're post-op, they still have a vagina,
Right.
right? So you're saying like on that basis alone, are trans men or no?
No.
You think they're still women? If you're
Absolutely.
straight, shouldn't you be attracted to trans guys?
What?
Because you just
You're
said
saying they're
that
still women.
you're saying a trans
yeah.
guy is still a woman.
makes
So if you're
sense.
straight, shouldn't you also be attracted to trans
No,
dudes?
they're unattractive and ugly. That's why they choose trans
No,
because
but
they have
since
no
you're
other.
straight, if you're reducing it down to like genitals, you're saying that you would like trans dudes fit into your sexuality.
Absolutely not. They become trans because they're so ugly they can't just be ugly women. They just change.
Change it to what though?
Whatever the fuck you like.
Just out of curiosity, have you actually dated a transformer before or no?
No.
Okay, so this is all theory.
Yes, this is highly theoretical.
Okay. There you
This
go.
is
There's
like
your
how they
answer.
say they'll pay on
Have
a
you
date.
ever dated a
No,
transformer?
she hasn't. Of course she hasn't.
Okay, and then who was the third? Miss 11.
And
Have you ever
no, she
dated-
hasn't.
No?
No.
So this is all theory right now.
Yes, but I'm attracted to pretty much anyone.
Name one attractive trans guy. Don't say the one that she said.
A guy I went to college with.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Yeah. him.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, it seems like they gave the politically correct answer. There's only 3. The rest of them were honest, but I think a lot of women on the panels, they just agree with the last woman because they don't want to stand out. But come on, let's be honest, you're not.
What would it take for me to
you're not.
convince you that I'm not lying that I would date like a trans
I want
guy?
to see you married to Dylan Mulvaney.
Suck a synthetic.
I want to see you drinking Bud Light.
Dylan Mulvaney is a trans woman.
Not a trans man.
Not a
Same
trans
shit.
guy.
Same thing. You know.
No, they're
just-
not the same thing.
Like, whatever.
Literally the opposite of what you're
The
saying.
pronoun people, just the people that embody your ideology. You never
Sneako,
actually
you
date
use
them.
pronouns. Everyone uses pronouns. Cis people and
I don't
trans
make
use
it my
pronouns.
identity. These people make it their whole lives.
But you still use them. You just said like the pronoun people as if you don't use he, him. And
Do you,
people don't
do you have
refer
your
to
pronouns in your
using him.
bio?
No.
Do you have your pronouns in
think
your bio?
Not anymore.
Why'd you remove it?
Because even though it was like total conservo bait, which I enjoyed, people were getting like too offended and too mad and like DMing me, and I was just like, okay, chill.
Because it's retarded. They were getting mad.
I guess,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
like, there's no reason to be so easily triggered over words.
Well, I hate both groups of people because there's only one gender, male, because women come from our rib. You guys aren't like a full human. You need to get married to even go to God. You need a plug to go to God. Men go to God. You guys need to get married to go to God. A man can be a warlord, not get married, and he still has a spiritual umbilical cord connected to the Creator. Jesus is King. Amen.
Amen.
Also, I
Let's
love the
go.
trans community because
He just called you not a gender.
No, he said he's just king. That's what I'm saying. Let's go.
Let's go to the rest of the stuff too.
No, I
You
said
came
let's
from
go.
my rib.
I said
Admit
let's
it.
go.
You came from
We
my
did.
rib.
The Bible said
Yeah,
let's
get some
go.
barbecue sauce. Listen to me. Check this out. Check this out. I love the trans community because they hate women. They've been arguing with women with that Harry Potter shit. I love them. They're going at women so hard. They're allies at this point.
They are.
Right?
I, as much as I want to disagree with you so bad.
They're like
but
the
I can't.
ISIS of Red Pill.
I really
They cut their
can't.
dick off and do crazy shit and make us look like we need them on our team for Red Pill. We need the trans.
Fair enough. I saw that you disagree with some of those points. I saw you were.
Oh
kinda-
yeah, I
Please,
mean,
go ahead.
it's sad because I agree with him probably realistically on about 99%. I'm like,
okay,
but
Don't ruin your career saying that. What are you doing?
But the
You
way
should have
that-
seen the episode we just did.
But the way that you speak and the way that you express the similar ideas that we have make me cringe because we are very similar and you can express yourself more eloquently.
Are
and-
you?
No, that's
You're
gay.
a racist, homophobic.
You're
See, that's the thing. He expresses our ideas as racist and homophobic. I would never even though we probably agree politically and we probably agree on the
You don't
underlying.
like Chinese people either?
I love Chinese. I love all people, including my aunt who is Chinese who I'm visiting.
That
next
doesn't sound like
week.
99%.
You don't like Chinese people?
Well, it's not that I hate them. They're getting on my nerves.
Why?
Like, let's be honest. And economically, they didn't have to do these Middle Eastern wars. They just beat us. They're like an economic superpower, and they didn't do any wars. They're so peaceful. So it made U.S. look like a bitch. And we got to like, are we actually getting taken over by the Chi-Coms, the Chinese? Because we can't talk about JQ here. You know what I mean? This is crazy to me. This is crazy, these Chinese. I'm done with them. I'm done.
So you have a point of contention with
Wait.
the way he says his ideas.
Yeah, and also, so
It's not what you said. It's how you said it. Like, give me a break,
Is
bro.
it
It's
the
not kindergarten.
CCP that you have issues with, or is it all Chinese people?
No, I like Xi Jinping, but Chinese people as a whole, they're very racist towards us. You know, like when
Very much
Chinese
so.
people sit in a bus with I'm half black, when the Chinese person
Not
sits next to a black
I
guy,
don't believe that at all.
they feel unsafe. It's almost like they know the
now
statistics,
he's doing
man.
that identity shit. So if he's gonna identify as a black man, I'm gonna identify as a white woman for the rest of the show.
Thank you.
And so please, nobody take anything
That's not a
that I
flex.
say.
A white
If we're
woman's
gonna-
not a flex.
If we're gonna do that, I'm gonna identify as a white woman for the rest of the show.
Yeah, and he was out here calling out these other girls like, what?
No, no,
why
no,
are
listen,
you
ladies.
white?
Yeah.
Sir, why are you white?
Look how Asians behave around black guys. They get scared for no reason
do you
in
care?
elevators.
Why?
In elevators, they get scared for no reason. It's
Why do you
fucking
care?
racist. Why do I
Because I'm
care?
sure black guys
Because
scare
it
your
hurts.
ass.
It hurts Tyrone's feelings. That's my homie. If you're in an
Oh
elevator and they're like gripping at their purse, like, why are you doing all that extra stuff? If you're gonna get robbed, don't do the extra stuff. Just get robbed. But yeah, humans are just racist because they're born in a fallen state, and we have to accept Christ to become as good as me. Right? So I forgive you, Chinese people.
Okay. So you just don't like the way he says his ideas is the problem.
Not only that, I wouldn't really care so much if we didn't agree so much, but because we agree on a lot of ideas, it's upsetting to hear my own thoughts regurgitated into this.
Wouldn't it be fair to say
BS.
though that men are far more direct communicators than women are? Women tend to beat around the bush a bit and care about people's feelings, which is why they say things in a sugar-coated fashion, which kind of dilutes the quality of the information sometimes.
I think that is generally true.
No, Myron, that's wrong.
There's a difference
Women-
in being sugarcoating and just being an asshole.
Women
Right.
don't
There's a difference.
dilute and sugarcoat. They blatantly lie. You ask a woman her body count, and if she likes you, she gives you a different answer. She doesn't give you the same answer as when she's talking to the Chinese guy. I'm telling
Give
you.
another example outside of a body count.
Well, okay, ladies, what's your body count? Let's go.
I
Let's
said
do the
another
honesty.
example, except for a body count. Give me another example of something that a woman's going to synonymously lie about.
Who she knows. Like women pretend they have network and friends in high places. You meet her and she does nothing for your business. She's like, when you meet her, she knows Justin Bieber's manager. And after you fucked her, that guy blocked her. Like she was a creepy,
Fucking
weird.
some lames.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. He's
like he's
fucking some lames.
So,
That's exactly what it
to
sounds
kind
like.
of take, I wouldn't say it's necessarily lying, but what I will say is that the cornerstone of femininity in general is being deceptive. And the reason why I say that is because if you look at the makeup industry, you look at the way clothing is, you look at women when they're in heat, you don't even know, right? They women that are quiet are more attractive. So women by nature are deceptive to a degree.
It's a
Everything about
reproductive
them-
Thank you for giving me another. I just wanted another
Yeah,
example.
so
all,
that's
'cause
what
I'm
I would say. I
tired of
wouldn't
somebody
like,
trying to throw
and I
shove
would
a
say
body count down my
they're
throat. Give
lying.
me another example.
Like typically when women lie, it's to preserve their value to keep up that deceptive image that they have.
Right.
So
I think
women,
for
women get-
survival.
Yeah, it's for survival
Yeah,
too, because
yeah.
if a woman is ostracized by society for being a whore or having a scarlet letter or whatever it may be, it hurts her ability to find a mate. Like if a girl gets labeled a hoe, she's going to be disqualified from the higher status men.
Don't you think there's other things that men lie about more
Yeah,
frequently than women?
Like what?
So
Exactly
you
what I was
found
thinking
like
about.
very specific issues, like for instance, their actual intentions with a woman while
Yeah,
dating.
for sure.
Mm.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
like a main
I acknowledge 1000% that men will say and do anything lying to get sex from women.
Actually, what you guys should
They will.
take home today, and don't ever change your opinion. Men just want to fuck you. That's it. Okay.
That's what you guys
If
should
you
think.
women didn't have vaginas, do you really think we'll talk to you about your fucking chihuahua? We'd never talk to you guys again. That's the cold hard truth. That's your husband. That's your boyfriend. That's everyone. You hate it because it's the truth. That's the truth. You think I would talk to you? SNEAKO and I could talk politics. But I'm not going to do it with a woman.
You literally did it with me the other day.
To monetize it.
I literally make
Zherka.
money dunking on you. The fuck?
Yeah, no, you love
I choose the easy targets to look smarter.
If the mics weren't on, that conversation would never
she's
happen.
automatically labeled as a hoe. If
No,
a
no, no,
girl
look,
is
look,
single,
look.
she's automatically labeled as a hoe. It's true.
Look, 100%.
If you're single and pretty.
No matter
They don't care about the single pretty girls.
Right.
No matter how many
Absolutely.
times Myron says it, all these women will leave this podcast convinced there's a man on earth that wants to talk on a date. We hate dates. We don't like being around you guys. And it's actually a beautiful thing because
Sounds kind of gay.
listen, that's always the response. No, but check this out. It's healthier doing it my way. The only time you should be around your girlfriend is if it's romantic. You shouldn't go to Home Depot or IKEA with her. You shouldn't do friendship stuff with her. That's how people divorce. That's how people become friends. The only time you should see her and the only time a man should go on a date is when the sun is setting. If you go on daytime dates, that bitch is using you, right?
Okay, hold on.
Question for her real fast, because she mentioned if a girl is single, she's labeled a hoe. What do you mean by that?
We said pretty and single.
Okay.
Yeah,
has
if
to be-
she's pretty
Yeah,
and
that
single,
doesn't exist.
automatically guys are like, oh, when's the last time you had sex? Like,
Are you a
already
virgin?
asking
Okay.
crazy ass
How
questions.
is single like flex? Single means I had 1,000 cocks in me still.
What?
You mean virgin?
Thank you.
You're
So
trying to
You
say
can be a
virgin?
So you're
virgin
saying,
and
so
single.
so your question is, why is it that men automatically assume women are promiscuous simply because they're single?
Oh, it wasn't a question; it's a statement. Because
Okay.
guys automatically say, "Oh, you're a hoe" because you're single.
Do you think that's a bad practice?
I mean, I don't give a fuck. Like, I've been single
Well, you
for
clearly
7
do,
years
because
So why did you bring it up?
because it went with conversation.
Okay, but do you think that's a bad thing that men assume that you're promiscuous if you've been single for a long time? Do you think it's bad?
Yes.
No?
You don't think so?
Wait, ask it again.
Okay.
I'm like, wait, what?
I mean, you brought up this topic. I'm just simply asking. Do you think it's bad, right, that men assume that a girl is a hoe if she's been single?
I don't care.
Is it bad?
So you
I
don't
mean,
care.
it's bad, but like me personally, I don't care.
I would argue
If
it's
you're gonna say I'm a
actually.
hoe because I've been single, like who cares? I've been single for 7 years, so I've got it. Like,
Holy
long.
shit.
Oh my god.
So,
Fucking overtime fresh.
so let me ask you this: do you have high standards in men?
Absolutely.
You do, right?
Absolutely.
Guys have to make probably a certain amount of money to qualify for you, maybe be in good shape. They have to have a certain status, maybe, right? Because you're probably a six-figure earner being a dancer, correct?
Of course.
Okay. So wouldn't it be fair to say that the man's going to have standards too? And if you've been single for a long period of time, he can pretty much conclude that a man hasn't been taking you seriously. So therefore, your value might be lower. So he has standards as well.
It's not that a man hasn't been taking me serious. It's because I don't want those men.
Okay. But
you've been hugging
yeah.
a pillow for 7 years?
Not every night, but mostly like last
Let me
night.
ask you this: if I sit in my home all day and play video games and beat off, etc., right, and then I come back and say, "Oh, I haven't had sex, but it's because I don't want chicks." But the reality is, girls reject me. Wouldn't I be fairly delusional to say that?
Well, I mean, I take full days off to just masturbate all day. So
She got you there,
it
man.
doesn't mean that
It's
like
not-
I'm
no,
out hoeing.
You're missing
Like,
the point here. You can't like. I love it when women try to say, "Oh, I'm single by choice." No, you're not.
yes, I am.
No, because here's the thing: men are the ones that give commitment. Women are the ones that give sex. So I can't sit there, not get laid, and then go ahead and say, "Oh, I'm not getting laid because I choose to be so." Because that's 9 out of 10 times that's just a cope. The reality
Is it a
I can't
cope,
do it.
Myron? She's fingering her pussy 48 hours straight. Is that
And if
cope?
I want
She's
some, I'm
busy,
gonna go
bro.
get some.
But that's not a flex for
But
her
my
to
thing
get
is-
some.
hold on, but
My
my
thing
thing
is,
But I recycle my men. It doesn't
Okay,
mean I'm having
I'm gonna
different
make this
fights.
extremely simple. I'm gonna make this extremely
No,
simple.
I want to comment on what you just said.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I'm gonna make this very simple for you, ladies. So you understand.
I'm gonna save you.
Men control relationships. Women control sex. Okay.
Right.
You cannot sit there and argue about the commodity that you give and brag on it. For example, if a girl says, "Oh, I can fuck whenever I want," congratulations. That's not a flex because it's easy for you to get laid. Just like me giving my commitment away for anything, no girl's gonna respect me because I'm giving my commitment away for nothing.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Right, but your question was, it's not a flex if you're single by choice, right? But I think what she's trying to say that if she wanted to date, if she wanted to have a boyfriend, there is a man somewhere waiting for her to choose him.
But here's
And so that-
hold on.
wrong.
So that does
But it's
mean
wrong.
she's single
But the
by
high-
choice.
No. It does not,
I
because
love being
the
single.
high quality men that she actually wants and desires don't want her back.
Baby, it ain't about what
Oh,
she
he
wants.
better be
It's
single
we
too,
were
all
talking about what you
time.
want and what you don't want. The topic at hand was being single by choice. I don't give a fuck if I want to date a garbage man. Of course, that ain't the person I decided to build my life with. But if I want to go date a garbage man,
But you don't though.
No, of course not.
So that's the point.
But
you don't.
But if I wanted a boyfriend, I could have one.
No, but
Right.
you're not getting the guy that you want.
Myron, these girls
You're not-
turn down
That's
Drake,
like-
bro.
yeah, like-
They're busy
like-
being single. Bro. They got too many high value men to reject.
Because the problem is that women, right, flex things that don't take skill. Like, oh, look at all these guys that are hitting on me on Instagram. Look at all these guys that are offering me dates or to fly me out. That's not a skill. Can you keep the man after you fuck him? That's the true testament to skill.
I just said that I recycle my men. I've been fucking with the same men for over 3 years.
So why are they not committed to you? Ask yourself that.
Because I don't want to be committed.
Sure.
I'm still healing and still trying to find myself and like love
Can
myself.
you agree, right, that if a girl's single, she's talking to somebody at some point of that period of time of being single?
Not
Just one or
always.
two guys?
Not always.
So, come on,
I
really?
mean, there's periods of times
Really?
where I go months without talking to any guy.
No, months.
Holy
but still,
lying!
after a
What?
while,
Let me see your
you want
DMs.
to.
Let's see those months where it's dry. Get the fuck out of here! You're
Where's
responding to
my
everything.
phone?
Yo, these girls are liars. Here's the truth. Women lose their mind if they're not getting male attention, especially high value male attention.
But am I
Even-
responding?
You're getting fucked. And yo, check this out. They're leaving. That's the truth. Okay. If it's 7 years, darling, like you should just fucking trap one in a basement. They've 7 fucking years.
A girl that has been single for a long period of time is the same as a guy that you guys will laugh at and call an incel. It's the same exact thing because women typically want relationships. Girls don't want to be single a lot of the times. They want a guy to commit to them to some degree. You even said it. I have guys that I'm fucking with. Let's look at that. Peel back a layer. It's the same guys, right? Because at some point you do yearn for that commitment from one guy. Women want quality. Men want quantity. When girls say, I'm single by choice, that's coke, bro.
And I'm going to be honest.
Girls don't want to be single.
If you're on a
They
date, don't say you've been single for 7 years. Because that's going to, I'm going to like, what, 7 years?
Oh,
That's too long.
Yeah. Girls can be single temporarily, but they don't want to do it long term.
And then you had a point, right?
I did want to say something.
Yeah.
So I've heard Myron say before that he doesn't feel like there's such a thing as like a high value woman. You've said that you believe that women
Based.
get their value from men, correct, Myron?
Yes.
And John, you were saying that you don't really enjoy talking to women about their
No,
chihuahuas,
I said
shopping,
every
or...
man you know believe if you put them on a lie detector, they look just like me, identical. Nobody gives a fuck about your chihuahua. We don't want to talk about your day at work. None of that. Zero.
Okay. And then Myron, earlier you were saying like in the feminine nature, it's kind of in the feminine nature to be duplicitous. So like what you're saying is like you find women to be like hypergamous, duplicitous, fuckable. But do you guys find women to be lovable at all? Like
I do.
Lovable as in you mean like showing affection to men?
no, as in like have like SNEAKO, John, yourself, and Fresh. Have y'all ever found yourself in love with a woman?
Yes, I have actually. Yeah,
Many times, yeah.
It's a dumb age though.
Yeah, but my thing is, I don't fall in love with women. I have love for women. Because when you fall in love with a woman, you put yourself in a precarious situation where she now has the leverage.
Do you think it's a choice like that though? That
What do you
like because you say I don't fall in love with women. Is that something that you're like? Is there like an amount of distance that you're keeping between yourself and your female
Well,
partners?
a cornerstone of masculinity is being able to control your emotions.
Yeah.
And so
that's one of the biggest delineating factors between men and women is men are expected to control their emotions because catastrophe occurs if they don't.
I mean, we all know that. Let's say, for example, a guy likes a girl, right? And then he becomes in love. He changes as a person for her. So ultimately, you want your man to be a rock hard, solid, for example, a leader where he's, you know what? I love my girl, but work comes first so I can make money for us as a family.
It's actually, this is how a female, the female psyche works. She meets you, you're a badass, you punch people outside of clubs, she's in love with you. Then she tries to make you a nice guy and you fall for it because, oh, it's such good pussy, it's like butter. And then when you fall for it and become a nice guy, she goes, oh, I got cheated. This is not who I signed up to date. And in her subconscious, she feels like you lied about who you are to get pussy. So she leaves you for the other guy knocking people out. And it's like men who change, especially after marriage, for the woman, they always lose the woman, always.
100%.
Right?
So going back to, because you were saying I guess my line that there's no such thing as a high value woman. Let me explain why I came to that conclusion. Men are valued on the value that they create for the world. Okay, you take like a Drake or whatever. He's known by his music, his name, etc. Men, like your goal as a man is to create resources and status. That's what men are taught to do. That's what they're supposed to do. Women, however, are taught create families. Men create status and a name. Women create families. When two men meet, they shake hands and ask, what do you do for a living? And they talk about work. When women shake hands, they don't. They typically give each other a hug and say, tell me about your boyfriend. Tell me about your children. Tell me about your family. Women are social creatures. Men are more concerned with things. Women are concerned with people. So with that said, if a woman does become successful, earns a title, makes money, etc., it doesn't increase her sexual market value, unfortunately. It just makes her, I guess, independent, but it doesn't make her sexier to the opposite gender.
Because
However, when a man,
we don't have
real quick,
access, right?
Real quick. But when a man chases resources and acquires status, he becomes attracted to the opposite gender. So what I'm saying is that women get their value from the caliber of man that they can date, marry, and claim the last name of. That's why women take last names, because they build on that legacy. That's why I say there's no such thing as a high value woman, because the things that make a woman high value are not status driven.
Myron, were you raised in a
go ahead, bro.
traditional?
Check this out.
Go ahead.
You make $1 million on OnlyFans. No guy gives a fuck because we know how selfish you guys are. You'll never give us financial access. We know your nature. We know you want to hoard money for your kids. You know, that's fine. Unless you, like her, she overcame her physiology and just wants to be single for 7 years. I don't know how you beat evolution. God bless you. But check this out. We know you guys are going to hoard the money for yourselves. No woman in history has ever took care of a man for 99 years till his heart explodes in his fucking chest. You guys can't even do a couple years without getting your pussies dry. It's pathetic. So we know we're not getting your money. Now, if we do get your money, right? Because if you have money as a woman, you're either a hoe or Hillary Clinton ugly. Right? You're either Hillary Clinton or OnlyFans.
Okay,
That's it. That's it.
There's
no in between.
From women, though?
I have definitely dated guys who are not as financially well off as me, and I have.
Where they at?
Where are they? Why did you abandon them? They're hurting. They're about to kill themselves because you women never kill yourselves. We've got a genocide against our gender. You abandoned
Why
a
are
man
you
making less than
assuming
you.
I abandoned
Well,
him?
where is he? Do men initiate divorces
Is it
and
possible
breakups?
that he broke up with me? Is that a
You got dumped by a broke dude?
I have a question for the ladies real fast. Tell the story what he said. Hold on, before I answer that. Because I want to make sure that the ladies really understand this concept real fast, right? Ladies, if I walked around, right, and I said, I pay my own bills, I got my own car, I got my own place, I'm strong and independent, I'm that fucking guy, I take care of myself, I don't need no woman, would you guys laugh at me for doing shit I'm supposed to do? When I sound moronic for saying that?
Yep.
Bragging and say I'm independent?
Yep.
No, I would.
They don't get it, man.
Realistically speaking.
Yes, you would. He's like a
yeah.
fucking
Like,
loser.
like, yeah, you'd be like,
Right.
do men run around and say, I'm
don't get accolades
independent,
for
I
doing
got
what
my
you're
own place, I
supposed to
got
do?
my own car, I'm independent, and I'm flexing it.
No.
You can't
men don't
brag
do
about that stuff.
They
It
do.
shows.
However, women, when they make money and they're strong and independent, they yell it out to the world, but no one says anything. The reason why, right, that men can't say that shit is because it's expected that men get resources.
Right.
Women, it's not expected in women. When women make money, they say, I'm independent. Men make money so women can be dependent upon them. It's different. That's why, going back to what he said, no one gives a fuck about a woman's career or money because it isn't going to benefit us anyway.
My mom makes more than my dad, like significantly more, and they're just still together.
See how no one still cares?
Okay, so question
I
for you:
care.
When they met, did he make more than your
No,
mom?
my mom's
She
an
always made more?
attorney, yeah, and
Okay.
she was the one who decided what house to buy.
When did they get married?
Oh Lord, girl, please stop.
No, I'm just curious.
I'm 24 years ago.
24 years ago. Okay, so here's the thing. I would say that's like a gross exception to the rule. we know that if a woman out earns her man, that increases the likelihood of divorce like significantly.
And
Almost to
they're
90%.
very happily married. And
Well, your mom's a
beautiful
good
house.
person. Your mom is a good person. Great anecdote. But the problem is there's still 3 billion selfish bitches.
You said
Right? So you thank God for your mom. She got to multiply. She's a good person. But when we look at studies, how many people are like her mom? That
you
actually
said
stay? Not a lot.
none. So now you have my mom. That's
Okay, not
one.
none. 3 billion minus 1. Let's do that.
She's the only one out there. I mean,
What does your mom do for a living?
she's
if you
an
don't mind me
attorney.
asking? She's an attorney. And what does your dad do?
Stockbroker.
Okay, interesting. Did you guys have something else that you guys wanted? Oh no, you had something, right?
I think, Ryan, you should speak slower to them.
Should I? Go ahead.
Myron, so I'm just a little bit confused. You were raised in a traditional household or no? Or
Yes.
Okay,
Two
because
parents.
I was raised in a very traditional household, actually, like very Catholic, Christian, all that stuff, Hispanic.
Yeah.
And in those households, at least the value of a man and woman are not determined by exactly what you said. Both men and women are determined by your children, basically. How are you raising your offspring? Are you raising them in a stable environment? Are you raising them to be like well educated, well spoken? And if you're not, then that's when people start judging you. So to say, oh, a value of a man is only based on the resources they can acquire, at least in most traditional Hispanic households, it's not just that. It's not just resources. It's how are your offspring reflecting on you? Are they actually living a good life?
You know what's? Oh, hold on. You know what? You fucked up there.
Yeah.
And this is that you fucked up, and I'll tell you why you fucked up. You just said a very female privileged statement. Here's the difference. Men don't get the ability to even create offspring unless we acquire extra resources in the first place.
Foundation. But it doesn't matter.
Hold on. Because women always do this. They kind of put the cart before the horse. Like women don't understand that men don't even get the opportunity to mate and deal with women on that sexual perspective and even have children unless they become a somebody first.
Yeah.
Only women have the privilege of procreating without accomplishing anything.
Well, there's a couple of things to say here, right? First of all, you have a bunch of people who are in lower class, who are not gaining resources, who are still having children and procreating. So with that logic, then that wouldn't have been possible.
Yeah,
and
immigrants
then on
get
top of
horny.
that, well, exactly. So you're just admitting that
They're
doesn't
not
have to do with
sustaining their
status.
wife. They're having kids and then they're fucking breaking up. Like,
Okay,
what kind of point are you
great.
trying
So
to
you
make?
admit that women are also having sex with low value men. That you
He's
don't need
talking
to
about
have high
sustaining.
value.
He's talking about sustaining.
Yeah, but we're just talking about relationships as a whole.
That's not a relationship if he fucks and leaves.
I can answer her question. You got to understand that female attraction and arousal is a multivariate situation. So a guy, let's say he doesn't have resources, but he's extremely attractive. He might be able to get some short-term sex out of that woman, which could lead to pregnancy. But the guy is doing, if a man's having sex with a girl, he's doing something right. Whether he's able to provide, he's sexually attractive, he has charisma, he has charm, he's doing something. So that's why.
So women don't just.
But men can't have sex without accomplishing something, is my argument.
Okay, so women are willing to procreate with men who are low value. But regardless of that, when we're talking about like, oh, no, you're coming from a privileged standpoint, I'm saying both men and women, at least in traditional Hispanic family households, judge harshly on the offspring of children. So even if you're saying like, oh no,
I'm arguing you got to start at 1 before you count to 10. You can't even talk about the children offspring unless the man has the ability to provide. You want to talk about traditional Hispanic household? The man is expected to be machismo and provide.
Yeah, we just agreed beforehand though that women are off having sex with like low value men, and they're willing to procreate with these low value men.
That's modern women now. That's modern day women. See, gotcha.
Poor women have existed since the beginning of time.
You said traditional.
But yeah, you said
Traditional women can vary from rich to poor.
There's no such thing as traditional because there's still whores with 20 fucking body counts gripping a Bible thinking that, oh, I'm traditional, I'm holding a Bible. What is a traditional woman? You guys start fucking at 15 years old. There's no such thing. Stop pretending traditional women exist.
Zherka, I'm talking about throughout time.
What's a traditional woman?
What's traditional
A
woman?
virgin. Say it.
Sure.
Where the fuck is the virgins, bro? Where's the virgins? Where do you see in America virgins?
I have a question for you, Zherka, specifically.
You're drowning.
Hold on, before you ask the question, I want to make sure that the other ladies get a point here because you asked yours. Anybody on the couch have anything or whatever? No?
They're scared, you little coward.
These feminists are just going to dominate the whole conversation. I have another question. Would be easier for the couch people.
So who's the feminist? I'm sorry.
Me.
I mean, it should be obvious at this point.
The Hillary Clinton ones.
Go ahead, SNEAKO.
Okay. I'm starting on the couch. Is Lizzo beautiful?
That bitch is ugly as fuck.
All right, we'll start with Miss Colorado. Go ahead. Yes or no? And why? You want a why too, SNEAKO?
We ask why after.
Okay.
Is Lizzo beautiful?
I mean, she has a pretty face.
Really?
Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys are so honest.
Tranny dater?
Me, to be honest, I don't really know what she looks like, but I like her confidence.
Oh, you want to see?
She looks like Black Jabba the Hutt.
Oh my God.
Let's pull up a picture for her so she can while we wait. All right, Miss Houston.
Well,
yes or
that
no?
wasn't true because how would you know her confidence if you didn't know what she looked like?
I know her
Lizzo,
music.
That didn't make sense.
If I'm being completely honest, I feel like society has built an image of what women should look like.
All right, we may be flagged, so.
Oh.
No,
I'm
continue on.
sorry.
Don't worry.
My bad.
And I don't think that she fits that criteria, although I do love her confidence.
Okay. But what do you think? Do you think she's beautiful?
Body wise,
She is pear-shaped.
not so much. And this is just me being completely honest. I mean,
Just overall, not like you don't need to relegate body parts individually. Just like her as a
We'll keep
human.
it simple for them. Objectively speaking, from a beautiful standpoint of aesthetics only.
No, my cock is so hard. Get her off the
Aesthetically?
screen, Myron.
Is that what you mean, SNEAKO? Right?
Yes.
Because you know how girls are going to be like, oh, but you could be beautiful if you feel like it. So,
Well, I want to ask their personal opinion. Like, do you think she's beautiful?
aesthetically, no. Sorry.
Okay. What about you, Miss Clinton?
Respectfully.
She has a beautiful face, but no, like the body. She's not hot.
So is the answer yes or no?
No.
So what's she got to do to get hot? Like how many pounds, bro? How many pounds does that woman have to lose, ladies?
In my opinion, what I think is beautiful is a woman who
That's not
truly
an
takes
answer.
care
Don't
of
be
herself.
political. Just answer. How many pounds should she lose?
How many pounds she is
We don't
right
even
now.
know how she weighs. How much she weighs.
Guess. Why don't you guess?
I'd say in the
I can say a number. Just,
Holy shit, you're evil. I was gonna give the bitch 100.
What about you? Do you think she's beautiful?
Me?
Yes.
Here we go.
No, I don't think she's objectively what people.
But what do you
consider
do? You think she's beautiful?
beautiful. I think her body type is not my type.
Whose type is it?
Oh wait, I thought you're pansexual.
I am pansexual.
I thought you fall in love with personality.
Yeah, so if I met Lizzo, there's a chance I would find her beautiful, but that doesn't mean from the get-go.
Really? When she's biting her thumb eating? Ow! Like, that's
Well,
kind
if
of a
I get
turn
to know a person, there's a high, like, very well, I can fall in love with them, but I don't know her very well.
Also, pansexuality refers to genders, and like weight is like a preference. I don't think weight falls under the category of like gender, or like that's not like a sexuality.
I thought pansexual is like it doesn't really matter what you look like. It's just
I think that's demisexuality, right? When you like fall in love
There's
with people
more made
based
up
off of
sexualities?
Oh
Yeah,
my
there's
God.
so
There are made up- there's many sexualities, yeah.
How many have you just?
I got a question after we run through this. That very because
Okay, we might have the same follow-up question, but
Yeah.
What about you, lesbian?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Because I feel like beauty is what's inside. So I think she's a nice
There's
person.
Cheetos inside.
And I love Cheetos. They're so good. They're so tasty.
Okay, so how does it work? Like, how would you, could you have to like fold it up to scissor her or something?
Okay, so you didn't tell me that I was fucking her, but I think I would strap her from the back, if anything. So I wouldn't-
Really?
yeah.
So the answer is yes. You find her attractive. You think she's
Yes,
beautiful?
I do.
Okay.
Oh, Zherka.
Oh, it's her fault. It's her fault. It's her fault.
All over her nose.
What about?
It's okay. Don't yell at her. She came with me. Don't yell at her.
What about you? It's fine. We got the team on it. What about you?
No, but I really value her talent.
Okay.
Why'd you even say that?
So, guys,
Because she's a really good
my
singer.
bad. The coke wore off. I'm like
Yeah.
fidgety.
All right. What about you?
Yeah, I think she's beautiful.
You think she is?
Why?
Let me get out of here. Let me go.
I don't know. I just think she's beautiful. Her smile, her eyes, the way she carries herself makes me beautiful.
Would you want your son to get married to her?
Thank you,
She's a nice woman. If she's responsible, if she's honest, yeah.
But she might die early though. But she might die
As long as
early.
she treats him right.
Touch your ass.
For like 5 years until diabetes takes over.
Well, we can all work to that. Work on that together.
So you're gonna tell her to lose weight? You're gonna like?
I can encourage her. Yeah. Just we
Okay.
can work out together. New regimen, new diet.
Okay.
Teamwork.
What about? We'll skip to here just so it's a little bit easier. What about you? Do you think she's beautiful?
No, I don't find obesity beautiful.
Okay. What about you?
Yeah, I think that you need to take care of your temple, your actual physical body. I don't know if it might be a health problem, so I can't say like, she's out here overeating. I don't know her. So
I mean, would it be fair to say that it's obvious that she's overeating?
it made it, but I know that there might be people that are, don't have a good health and they're overweight because of their health, not because of they're not, eating.
I mean, fat loss is all down to calorie deficit.
Yeah, I mean,
You have medicine that slows down your thyroid sometimes and stuff like that.
I've heard of that too,
I
but
mean, if
I
you
don't
control
know.
calories, those medicines, I mean, calories in, calories out literally dictates weight loss. This is the
I know,
law
but
of
haven't
thermodynamics.
you heard about like thyroid metabolism and basically how fast you process those calories? So like if you have a slow like if you have thyroid problems, you can be consuming a normal amount of calories, but your body's going to take longer to process them. So weight gain becomes faster, even though you're eating the normal amount that you're supposed to.
Using the thyroid argument for why people are obese is a
Oh,
Western
I'm not saying that's her.
phenomenon.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I was
So
trying to help her.
It all comes down to energy in versus energy out. Calorie deficit. If you don't lose weight, you are by definition not in a calorie deficit. So that's just a law of energy thermodynamics. So it's like if you're overweight or you have a lot of body fat, that means irrefutably you eat too many calories.
Yeah, I don't
But
know.
we make all these excuses for people to be fat in the United States and in the West
I
in
agree.
general.
Yeah, that's true.
I can't lose weight because of my metabolism or thyroid. It's all a bunch of cope. It's a lie. You just eat too much.
I mean, I agree with you,
Yeah.
but I also
She
think
disagrees. Like, it's
Yeah, I
go
was
ahead,
just
please.
wondering.
Okay.
You got. Go ahead.
About like people do have health issues about that and they need to eat more. So what do you think about that? Like diabetes and everything like that? Like what do you feel like?
What I mean, as far as like,
That
they
people
they
have to- you don't
diabetes a lot of
have-
times because
yeah,
they're fat.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, next person.
Yeah, like the reason why they have diabetes in the first place is because they're fat.
Well, yeah, I guess.
Well, she could be like Rolly too, and
but-
just getting surgery instead of going to the gym.
Say that again.
She could be like Rolly too and just get surgery instead of going to the
Well,
gym.
people don't want to get surgery.
Why? See, that surgery is the easy way out, though.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
It's still, you still have to, in order to get bariatric surgery, you still have to lose weight before you get the surgery to show to the doctor that you're able to stick to a diet plan. And then even once you get the surgery, you still have, all it does is it like reduces the size of your stomach so that you're full quicker, but you still have to eat a very specific diet. And most people, like, I don't know the exact percentage, I wish I did, but a large portion of people who get bariatric surgery instantly balloon back up.
They go back up, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lifestyle choice.
Yeah, it's a lifestyle choice. You really have to change your lifestyle, even if you get the bariatric surgery. And that's why it's not.
No, I agree. I think surgery, is stupid.
Yeah.
You're trying to say something?
Yeah, so the people that got anorexic, y'all feel like they is attractive.
they
Like
get
people
what?
that I'm from Memphis, we really don't talk that well. Like
Okay.
people
They get
that
what?
you
Music.
people
Anorexic.
anorexic.
No, anorexic people are also unattractive.
See, so
Yeah.
what is attractive to
Healthy.
y'all? Like that's
Someone who's
confusing as
healthy.
fuck.
Yeah.
How's she not healthy? What she eat spinach a day?
Because she's
Like,
completely overweight. She's
talking about the skinny
visually
people.
unhealthy.
We talking about the skinny people
They're
now.
also unhealthy. They're not eating enough.
What's enough? What's the
I'm
word?
talking about
the
two
doctor
extremes here. You see,
recommended?
like typically extremes are not that attractive. Like you're talking about someone that's morbidly obese, and you have someone that's gaunt, skinny.
That's crazy.
Myron.
So what's attractive is what my question.
he just said being in the
Someone
middle.
who's healthy.
Like a regular BMI, like I would just look at BMI,
Good.
right?
Yeah, I would say though that I think people don't realize like what underweight can look like on a woman. Like some of the most conventionally attractive like models and women, like we would think maybe Victoria's Secret models, someone like Bella Hadid, like the majority of women can't sit comfortably with abs showing, because if they do, they're like women's body fat percentages need to be slightly higher than men's on average.
Yeah, like 25%.
So like when you see women, like when I see women like Bella Hadid, like I know for a fact she's probably underweight. Even though most people would say like this is a pinnacle of health, this is ideal, this is like the BMI of a woman, but like or
I don't
like
think
of
people say
healthy
that.
women, I would think so. I would think that most people look at Victoria's Secret models and they think because they see abs and like rippling abs on a woman that's very healthy, but those women can be underweight and they're just not exhibiting symptoms in the same way that we can like clock the unhealthiness of somebody who's like obviously obese. But that comes with its own slew of it. Like you can, it's part of like the female athlete triad. Like you put yourself at risk for like osteoporosis or like loss of bone density very early on, heart issues because if you're under eating, your body will start to tap into your muscle reserves or like your metabolically active tissue. And at some point, like an example of somebody who died from anorexia was like Karen Carpenter, who was like a famous singer. And she died of a heart attack like in her 30s because eventually your body runs out of like fat storage. It starts to go to your muscle. It weakens the muscle around your heart and you can die that way. So our
You're
perception.
using like ridiculous exceptions. So like
No,
this
but
is
we're talking about
the
like
the 1%.
Is it-
Like the reality is like the things you listed are so far and few between. It's you're better off just going to the gym, training, eating correctly, right? And the chances of your health being good are significantly higher than if you're fat as fuck.
Isn't anorexia the number one mental illness that leads to death, though,
for women? Yeah.
Because if you're anorexic, you cannot build muscle because you're not in an anabolic state. So the two counteract each other.
My only point was that like if we're saying that men are attracted to healthy women, there's a slew of like mainstream models who would men would say I'm attracted to them, but they're not healthy.
People don't really find mainstream models attractive. When people talk about attractive women, they never really, we don't even know the names of most of these people. You said Bella Hadid, that's not the peak physique.
I'm
that
not saying
everyone
that
talks
she's
about.
peak physique, but I'm saying if she's in the mainstream, if like Victoria's Secret has calculated like this model's going to make us money, obviously they've made the correct calculation that her looks, her aesthetics appeal to the majority of men and women.
That's not true. The fashion industry appeals to gay men. That's not designed for what straight men like.
So
That's
you don't
not
think
an accurate
straight men like
representation.
the Victoria's Secret models?
Right.
So you
Yeah,
think
maybe
that's
to look
kind of
at, but
ugly?
no guy's ever said that that's their favorite woman.
Exactly.
But
That's not
they're
their
like
favorite
looking
is
at
the
them.
problem. So what you guys are missing is what they're saying is a Victoria's Secret model, for you guys' example, is not the ideal candidate for a man.
They're ugly
Because
as
she's not.
fuck, bro. They're like
You know,
men.
men are looking at Victoria's Secret models going, "Oh my god, I gotta have her."
No,
Like, no, they're
there's-
not.
there's-
They're not.
Looking at Instagram
Because
models
if they
that got
did,
surgery.
you would have a culture of women who like Victoria's Secret models and not fucking Kim Kardashian and
But
Black
you
China.
have a culture of women
That's
who are
why.
trying. Yeah, you have a culture of women who tried to look like
Kim Kardashian or Victoria's Secret
because they look
models.
healthy, they're voluptuous, they're curvy, they're what men
Kim
like to look
Kardashian
at.
looks like
Nobody,
she shit ton of muscle
nobody
though.
wants
I
a
don't know
woman
everyone's
that
thing
got
either.
six-pack abs that weighs 110 pounds.
Okay,
like,
all right.
men
This,
aren't looking for that
hold on.
woman.
Well,
You
one
want-
point.
you want to finish with the?
I just want to. This is all cope. Like I talked about how Lizzo's overweight, and then we all pivoted it to how skinny women are
Y'all didn't even
unhealthy
ask me
too.
if I thought Lizzo was attractive.
Do you? Do you?
Damn.
I was gonna say that you want to finish.
Look, here's the truth. If a that's a huge red flag. If a man says they find Victoria's Secret long, lanky, tall, skinny woman attractive,
exactly,
he's very bisexual. Even since caveman times, we like figure eights. Women like to say they like men with six packs. That's not actually what increases arousal at the club. It's broadness and a strong thoracic look, like those NFL big traps guys. When women see an upside down triangle in men, like this shape, they get wet. They don't get wet for six packs, believe it or not. When we see a figure eight like Kim Kardashian, we get hard, right? If you like skinny women, you're gay. You're literally gay.
That's what I just said. Right back. Okay, we can finish. Do you find Lizzo attractive? Dancer?
Me? You know how much?
No, not you. Not you're not the dancer.
Yeah,
you the dancer.
A few dancers.
Like, it's a couple.
Yes,
That's what
no.
he's talking about.
It's very simple. Is Lizzo beautiful?
It's just her body. That's it.
What? It's a yes or no
She's
question.
beautiful.
She's beautiful?
beautiful.
Okay.
But it's her body.
How would you
that
feel if I
gets
said she's beautiful? You look like Lizzo.
Whoa!
So maybe this ass too.
Whoa!
But you said she's beautiful, so why you can't look like Lizzo?
Keep blowing her ego.
Why you keep your lips up?
Do you see the double standard right there?
Exactly.
You just said Lizzo's beautiful. I said you look like Lizzo, and you're like, nah, this ass too. You said Lizzo's beautiful. It doesn't matter what
Lizzo's
part of you looks like
beautiful, but her
Lizzo,
body-
except the compliment. She's beautiful.
Holy psychological warfare on her.
You're built like Lizzo.
But you didn't say you're beautiful like Lizzo. You said you look like Lizzo, but she doesn't look
She
like
said Lizzo's
Lizzo.
beautiful.
I know,
You
but
said
I'm
you
saying
still
that
look
you asked
beautiful
the
like
question, you
Lizzo.
shifted the goalposts because you said
No, we established Lizzo's beautiful. I
Here's
said you
what
look like Lizzo.
Sneako's trying to say.
Her body though.
you said
Ovaries.
Listen,
Listen. Here's what Sneako's trying to say. Every girl on earth thinks Lizzo's beautiful. Tell a dude says you look like her.
I said her body though. Her body is what she.
Her body, that's the worst part. Right? I think I can get away with the face. Do a bunch of crack, fuck her in the face, but the body is like, the body's the worst part.
If I had a dick, I would let her give me head.
No, you wouldn't, bro. You probably have a
Yes, I
car.
would.
Coke.
Why did you first? What you mean?
Yeah.
Nobody
She
here's
said that
fucking
she just
Lizzo.
wants a BJ self-explanatory.
Okay, what do you think?
What
Is
about
Lizzo
you?
beautiful?
Yeah.
Are you going to change your answer now?
Oh fuck no! Lizzo's gets on my goddamn nerves.
Okay,
She's
so that's
the
a
fuck
no.
clothes on.
Okay.
Oh.
What about you? Yes or no?
what? I think
Lizzo.
Lizzo is personally. I find Lizzo beautiful.
Do
but
it
I
on a lie
recognize
detector test.
that-
Clown white woman. Do it on a lie detector right here. Do say she's beautiful on a lie detector test. I'll give you $10,000 fucking dollars.
Zherka, let me finish.
Give me your PayPal. I'll give you $10,000 right now if you do that.
Okay, slow down.
Yeah,
slow
you
down,
drowning
slow down,
clown.
slow down, slow
I
down.
hate liars,
Slow down,
bro.
Zherka.
Jesus hates you.
Save it. Save the energy.
Please go ahead.
I was going to say that I find Lizzo personally attractive, but I recognize that I think according to like these objective beauty standards that you're appealing to, or I guess like mainstream conventionally attractive, I don't think Lizzo falls into anyone's idea of like conventionally attractive.
But to you,
I
you say
recognize that, yeah, but I think I know I fall outside the norm.
Why do you want to be different so bad?
What do you mean?
You wanted to date a transformer. Now you think Lizzo's
I
hot.
didn't say that I wanted to date a trans man. You asked me if I would, and I said yeah, I would.
So you would date? Okay. What if Lizzo was a transformer? Would you date Transformer Lizzo with the mechanical pee-pee?
Yeah, if we were compatible and I had chemistry with Transformer Lizzo, hell yeah, why not?
Why are you lying?
What? No matter what I say, SNEAKO, you're gonna say I'm fucking lying.
It's
No, if you
objectively
say she's ugly as
unattractive.
fuck, I'll believe it.
I don't think that there's such a thing as like objective beauty. I think beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you
Have been-
retarded?
Because, again,
What
you
the
literally-
fuck?
you guys were
Beauty is
literally
from
saying that
symmetry. Look at my
Victoria's
face,
Secret-
woman.
You were
I'll
literally
show you
saying
beauty.
that men who are
Beautiful,
attracted to
beautiful.
Victoria's Secret models are not completely straight or something.
I love Andrew Tate. This girl's lying, bro.
Okay.
Fuck this.
Real
bro.
quick.
She
What
gotta
about
fight
you? Do you
this.
think she's Lizzo is beautiful? Yes or no?
Oh, I already went. Yeah.
Oh, yes. So I noticed something very interesting when I was watching the ladies' answers. The girls that said yes, right? You know, to a degree, like
The
they
liars?
feel insulted if you said, "Oh, well, you look like Lizzo. Let's give it 1,000." You just proved that with her. But then the girls that said no, I don't know if you noticed this, they qualified their statement by saying, "Oh, but she's talented," or they would say something to kind of mitigate the damage about her. Not all of you, but a lot of girls. did.
You said she's talented, but it had nothing to do with her beauty.
And I think this is kind of one of the things that like men and women are different about. Women are very concerned to give objective advice or realities that hurt feelings.
That's why they shouldn't vote.
Myron, you said this a year ago. I don't know if you still hold on to this, but it was perfect.
Yeah.
I love you. You said why men don't lie as much as women is because of the threat of a knockout. Like, we're afraid. If you lie with men, men punch you in the face. If you do a dirty business deal with a man, you get jumped. Women, they don't actually punch each other. They're not like us, so they get away with lying.
Didn't you just say that she was brawling with her girl all the time?
Yeah, but she's not a woman. She's a lesbian. What the fuck? Stop changing the fucking category. Talk about a regular woman, bro. Talk about the ones that aren't traumatized.
Okay.
Traumatized is crazy.
No, I read it. I'm not. I don't believe that. I've just read it from.
What I've noticed is that the reason why men handle the truth better is because men understand to a degree that if you don't know the honest truth or you're not getting honest criticism, you're not going to self-improve, and it's going to limit your ability to meet and mate with women. However, women, on the other hand, we can lie to them all day because women are easier to sell to, and guys are going to accept them no matter what.
Yeah.
That's why women prefer lies.
Okay, real quick, we got some chats here piling up.
True.
Let's read the chats here, Chris.
Okay, read the chats?
Yeah.
Damn. Okay, I got a question for ladies after this. I'll read the chats real fast. Okay, Fresh Pug CEO goes 3 countries, no hints. Want to run around?
Let's do it real quick.
All right, we'll start with Miss Colorado. Name 3 countries.
Chile.
Okay.
Louder.
That's a meal.
Hold on.
That is a meal. That is a meal, actually.
Oh, yeah. Chile, what else?
3 countries.
Oh, you really snaked her with this question.
Yeah.
Come on, we believe in you. You got this.
You got this.
What? You're an adult? You don't know 3 fucking countries? I want to kill myself. What's going on?
Just use the North American.
So you can't name 3. Fantastic. All right. What about you, Miss 11?
What? Don't give her hints, other women.
Yeah.
Italy,
Italy.
Thailand,
Okay.
Japan.
Cool. Okay. All right. What about you, Miss Houston?
Canada.
Okay.
Is there a question mark with them?
Europe.
What the fuck is going on?
She cooking. That's my favorite country. Name one more.
Fuck.
Okay. No. One more.
Get Africa in here.
She's cooking.
I'm cooking. Let's say.
Didn't you finish college?
Let her cook.
Yeah, but we didn't study.
Yo, people who go to college are still retards.
No.
Honestly, I
One more.
barely got by.
Yeah. One more. Europe.
She's an esthetician.
Yo, come on, man.
All right. It's fine.
No. One more. You got one more. I want to hear it. I really want to hear
It's not
it.
real college.
Colombia.
No, stop. Don't give her hints.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're still waiting
Europe.
for me?
One more
Oh,
country.
okay.
The last one you said.
One more.
Switzerland.
Okay.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Miss Colombia.
All right.
Shadow
Colombia.
banking.
3 countries, please.
Brazil,
Uh-huh.
Uruguay, and Chile.
Okay.
She's cultured.
I'm a flight attendant, guys.
What about you?
South Korea, Saudi Arabia, and Argentina.
North Korea is better.
Might as well pass me. I dropped out of college. I'll tell you.
Nah,
that.
you can name 3 countries. You can name 3 countries.
They
You
teach
said
you
3
that in-
states?
No, 3 countries, like 3 destinations. Like, you
3
want to
cities?
No, countries.
Countries.
Yeah, I ain't gonna catch
Come on,
you.
man.
I'll tell y'all.
In Chicago.
We don't got this.
Hold on. You can name 1 country besides America.
Yes, America. I was gonna say America.
Yeah. One more though.
What's next to America? It's that one place that look like this.
Texas. No, you got it. It's close.
It looks like a boot. Ain't there something?
Florida.
Like Florida and Texas.
Nah, ain't that Italy? Ain't that
Yo, I'm on too much drugs. Am I dreaming? They can't name fucking countries.
She's cooking. Let her cook.
Fuck, the West has fallen.
No, it hasn't. One more.
Oh, I named 2 already?
Yeah. You did. No, one more. She did. Shh.
Let me think. Where we at?
Music.
So boom.
All right, so boom.
Just say Jamaica.
Country.
God damn.
Oh, is it Jamaica?
So what the? No, that doesn't count. You can't take hints.
Why? And the Bahamas ain't that the same thing?
Bahamas, good job,
No, I'm
friend.
saying, go
good job.
ahead. You talking about?
Why are you doing that, black
Shout
girl?
out to
Like,
Mexico.
what are you trying to?
All right. Name 3
Because I gotta help my
sisters.
sister. What you mean? Like,
Turkey, Hungary, Greece, Argentina.
All right.
Nice.
Nice.
Average IQ.
Ecuador, Honduras, Venezuela.
Average
Nice.
IQ. Let's go.
What about you?
They
3.
thought about this shit.
Poland, Switzerland, and Amsterdam.
She already said Switzerland. Amsterdam. One more.
Oh, Asia.
Okay. Who's the president of Asia?
Damn.
I said I graduated high school.
Okay. Who's the president of Amsterdam?
How the
Do you know the capital of Amsterdam?
am I from Amsterdam?
You said the country.
Damn.
Harlem.
Retards around me.
Oh, you're the one that told me that. Don't let him cap. He's the one that told me. Stop it.
But there's good news, Fresh.
Hey, I'm from America.
Now we know we can fuck them.
I mean, you gotta be
Not until marriage. This is my
Right.
type. Wait till marriage.
Shannon, what about you?
Belgium, England, and Tanzania.
All right.
Okay.
Cool.
Turkey, Cuba, Philippines.
Someone
I was
answer?
gonna say Turkey. I did.
Aren't those shitholes?
Okay. What about you?
Spain, Mexico, and Ireland.
Zimbabwe, Kenya, Egypt.
Sure,
Did you
like
write it down in your hand?
I wrote down a bunch of countries because I'm the
yeah.
last one, so I could cross them off as
Oh,
other
smart.
women.
Nice.
Wow.
Wow.
Wait, aren't you the attorney? You're the attorney, right?
No, I'm waiting on character and fitness, but
So
yeah.
you're the smartest one here on
Ouch.
paper.
Okay.
Not necessarily, because someone's getting their
Look at-
doctorate degree.
Who?
And also, she's becoming an attorney as well.
Yeah, like,
There's
not
like
really.
other women here that are very highly intelligent.
Really?
Cool.
Yeah, that one.
What do you think about
It takes one to know one, so
Hey, since you're so smart, I gotta ask you something.
okay.
What is one thing women are better at than men? Good luck.
Oh, God.
Manipulating men.
That was good.
Good job.
That was good.
No, we're just horny.
We got some more here.
Okay, I'll keep running through these chats. And then, guys, from this point forward, it's going to be
50. Actually.
No, we said 50 and up before, but it'll be 100 up because now we got 23K watching, and then another couple on
23,000?
Whatever
on
could
YouTube.
never.
People say women are special and should be protected because they reproduce, give birth, and continue society. But does that mean women who can't and experience menopause are not special?
Oh damn. Who said?
That's a good question. Let's keep going though, because we're okay. She told me she's preggo. I said abort the mission. She said no. I invited her over, made her a meal, and we ate. And breaking news, she got a miscarriage an hour later. I'm so hurt right now. I had to let the FNF gang know this. Okay, you put a plan B in her
Laughing
shit.
emoji.
Fantastic. All right, W earlier stream. Somehow we still here. Definitely getting canceled off YouTube for real. This TUM. W everybody. L Chris. W304 is still L Chris. Okay. Please stop bringing Pixie on her, and her extreme feminist friend are a plague. Said women are oppressed because someone online called her a dumb bitch. Okay. IRS defund the Sims.
That was me.
Is W Zherka. Okay. Enigma goes, Myron, been watching for a couple months and turned my life around because of you and kept from unaliving myself. Thank you, everyone. FNF. Got you. Bro.
Me too, Myron.
Yeah,
Me
man.
too.
That's what it's about, man. Hey, SNEAKO, you see MLD get blindsided on a Saucecast show. Seems like it's becoming a common theme. He tried to clown you too. FNF never disrespects their special guests. Yeah, we never do that.
Yep.
Thank you, Elijah. Is that statistic next to Fresh? God, please save everyone else on the panel. It is what it is.
I like my stats.
1 to 3. Unleash the mad Albanian dude is funny. Yeah, he is funny. There you go. LaShawn goes, Zena, can you please let me smash? I'm trying to become Eskimo Brothers with Big Mo, please, and thank you. What's wrong?
What the?
Okay. Tom Jones.
And no Emo.
Oh no, the contrarian is here to chase more clout. My ears are gonna hurt talking about the one next to Fresh. Okay, fantastic. Global security exec says, shout out to Fed Reacts. That Son of Sam breakdown was fire. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. Myron also gave a subliminal masterclass in competition anxiety. I swear Angie was speaking better English by the end of that video. Hey, shout out to her and Kim. They helped me out with Fed Reacts. Shouts to the FNF crew sending love from the real Huskies. Let's go, UConn. No, fuck y'all. Ladies, have you ever been single and given a friend of yours in a relationship bad advice because you wanted her to be single? That's actually a good question. So what I'll do is real quick, we'll do this with a raise of hands, okay? Ladies, have you ever given your single friend, or excuse me, your friend in a relationship bad advice because
you wanted to be single
you wanted
too?
her to be single? Raise your hands if you've ever done that.
How can you call them a friend?
Okay.
You'd be surprised.
What about on the couch? Have any of you ever given one? Okay, you did.
100%.
Okay, can you
Because
tell us
I
real
know that
quick
she
how'd you did it?
deserves better, but she doesn't know that yet.
Okay, so you
Okay.
did it because her boyfriend, you didn't like him.
But no, well, I know I don't like him.
Okay. What did you tell her specifically, just out of curiosity?
That she needs to live her best life.
Would you fuck him?
Okay.
Who?
If you didn't know him through your friend, would you fuck that man?
What do you mean?
You would. That's why you didn't answer directly. You were jealous
No.
of
Are
your
you
friend
talking
and
about her
sabotaged.
boyfriend? I
You
didn't
were
understand the
jealous of
question.
your friend and you sabotaged.
No, I
'Cause
didn't. She's
you
in
could
a
have easily
horrible
said no.
relationship and she deserves better.
No, instinctively you said, "What do you mean?" Because
I
he's
didn't
hot.
understand. No, he's not.
Okay,
she
out of
definitely
curiosity,
deserves better.
Can you tell me what behaviors he displayed that made you say, "Girl, you need to go live your best life"? What behaviors exactly?
He definitely disrespects her in public.
What would he say in public?
You're supposed to do it privately.
Hey, like for instance, hey, you need to be more like this or more like that, and in front of couples, like people who are together, and
Be more like what though specifically?
Because she's very reserved, quiet.
Okay.
She's not loud or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Her friends tend to be loud, and he'll literally compare us to her and be like, "Hey, you should be more like that, or you should be
So
more
he
like
wanted her
this."
to just be more outspoken.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. And your thing was, hey, no, fuck. How long were they together?
They've been together, I think, like 4 years.
Do you? And how old was your friend?
She is 26 right now.
Do you think it's in her best interest to break up with him after 4 years?
Yes.
Just off of him telling her to be louder in public?
No, it's not just that. It's a buildup of things.
So
for
she's
sure.
breaking up with him right before.
Well, what was the worst thing that he was doing then?
Cheating.
He had sex with another girl?
Yes.
Does
Multiple
he have
times.
money?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that men that have status and money are typically always going to exercise options?
What do you mean?
What I mean by that is
we're all cheating.
If he has money and status, the likelihood of him cheating is going to go up with it. So if
No,
she
yeah,
goes and-
most definitely. I understand that, but I guess I just don't like that idea.
Wait, I've got a question. How did you word it? So you said, hey, she's 26, right?
Yes.
Your friend. So you said, hey, you're 26. Break up with your long-term dude so you can go back to texting nobody right before you hit the wall?
No, so that she can make herself make
How did you
space for
word it?
better
How
opportunities.
did she think it's a good idea to break up with him? Like, how did you sell it?
Well, I didn't sell anything. I
We said live your
invited
best
her
life.
out and told her to live her best life, that she doesn't need to stay put.
Hold on.
and get treated-
Is she single now though? Did
She's
she
about
take
to
your
be.
advice? She
So,
is? Okay. she
so
is.
when you said that, did you enable her to like cheat as well?
No.
So what does that mean? Live your best life.
Live your best life. Like, don't like come out with me because
Ooh.
he's
To the club,
controlling.
right?
No. No.
Are you the whole friend?
No, I'm not.
Oh,
I'm
just-
actually the one that is uplifting all my friends to get them to better places.
When you're uplifting them, are the other friends whores?
No.
All right.
They end up being entrepreneurs. Just
So
saying.
I would say, because I have a typical thing that I say, and I've always said that women typically give each other destructive advice when it comes to relationships.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. And a lot of the times girls will tell their friend to break up with a guy over frivolous reasons. And with all due respect, the things you mentioned are fairly frivolous compared to what the guy provides. I mean, all men are going to be only as faithful as their options, and most
She
guys are
pays-
going to cheat.
They go 50-50. So what is he providing?
But
Just
he has
saying.
money. Do they
Yeah,
live
and they
together?
go. Yeah, they live together, and all he pays is the mortgage. That's about it. And
All he pays is the mortgage?
What?
He
the-
just,
that's
he
where
just
you
pays
live.
the $1 million, Martin.
What does your man pay for?
I don't have one. I'm
Then
single.
why would you even give relationship advice? This is always single women try to bring other women single, not because they actually care. It's because you would want the section to be filled up at the club.
No, why would I want the section?
So
Oh,
my
who cares
friend
about the
outside
section?
with me.
No. You know what it is? You want your friend back.
Yeah.
You want your friend back. Honestly.
Yes,
She
What it sound
actually.
like. Bring her outside.
No, you're all wrong. They can't. Women cannot be friends. They're genetically designed to stay with their grandma, cousin, female friends, and not really sisters. But women can't be friends. Recently, it's like 6 years ago, I ruined like a 19-year friendship since kids because the girl that I was with, her friend sucked my dick. That's all she did.
Oh.
And I'm like, yo, you dumb bitches through 19 years for the player of the city. I was gonna do my vanishing act. I wasn't dating her. She knew I was disappearing. And I'm like, you trade 19 years for the small cock guy. What the fuck is wrong with these people? And it keeps happening. Like they will try and get the guy and snake their friend, you know?
Well, that's not always true because
Your
there's girls
best
like me
friend
that
would
don't
suck
share.
the skin off my dick. That's the truth.
And I let her or do it at the same time.
Both
We
of
ain't
them.
gonna
Okay.
end a
Teamwork.
19-year
I
have a question.
friendship.
Hit it.
You know,
No.
when you're
Especially if it's
on my
small bite.
stream, no. I'm
One
just
ovary
curious.
at a time.
Zherka,
One ovary at a time.
Focus. Okay,
I
cool.
I can only fertilize one at a
Why
time.
do you
Okay.
keep calling us ovaries?
Wait.
It's so
I don't
obnoxious.
remember the fucking names.
So do you want me to just call you like?
Yeah, cry.
Okay,
Call
so-
the police.
When you were on my stream the other day,
I
I should just call you dentures then.
Oh
You're
my
gonna call
God.
us
Where
ovaries.
is this
because I can
sound
call
coming
you.
from?
Okay, right here.
One mic at a time, ladies.
Shit,
All right,
bro.
you
I
had
feel like
something?
Israel.
thank you. Okay,
All right, go ahead.
so Zherka, earlier when you were on my stream the other day,
You're not Latina, are you?
I am, but you're trying to dodge a question.
You're role playing.
So when you were in my stream,
So white girl right here, bro.
He's trying to dodge the fact.
I know he's trying to
I
dodge
know,
the
I
question
did.
so badly it hurts.
All right, what's your question? Go ahead.
So earlier when you were on my stream, you said that you would marry your daughter.
Whoa.
So
we
do
need
you
more
think if
context
you
about
married
that.
your daughter
Wait.
and like had sex with her, that would stop her female inclination of trying to be like toxic towards other women? Do you think that successfully marrying your daughter will do that? Because you said
So
you
you just
wanted to
want to
do
let us
that.
all know he said he'll marry his daughter.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
he said that. He said that he would marry and fuck his daughter at 18. So I'm just curious.
I also read a tweet from him that said he believed that 16-year-old women, even though I said there's no such
True.
thing as a 16-year-old woman,
Absolutely
are
not.
ideal for marriage.
True.
So
No, but I want to know about your daughter though. Like, do you think that will help her be less toxic if you fucked her and married her? Like you want to do?
Are you taking his comment?
Yeah.
Did you say that?
No, he literally, I don't know.
She's nailing it right now.
She's taking out of
No,
context.
not out of context. I swear this is word
That's the
for
context.
Let
word.
her cook, man.
and he recommended to us that we marry our sons.
Yes,
I just said in a hypothetical, okay? It's like
It wasn't a hypothetical.
You said you would.
It's a listen.
Okay.
I just said
Yeah,
I
his
wouldn't-
clearance is on your ass.
check this out. All right.
I just want to know.
All right.
There you
hold
go.
on.
Ass.
Okay.
Let him answer.
All right. Don't cancel me till I hit 1 million subs, then fuck me up. But yo, check this out. What I said was, since men do all the work in a relationship, if I had a kid with you, God forbid, but if I had a kid with you, it would be 50% of my DNA, 50% of like the Puerto Rican, I guess. But now, if it's my blood-related daughter, that's 75% my kid. You know, I put in more work. So my goal is to marry my firstborn. But this is just a dream I had.
Yeah.
And in the dream, it made sense. Did it not make sense in the dream?
But I just want to know, you dodged the question again. Do you think marrying your daughter will be better for her health? Like she'll be less toxic?
No,
if
I
you
wouldn't
married
marry
her?
my daughter.
You said you would earlier.
No,
though.
I wouldn't.
I have it on the VOD. Don't lie.
Are you about
I can
incest?
tell
Roll
you
the
so.
clip. Roll the clip. It
Yeah.
was a hypothetical.
No.
I was exploring Sigmund Freud. You know,
No,
Sigmund Freud.
what we were talking about
Don't.
is like people who have like daughters, sons, and then you literally said, "Oh, well, if I'm gonna marry someone, it would be my daughter."
No, this one's a joke, but the 16-year-old one is
joke,
true.
but okay.
Check this out. There's studies.
Oh my God. Wait. Let him cook. Let him cook.
No, no one's getting banned. I got you guys.
Wow.
Don't worry. I'm half Jewish. All right. The 16-year-old girl, right? All I did was read studies. And their studies are talking about in a theocratic society, a 16-year-old girl would marry a 16-year-old boy.
Right.
And I was like, what is the benefit of this pedophilia? This is gross. Totally gross, right? It's not like they do it in other countries. So anyways, the benefit, apparently, I just read studies. You know, it's like reading black people studies for crime. You know, don't do that, right? They'll hate you for it. Otherwise, I love black people. Can't get enough of them. But if you read studies, people think I hate them. So and Albanians, we're crazy.
Focus on the question.
So now look at this. I just read at 16, a lot of researchers have said the bones are more elastic, the hormone profile is higher for an easier birth, and you get more time with the kid instead of hitting the wall and getting old and can't take care of the kid. So the studies are talking about thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years of civilizations. And, you know, I know we're doing the gay progressive like last 40 years, whatever, but I just read studies and I said, you know what? Is there an argument against this? And nobody could argue it.
That's so funny.
Well, what's the
because
argument?
The argument is that when you actually look at the statistics, as people make fun of me, most people who have birth at 16 are much more likely to die than if you had birth at 20. So I'm just saying, like, that's
You know what's
very
weird? You know what's weird? All of these people freaked out when I said a 16-year-old boy marries a 16-year-old
You didn't say
girl.
that. You said 16-year-old
Watch
women.
the clip. This
You said
bitch is a
six-
retard.
No, no, no. It was your tweet.
16-year-old boy and a 6-year-old girl is what I
It was your
said.
tweet. You said
okay?
16-year-old women were ready for
You
marriage.
said you fuck Lizzo. Shut the fuck up, you liar. I said a 16-year-old boy.
So, Zherka, would you marry a
Let me finish,
16-year-old?
Let me finish. Like, let's not pretend I'm not the star of the show.
Yeah, you are the star. Would you marry a 16-year-old if you could?
Catch up. So I said in this study that I read, it made sense. And you know what's so funny?
Zherka, would you
all
marry a
you women
16-year-old?
who are
Stop
freaked.
dodging the question. Would you marry a 16-year-old if you could?
I know, don't look at me like that.
No, I don't like. I like 18. But now check this out.
Finally.
I read this study, and you know what's so funny? All the girls who try to cancel me for it, all of you girls in this room are freaking out that a 16-year-old would be having sex with their married partner. All you whores had sex at 16. Gross. That's the fucking funny part of that tweet. It was bait. Yo, we're pretending. Who lost their virginity like me? Pure heart. I lost it at 20. None of you. You guys are fucking in rollerblades like disgusting animals, and you're acting like me reading a study. You guys are the pedophiles, not me.
Answer the question.
Raise your hand here if you lost your virginity at 16, 17. Let's go, liars. Look at these liars, bro.
No one's gonna.
15. Wait, I
15. There you go. There's one.
I was 13, but
You know
we were in a
what?
relationship
Explain
for
your
2
career.
years.
Okay.
Hey, yo, we were together for 2 years. There you go.
Oh my God.
There you go.
You attack from
There you
both
go.
sides. You know, I feel
I
like
didn't even attack you.
I
That
feel
was
like
on
these
you.
porn stars when they're taking all the dicks.
I would say,
I'm not a porn star, babe.
I mean, listen, I would say it's fairly true that women in general lose their virginities at earlier ages than men do.
Yeah.
Keep it 1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, because y'all fucking is 18 and we 14 and y'all fucking us. That's why. So y'all older and we younger.
What?
That's how it is.
You,
Am I the only one that happened to me?
I lost my virginity with the same guy, and
You
we're
just
still friends
agreed.
to this day.
That happened to me. I
anyhow,
thought everybody
Yeah,
else.
that's a good point.
Is it
because-
older men prey on younger women or younger
Yeah.
women prefer older men?
But also,
Younger older
women
men
definitely
prey
prefer
on
older
younger
No,
women.
Byron's right. There's
older
arousal
women
with an
are
older
never
guy.
gonna
There's
go- older women are never gonna fuck a high school boy.
Exactly.
Like you're never.
That's a lie.
Oh
That's
my-
not true
Ew.
at all.
That's
That's
not
not
true.
true.
My mom is a
Second
cougar.
grade
She
teacher.
can attest to that.
Yo,
It's
look at the
way
news.
less common.
Hold on, hold on.
Way less
Ladies,
common. And it's like-
guys. She's correct. Like in general,
Yeah,
women
exactly.
aren't gonna fuck like date men that are significantly younger than them, but men that are older will date women that are significantly younger than them. That's why it's so sensationalized in the news when a woman does actually have sex with a high school kid, because it's not common. That's why they sensationalize it. But in general, it doesn't happen. Women prefer men that are older, and men prefer women that are younger. So I find it funny though how you framed it that men are predatory for doing that.
No.
when
Let
that's the
me
female
clarify.
preference.
Let me clarify. Okay.
Yeah.
I think if you are a man and you're specifically looking for a 16-year-old, we know that 16-year-old brains, their prefrontal cortex, it's not developed. They're still developing.
You can say that to
let me
25.
finish.
You can say that till 25 years old. So you don't believe that a 22-year-old girl
Are
getting
you gonna let
fucked?
me finish? Are you gonna let me finish? Or are you gonna keep? Okay, good.
Because I'll never finish with you.
So, oh god. So basically,
All right, go ahead.
okay. No. The older you get, the more your brain develops. Obviously, this isn't
Yes.
0 to 100. It's not like, oh, you're selling 25 and then like, you know, you're much more developed. No, it's a progression, right?
Okay.
So if you have an older man preying on somebody who's like 16, that's predatory behavior. Now, if they're more developed and they're like younger, but not like 10 years younger, 8 years younger, that's a different story.
Question: are you using the prefrontal cortex argument as your main basis for why the women are being, I guess, the men are being predators because their prefrontal cortex isn't developed?
It's not just a prefrontal. It's the brain
was the
is
main thing
Just
you left
bite the
it.
yeah,
bullet. Just
but
bite
it's
the
not. It's
bullet.
much less developed compared to a 22-year-old, 20-year-old, 25-year-old.
It's not developed until you're 25, really.
Not completely,
Yeah.
but it's not 0 to 100.
No,
like
that's-
obviously, a
what?
2-year-old is not the same thing as a 25-year-old.
Yeah.
But there's a series of development that happens.
Yeah.
A 25-year-old is closer to a 23-year-old
Okay, so
than a
Pixie,
16-year-old.
So you're saying in this instance of a 16-year-old, okay, I agree with you on that, but you got to understand that women overwhelmingly prefer older men.
I don't disagree with that. I just don't think that men should be preying on women who are younger than 18 if they're older than 18.
Why 18?
Okay, I can agree with that.
18 is usually like the age of consent. That's when people start doing
Well,
steps
take the
towards
law out of it.
adulthood.
Why do you think 18?
Because I think that when somebody turns 18, they start taking steps towards adulthood where their development increases, where they're able to do more things, realize more risks in life.
You think there's that much of a maturity difference between a 16-year-old and an 18-year-old?
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely.
100%.
Because you graduate high school, it kind of traps your brain into like, learning how to follow people. But when you're 18, you out of it, you do what you want to do. Like, you work your own
18
minds
and
up.
19. Is there any difference there?
Much smaller, very little.
But 16 to 18 is a big one.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I think we can all agree
No.
legally date above 18. Cool.
No, I only
Depends on the
date
state.
18-year-olds and 19-year-olds. That's it.
Certain states-
That's all I like.
Certain states, I think the age of consent is like 15, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Some
Texas is like
state-
17. I think Kentucky or Kansas is
That's
like 15.
crazy.
Different
But-
states have different ones, but
Most of these states have Romeo and Juliet laws.
Different states have
The
different
age of
ages,
consent
yeah.
is different.
But there's Romeo and Juliet laws in place to make sure that the gap isn't too crazy. So like if a guy's, let's say a girl is like 17, right, and the guy's like 19, then it'll work because Romeo and Juliet laws, depending on where it is.
The Romeo and Juliet laws usually apply in areas where there's not that leniency. If it's like if they're already giving you 15, then they don't really need to give you the Romeo and Juliet laws because then that would allow like a 15-year-old to.
Yeah,
fuck,
I
like, a
mean, as in
12-year-old.
when I'm saying like the age of when the age of consent is
18.
less. Yes.
Yeah.
Or yeah.
Well, yeah, I have an interesting.
It's an added buffer for people that get into relationships together that are young.
Yes.
But yeah.
I have an
Go ahead.
interesting theory of why guys like younger women, right? So like my phone freezes from all the women who text me, right?
Oh my God, I know
It's
that's
unfortunate.
so popular.
But now look at this. I genuinely put me on a lie detector test. On God, I find a 25-year-old woman way prettier than a 19-year-old. She does her makeup better. She's more developed. She's just hotter. But she comes with an opinion. And it's so fucking, I'm not joking, man. Yeah. She comes with all this extra stuff. So you go on a date and it kind of feels like a war. But if you date a 19-year-old girl, she just has fun. Right. And it's like you're never competing with fun. Because like when we're done working, right? When I'm done cranking your guys' viewer count, I just want peace and quiet and fun. No way I'll find that from a 25-year-old woman. There's
Zherka,
no way.
You say
right?
that, but you literally were talking about how you were like addicted to this chick who was trying to ruin your life and doing like coke every day. Like,
I was doing it. She was not.
Yeah, but how can you say you want like a relaxing woman when you repeatedly talked about how you're like addicted to this crazy ass chick?
Well, for a year she stayed in a basement and never went out once. You women could never do that. What she
but you
did was
kept going
amazing.
back to the crazy ass chick like multiple times. You said it. You're addicted to her. You got banned off Twitch because of it.
No, I didn't. I got banned because I called JD a whore, right? And I should probably take it back. Fuck that hoe. Hey, yo, check this out. Let me tell you something. It's all right. I already made my money. I robbed you guys. But yo, check this out. Why I like psychotic women who try and kill me when they're pretty is because, yeah, I'm not joking. Why I always, since I was a bouncer, loved when men were afraid of the psycho. Like, she's pretty, but that psycho bitch. Because if you're hot, you get fucked by a lot of people. If you're hot and psycho, for some reason, maybe it's the therapy and stuff, you don't get fucked as much. That's why I like going for those girls. It's not that I like to fucking argue with them. It's that their body counts are lower than a hot girl. If a hot girl is not a psycho, it's like 40 dudes bust inside her, and I gotta date the Twinkie. I'm not doing that shit. I want the psycho. I'll deal with the knife in my face. I'll deal with all that.
So you're okay with arguing. You're okay with the knife to your
Absolutely.
face.
I love arguing. What the fuck?
So then your whole
Argue
sentence
with a
about
woman?
the 18-year-old
It's like
girl
fighting a
doesn't
child.
make sense.
Huh?
Your argument about like an 18-year-old only, like that doesn't make sense because you love these psycho crazy bitches.
No, the
You
18-year-old
literally
is
said
bringing
that.
the 18-year-old is bringing what the psycho's bringing, a low to zero body count.
No, you said the 18-year-old is bringing no opinion.
But
And
the-
now you literally said,
the-
I love those psycho bitches that argue with me.
No,
It's a
listen.
contradiction.
No.
Mhm.
If the missing variable is she got fucked by less dudes, then she seems 18 to me. That's the
No,
only
but
thing.
the main thing that you were talking about
Connect
earlier
the
was
dots.
opinions.
The fuck? I thought you're Puerto Rican.
Dude, nice pivot, but okay.
All right, so I have a question for the ladies, real quick. Yeah, I'll hit.
We got-
and then I'll hit the chance after.
He's
Okay, cool.
cooking.
All right, so we're going to start on the couch here. Miss Colorado, I'm just going to start with you. Are women spoiled for choice to the point that they are corrupted?
Yeah.
You think so? Yes.
Mhm.
Okay. What about you, Miss 11?
I think we're a little spoiled. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think it's corrupted women in general?
Yes.
Okay. What about you, Miss Houston?
What do you mean by spoiled?
Dating options with the advent of the internet, Instagram, social media, dating apps in general. Do you think women being spoiled for choice has corrupted them?
I don't really think women are spoiled.
You don't think so? Okay.
No.
All right. What about you, Miss Columbia?
Yes, I think so.
You think so? Okay. What about you?
No.
No? Okay.
Yeah, no.
You don't think so?
No.
What about you?
Wait, what? Women are not spoiled?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
yes.
Right
Good
there,
choice.
still.
Okay.
I think so too.
You think so?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
You don't think so? Okay.
Yeah, a little bit.
Can you guys scoot back some, please?
And then what about you?
Spoiled for choice, you mean like there's just so many options for us? And
Yeah.
It just yeah.
So you think so? Okay, because I kind of came up with this question just now because some of you identified as sapiosexual and all these other strange terms, and what I've realized is that girls kind of have a privilege to say ridiculous things like I'm a sapiosexual, I'm attracted to someone's personality, whatever, because they have so much abundance. Not one time have I ever met a man that said I'm sapiosexual or any of this other clown world shit. It's like I like women, I'm heterosexual, it is what it is. But women have the privilege of saying clown world stuff like I'm a pansexual or I like this or I like that. And I think that
beautiful.
stems, I think that stems from women's abundance and choice. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
I think you're wrong, Martin.
Yeah.
Why
I'm
women get away with saying retard shit every day? Yo, shut the fuck up. Yo, why women get away with saying retard shit every day is because you guys, hold on. Let me finish, bro.
No.
Fresh.
Who are you talking to?
You guys are whispering throughout the whole
I'm not
podcast.
even
It's so
talking to her. Like, what are you
rude.
talking about?
We're cooking. Let us cook.
Yo, dog, your coke is coking and you need to chill.
I ran out. Don't worry. This is the last 20
That's
minutes.
why you so intense.
This is the last 20 minutes. I ran out. Look, why, Myron? I genuinely blame men for once.
Okay.
Why women get away with saying retarded shit is because Fresh, Myron, and Zherka, when we want pussy, we start nodding to the retard shit. She goes, I'm a Pisces and this and that.
Me too.
What the fuck? I'm saying it's retarded. Like when they start talking about astrology, Myron hates that, but when he's about to get pussy, he goes, "Damn, zodiac alignments. That's interesting."
Myron does the same exact thing on dates. Myron will debate you, and like if you bring up the wage gap on a date, it turns into after hours in the taco place.
Typical man. She's stupid or something.
typical
like that.
man will
I've lost a
do
lot
that.
of girls actually for being honest. Like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
When girls, I can't hold back anymore.
He
Like,
will
when
Frank
girls say
Castle
some
girls
shit-
from a date. Seriously.
You know what's funny? We've been
Really,
on
Myron?
double dates, right?
You spend hundreds of dollars, let's say, on a date, and then you won't just like nod along with the retarded shit to get some pussy.
No, he doesn't.
He's
bro.
exactly the same.
Yo,
on dates.
You're more red than me.
Yeah.
Yo, you know what's funny? We've been on double dates, right? And like, I have everything set up. The girl will say something like, "Oh, well, you know what? I think I did this because I'm a Pisces or whatever." He'd be like, "Oh, I'm like, shit, it's fucked up now," because he's gonna say, argue with her right there on a date. He doesn't
Yeah, I'll
turn
tell
off.
girls to their face like that was stupid.
Yeah, he'll say it right.
Like, because I think here's the thing. I think women need to be checked more on the ridiculous things that they say. We don't tell women that they're stupid. We don't tell them that was dumb. That we don't tell them that's wrong. And I think that's why women walk around and say ridiculous things. No offense to you ladies, but some of y'all have said some ludicrous things. I'm a sapiosexual. I would date a transformer. Blah blah blah. No one ever corrects women for their fuckery.
Myron, can I
Yeah,
ask you, do you
please.
have like many like gay friends at all? Or like queer friends? Okay, but you were saying like I've never met a man who identified in these ways, and I think it's literally just because you don't really have any like you're not really friends with any
Actually,
men
you
who
know
are
what?
like queer.
No, when I was in the academy, one of my classmates was gay, and he didn't use any of those weird terms because men, when they're homosexual, they can be more direct. They don't have to say dumb shit like, "Oh yeah, I identify as." No, they just go on Grindr and get their dick sucked. Easy.
Do you think Destiny is lying when he says he's bisexual?
No, I saw a video.
I mean, I don't. I think men wouldn't lie about something like that because that hurts you.
No, it increases his bottom line for sure.
I think Destiny is bi.
For his market?
Wait, I don't
No, I
understand
don't think
how
it's about selling. I think he genuinely is who he is.
I believe it.
What are you saying?
You're saying like it hurts you. What do you mean exactly by it hurts you? It hurts your chances with women
Yes.
if you lie about being bi.
No. Being bisexual as a man significantly decreases your prospects in females.
Yeah. So wouldn't you lie about being straight then? Wouldn't there be like a bunch of bi men lying about being straight?
No,
because
that's
it
why I'm saying I believe
decreases-
him when he says he's bisexual because there's no reason to lie about that.
Yeah, but earlier you said like, oh, I've never met a man who is like, bi or or like mostly most men are not like that, or never met a man like that. But I'm saying if they're bi and they want to sleep with women, and you're saying that hurts their chances.
No, he's
why
saying
wouldn't they
retarded stuff
lie?
like demisexual, pansexual,
Yeah.
and list those
If they're
hot.
any of that shit, why wouldn't they just lie and say that they're straight? Because that would increase their chances with women.
Right. Basically, she's saying like,
Why would they?
I don't even get it.
I don't understand. your-
She's saying they could, she's saying that they could actually be pan or whatever, but then they're just telling women and other people,
to
I'm
regulate.
straight
Yeah,
in order to get
Yeah.
laid.
So okay. So going back to what I was gonna say, like when men say, "Oh, I identify with astrology," or they say any of these stupid buzz terms that women do, they say that to build rapport to have sex. But if you get that guy in a locker room with other dudes, he's gonna say, I don't give a fuck about this shit. It's stupid. Like women believe in like extraterrestrial bullshit, blah blah blah, like the unexplained. Because the thing with men is men have to live in a fact-based reality. I can't sit here, be a fucking loser, and blame it on being a Scorpio like a woman can. Like there is a burden of performance on men.
Yeah, no.
There's no burden of performance on women.
What I'm saying is that when it comes to your personal experience of meeting men who are straight, there's a chance that they're just like lying because they don't want their reputation to be hurt.
I agree.
Wait, say that again. Well,
There's a chance that when you meet men who claim that they're straight, there's
Yeah.
a chance that they're lying because they don't want their reputation to be hurt. Right? If you go around and you're like, oh, that guy's like gay or he's bi, that could hurt their chances with women. So they might just be like,
No. In 2023, there's a lot of sympathy pussy that's traded. So a lot of guys, get sympathy put up, acting like a simp or bi or like try to.
But earlier it
how
was
being
said that
bi
there
is
was-
like a trend. They try and-
Earlier it was literally said that hurts your chances with women.
I'm
So
saying
which
I
one
disagree.
is it?
I disagree with Myron, right?
And I don't even think that sympathy pussy is really a thing because weren't you guys saying that earlier, like the barrier, there's like a level that men have to meet before they're
That's
even
for
like
sustaining. You're not
eligible
listening. That's
for like having sex
sustaining.
with people.
That's
No,
literally for sustaining.
Myron, I'm pretty sure you said even to like have sex with a woman, like a man needs to have certain prerequisites met.
No, he
already.
hasn't. Myron said that if she's crying on your shoulder, she'll give you some sympathy pussy. He said that a million times.
No, but he
He's talking
also
about
said that you have to have a
Wait,
certain
no.
level of value to get pussy.
Hold on. Let
For
me just
sustaining.
clarify this. Let me
All men
clarify
are
this
gay.
because some things I'm saying here are taken out of context. What I'm saying is that men have to add value to a woman to get sex, period. Whether it's charisma, charm, money, status. He has to provide some kind of value to that woman to get sex. But women don't necessarily have to provide value in exchange to get laid.
Then how does sympathy pussy exist, Zherka?
Who doesn't believe? Do you not believe in sympathy pussy? Are you kidding?
There's a game being played there as well to get a result. Now that could be considered value because he's playing a game to get what he wants.
Emotional value for that moment, which is kind
it's rare, but it does happen. We got some more chats here, Chris.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
a bunch of them, and then we'll do the questions for ladies.
I'll run through these real quick. Okay, we got so we got over 30,000 watching between Rumble and YouTube, guys. So don't forget to like the video, get the engagement up. Why do you keep bringing on those work girls? They are so boring and they too brainwashed. You already know what they're going to say before they say it. John Zherka is going to give them a lot of content to cry to. Okay, Crimson Hater goes, Zherka, why are you ducking Quarantos?
He's a homosexual goat fucker. I don't fuck with that guy.
Okay. Official IRS rating starting from the couch. So Ashley, he's gonna give you, that's Miss Colorado, right?
Yeah.
Okay. He gave you a 5. Long backed alley 4. Diana 5. Pixie dust 4. Notebook bro, you playing tic-tac-toe. Hair hats lesbo 4. Angie 5. Fabiana 6. If you need help with filing, hit me up. Naya 5. Serena Williams 5. Aaron 4. Monica 5. Lauren 5. So it's like he's trying to say every girl on the panel is average. Okay, fair enough. Any of you guys have anything you want to say back to him for giving you those ratings?
His mom's average. That's why he's saying that. Because he's mad because he can't get a girlfriend.
Okay.
I don't know. I thought it was nice that he did it.
No, baby, we're all 10s over here.
Oh no.
All right.
Yeah.
Shorty's
Remember when you said that
I'm sitting
Amsterdam
next
was
to
a
him.
country?
Okay, so do you think every girl on the table is a 10?
Really? No, you don't, friend. Stop.
I'm like, you see the time of my eyes.
Ridiculous.
It's always the lashes that say that.
There you go. Perfect example of female delusion being completely accepted by society. Like if she wasn't on this podcast, no one will question that.
Yeah.
They would have high-fived her. Yes, queen.
Lee.
And I'll never bring it up again.
I think that's one of the biggest delusions that modern day women have is like they think that they're perfect or they're a 10 or I'm perfectly imperfect, some fucking bullshit like that. It's
Ain't
like
nobody perfect, babe.
Mind you, deep down,
just quite literally
You
said
just
you're a
said
10.
that.
You just said that.
And a 10 implies perfection.
And 10,
That's proof
I
that-
need laser eye
Yo,
surgery.
deep down, they know
I
better
do.
bullshit.
First of all, you can tell a woman's lying because her mouth is moving. And number 2, if you really want the truth, they giggle a lot because it's uncomfortable to lie. She's like nervously giggling because she's like, everyone's a 10. If everyone's a 10, what the fuck am I? You know?
4.
Yeah. 4?
Okay,
Stop doing my
KW
man
goes,
like that. He's a 10.
Yo,
I might be
all
worse
right.
than John. I hate everyone equally, especially these 3 or 4s. FNF, if y'all doing God's work, my 15-year-old understands the game more than these 3 or 4s. Here's the difference when girls are raised by single dads rather than single moms. Yeah, single fathers actually do better with children.
Shut your hurt ass up. He just sad because he's a single dad. Shut the fuck
No,
up.
single mothers literally.
He just needs some help. He over there stressed out.
Single,
He needs some
Myron,
help.
tell her the stats, Myron.
Fuck
No,
out
I
of
mean,
here.
single fathers typically do better than single mothers when it comes to it. The kids aren't as big of fuck-ups.
No, that's watering it down. Literally, single mothers are all evil on earth is because of single mothers.
Wow.
All murderers, criminals had no father in the picture, and it's because she bossed up. She's like,
So-
I'm a boss bitch, so I'm leaving your ass. The son goes and shoots up a place, and we all go, what the fuck happened?
Wait, hold on.
You got
I have a
something?
question. Yeah.
Sure.
So you're blaming the single mother. Why aren't you blaming the fathers who left the child?
Because women don't initiate divorce, dumbass.
It doesn't matter about the divorce. The dad could still be in the life. You're talking like
Yeah.
single mother implies that the father's not even there
Right,
raising
but
the.
why is the father not there? Like, if you look at the studies, it's men don't leave women. We just get
But
plus.
why are they leaving their child? You can fine leave
Because
the
the
woman.
bitch is crazy. Who the fuck want to live
So
with a
you're
crazy
gonna
bitch?
leave your own child because you decided to knock up a
Yes,
crazy
because
bitch?
a woman has the power
Sounds
to put
like
a man in jail. No, we're not going to stay around a crazy bitch till she calls the police and lies. But actually, she's a rapist.
So you'll abandon your child?
Yeah,
yes, I'm not going to jail for my child. What the fuck?
You can't be a better single dad.
I'm not going to help my kid from jail.
You're abandoning single moms.
All right, so ladies, I'll answer this. There's a 2-pronged issue here. Number 1, women a lot of the times hold the children away from the man and use it as leverage in the court, in the family courts. That's number 1. So the guy doesn't even get the opportunity to see his child. Number 2, fuck, what was I gonna say? Damn it, I lost my train of thought. It was that, and then it's the woman's fault for picking a deadbeat guy.
It's both their fault.
No. Because,
Oh, okay, yeah.
How's it? Hold on.
Yeah, because if you're a deadbeat and you have a child, I think you have the responsibility to take care of your child. You
Hold
should
on.
step up.
Again,
and so should the woman.
hold on,
Both
hold on,
people
hold
should
on,
step
hold
up for
on,
their
hold on,
children.
Hold on.
Shit's crazy.
Who controls who has sex, men or women?
Uh-oh.
It doesn't matter. Women control it.
So stop. So since women control it, okay? Because here's the thing. This is what I'm trying to say. With feminists, you guys lack logic. If you have control over something, that means you have authority. With authority always comes responsibility.
Yep.
So if you control who's born universally, because men can't control it, only women can, that means you have the authority. So if you pick a deadbeat and procreate with that man and have that kid out of wedlock, it's your fault.
No, if you have the authority and responsibility in terms of economic power, which most men have, you have the resources to fight for your child. And at the very least, that's the minimum you should do.
Those resources go to the child regardless through the family courts.
Destroy. You
Most of
literally
the
got
time,
destroyed.
women, what is it? Most of the time, women don't get alimony, right? When they
child
do,
support.
yeah, when they get, what is it called? When they get custody, it's because they're the primary caregiver. If you're a man and you have more resources and you can basically afford better lawyers, you can still try to fight for your child. There's a ton of men there who just abandon their
I love
children.
how you said, if you have good lawyers and you fight for it, blah, blah, blah. What does that mean?
Well, you're saying that most high value men.
Resources. No.
Whoa, wait,
No,
wait.
stop.
Okay.
What you basically admitted there, without admitting it, is that men have an uphill battle to get custody of their children.
Yep.
Women almost always get the child. 90% of the cases, even if they're less qualified than the father, they get primary custody.
I don't think
so. What
that's
ends up
true.
happening?
No.
That
It is
actually-
true.
No, that's true.
No, this is based on caregiver.
Yo,
We can search it up right now.
Stop. You can't even name 3 countries. So,
Yes, I did. Yes,
you can't even name 3 countries.
What do you mean?
This is a
Yes, I
fact.
did.
Women absolutely win custody cases most of the time over the man.
I'm literally
Based on
doing a
primary
documentary
caregiver,
on
not
that.
what you said earlier. When
And
you
as the
said,
primary caregiver,
okay,
you have more responsibility over the child, which means you can do what? Extract the resources from the man through the state, which is what a lot of women do. So what I'm saying is there's 2 problems. The reason why you can't blame the man because number one,
Control over sex.
women have control of who has sex. So they also have control of who's born. Then number 2, the family courts, a lot of times, women use the children as leverage, and they know the less the man sees the kid, the more money they're able to extract from that man.
Men don't even contest for custody most of the time, though. That's why
What
it's
was that?
granted. Men don't contest and try to get custody
they're
of their
gonna lose.
kids.
No, actually, that's not true. That's actually not true. Men who
That's not
fight, men who do actually fight for custody do win more often than women. However, hold on. However, in most states, the presumptive custody is not 50-50, and women will be presumed to have more custody than men in most states, but it depends on how the statute is written. I'm literally doing a documentary on this.
Wow.
Some states have a statute where it will tell the judge, assume 50% custody, and then based off of these factors, vary the custody. So for instance, abuse. Okay, well then take away some custody from the abusive parent. But then other states have, look at these factors to determine percent of custody. So then the judge is going in blank slate and then they assign a custody, and it's almost always favored to the woman. However, if a man is really fighting, they tend to have better resources and they will.
Oh my
more
God, I
frequently
feel
have
so much better for getting pregnant now.
But the point
I
is
got
that
this.
but the thing is that if the man is going to fight it, he's going to need excess resources. He's going to need good lawyers. It's an uphill battle. A lot of the times, the guy's already getting destroyed from the family court. He can't even fight it. So what ends up happening is the woman, most of the time, in about 90% of the cases, gets custody of the children.
Wait, but you literally said that starts at a 50-50 slate and then goes on from there, right? Like that's
Depends
literally
on
what
the
we said.
statute.
Well, you're
Depends
missing.
on
No,
statute.
here's the thing. We don't even have to get into the family courts. At the end of the day, it's the woman's fault if she procreates with a deadbeat guy and has children with him.
Well, that's the thing.
Period.
A deadbeat
There's
chooses
no
to be a
argument,
deadbeat.
Pixie. There's no
The
argument here.
argument is that I think men are capable. I think men are capable of not being deadbeat dads.
That's not an argument. That's
Yes,
like
it
your
is.
gay
So if
feelings.
Yes,
If you could get a man pregnant and he was a deadbeat, right? Or whatever.
what?
Okay, so say if the roles were reversed and you could, like, life was like you could get a man pregnant.
Okay, wait.
You would stick around with that?
What do
Like,
you, I'm
wouldn't
so
have-
confused. I'm not going to have children, or I'm not going to have sex with someone that I do not see. Like, okay, if I have a child, what's going to end up happening, right? I'm not.
But honey, people change. Once you get pregnant, things happen.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
so you
But
got
that's the
pregnant,
story.
and then
Right.
you realize the man you got pregnant with is a deadbeat. If you chose to keep that baby, and if you chose to have that baby, that's your fucking fault. But you could've got rid of it.
Hey, but it's also the man's responsibility.
No, it's
to
not. It's yours. It's your
You don't
body.
think
It's
the
your
man is
choice.
responsible for his
Absolutely
child?
not. Absolutely not.
You know, okay, wait. Let's be clear. You do not think a man is responsible for his child.
Absolutely not. Not if he's a dead. We're talking about.
Pixie, she opens the legs. She literally opens the legs.
Absolutely not.
I just think
a deadbeat man didn't turn up deadbeat. He didn't go to sleep and wake up a deadbeat. He did deadbeat shit throughout that shit, and you decided to deal with it.
You're contradicting yourself.
What did I say that was contradicting?
Earlier you said, "Oh, men sometimes change after you're married."
I never said that.
Yes,
you crazy as fuck.
We could go back.
I never said that. I never said that.
I think the biggest thing takeaway here, Pixie, is that the person who has the authority has the responsibility. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, I don't completely disagree. I just think men are capable of not being deadbeats and being there for their children. And I understand it's tough sometimes, it's hard sometimes. You have the odds stacked against you at times. I completely agree with that. But I think as a man and as a father, when you have a child, it's your responsibility to try your best.
Wait 1 second. They should, but we don't operate on should. We operate on what is. Women at the end of the day have the authority and the responsibility.
Can I say one more thing, please? I haven't said a lot today.
Go ahead.
Can I say one more thing?
All right, Queen.
Thank you. I think what she's confusing with a struggling man with a deadbeat. Because that's what I'm hearing. You're talking about someone that has hardships. You're talking about somebody that's going through some things, et cetera, et cetera. A deadbeat is a deadbeat. That's somebody that ain't shit. Because your circumstances didn't make you not shit. You were made, like your upbringing brought you like that. A man going through a hard time in life, can't get a job, out her husband trying to make it happen. Yes, I will give that man that level of grace that needs to be displayed. But a deadbeat baby is a deadbeat, and that man did not go to sleep and wake up one day and turn into a deadbeat.
Reparations, you destroyed her.
I think if somebody's a deadbeat, you should criticize that. You should be like, yo, you
should
had
be
a
sleeping with
child.
one.
Why are you not trying your best to be there with your child?
Pixie.
And now if the person says, hey, I'm trying my best, but the court system, this, and that, okay, understandable. But if you're just saying, oh no, like I'm not going to even try, then I'm sorry, you're
But
like a shitty father.
You said to yourself that you would not get pregnant by a man like that, right? So by default, let's say, for example, you marry an alcoholic. That was your choice. He's still alcoholic no matter what.
Yeah,
So-
I'm saying we both share responsibility for fucking up our child.
No, but
like he should step up and be a better dad, just as I should step up and be a
Keyword,
better
you said
mom.
should.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about like where should
No,
responsibility
you don't get
be?
the reproductive rights and equal fucking blame. Get the fuck out of here with that retard shit. And hold on.
A child is
No, here's where I destroy it. Watch me snipe her fucking female IQ.
Go.
Okay, ready? Watch me snipe her out.
Go for it.
And now you're either gonna be bad faith or lose. This is game over. This is Exodia.
Okay,
Ready?
stop buying time. Say it.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
And then you
stop
can
buying
draw
time.
your
Say it.
last pathetic card.
Say it.
Okay.
Stop buying time. Go.
Do you?
You triggered my trap card.
Do you, Puerto Rican lady, do you agree with Myron that 90% of the time they lose the kid in court?
90% of the time.
Yes
I
or
don't
no?
think
Yes
that's
or
true.
no?
No.
We already established
Bad
that
faith.
if
That's not
men
true. That's
actually
not
put in a
true.
petition for custody, that they have a higher likelihood of winning. They have to do it though.
But they have
they
to
don't
do
wanna
that.
do it.
What they're saying, what the guys are
She's
saying
using the men that are
is
fighting, but most guys don't fight it. 'Cause it's a
exactly.
loss.
Yeah,
the
I think
courts
the
are,
good father
going to
would
give
fight,
the child to the woman, like by default.
So-
the man has to
Always.
take the extra steps
When
to
a-
give the
Yeah,
kid.
I
when
can
a
attest to
woman
that.
is born, do they just go off of the exception every time? Like, if I say men are stronger than women, they go, not all women. No, a 16-year-old boy can beat the shit out of 3 billion women on earth. Line them up, he'll smoke them, right? And to make it fair, he'll identify as she when he's beating the shit out of them. But you guys, what is the point of talking to someone who goes off the exception? Like,
Zherka,
when
we're
I
not
say,
talking about
oh, black guys got
exception.
big cocks, and she goes, well, I know one. That's like one in a fucking zillion. Why the fuck
Zherka.
would we talk about one in a zillion? We're talking about studies and statistics.
We are
right?
talking about stats.
So-
You're the one who's
Stats
But,
are
getting
but
not
it's
in your
important.
favor.
She made a very clear distinction. She said if the man fights. What we're saying is that in general, if you take all child custody issues, women get it 90% of the time.
Right.
Now it changes if the man actually fights.
Right.
But what we're arguing is a lot of the times the guy doesn't fight, doesn't have the resources to fight, and it's an uphill battle. Some of the times they just give up. So
The
I get-
resources is huge.
I get what you're
Yeah.
saying. The guys that are winning, what you're referencing, is a small, minute, small portion of the male population that actually has the resources, time, and lawyer fees to fight the thing. But
Right.
the reality is, the man has to fight to get his kids. The woman has to fight to lose her kids.
Right, and,
Right.
and
That's-
it is a
that's the
major
thing. That's
issue.
that's it.
But
Poor,
do you
poor
believe-
men are having their kids
Mhm.
stripped from them. It's actually really sad.
Yeah, Myron.
Yeah.
But do you agree in the idea that men should try their hardest when it comes to their children? I just want to know.
Look, see,
I know we're not operating like, oh, reality is different, but
Yeah.
do you think men should try
they
their
should.
hardest?
They should.
Okay.
And from a moral standpoint. However, women have to be aware of reality and know that this guy can step out at any time. So let me make sure I get a wedding band. This guy's taking me serious. He's a good guy, comes from a good family. He has some moral duty, obligation, and I'm not fucking a deadbeat, as she was trying to describe to you. So it's on the woman because the woman has all the authority. The problem is that women don't like having, women love to have authority, but they don't want the responsibility that comes in tandem with it.
But don't you think
the accountability that comes with it.
If you agree, that men should have a responsibility towards their children,
they should.
Then you agree that they shouldn't
But
be
Albert,
deadbeats.
what is? They
Yeah,
should
but
not.
I'm just.
But they will be.
They will be, but they shouldn't.
They shouldn't.
Okay,
But there
we
shouldn't
agree
be world
then.
hunger, but it's here.
Halo, what do you have to say?
I have a lot to say because I thought we were friends, but then I disagree with the shit you were saying
okay to
because
disagree with
I
me.
felt like, damn, like y'all act like people can't change overnight. People can change overnight.
That's not real change overnight. People do not change overnight.
People
Actually,
do change overnight. One day I want to play, one day I want to be faithful. Like,
No, no, no.
People do change
One day you were
overnight.
straight. No, but she's saying
Exactly.
She's saying ultimately the guy was who he was from the very beginning. What you saw was a facade, so you fell for
So
it.
that's my fault. That I fell for it.
You fell for it.
Damn. So
No,
if I
stupid.
tell you that this my real hair
No,
and then you fuck me and then you
darling.
pull that shit off, then you fell for it.
No, she didn't fall. She didn't fall for it. Deep in her psyche, she knows he's a player. They still do it.
No,
They
but like, what
literally
you
know-
think? No, because I know
You women fuck rappers.
what I'm talking about rappers.
You guys fuck rappers. You know they're
Yes.
dogging you and making fun of you with the whole entourage, and you still do it. Yeah, Drake. I'm better. But
Zherka, do you
why do women fuck rappers, Myron? Why? They know they're getting clowned. They know
Yeah.
they're getting kicked out. They know it, and they still do it.
Zherka, if you think women always know deep inside, how does that explain the women who were originally, before all this information came out, like followed Ted Bundy or like other serial killers? Like these serial killers put such a good facade on that women can't sense the fact that these guys want to
they
kill
can
them.
totally sense it.
They sense the fact that these guys want to kill them, murder
I
them, torture them.
love that you said that. The difference from men and women, Myron, Fresh, Zherka, and SNEAKO would never date a bitch out of prison. All of you would date a man out
No,
of prison.
before prison.
That it reveals your IQ.
What?
That reveals your IQ.
Do you actually think you have a higher IQ than me?
Absolutely, I'm destroying you.
What?
No.
No.
You need another Democrat degree.
What's your IQ? What's your IQ?
My IQ is I'm getting all the views, making fun
No,
of you
what
guys.
is your IQ?
Right?
You
I'm running
got your
circles.
IQ tested,
My,
right? 'Cause
my
you're a
IQ
genius,
is in
most
the
people have
comment
genius
section of this video.
Okay,
Okay?
sure.
But yo, be honest. Why can women date a prisoner, but Myron and I would never do that?
It's the same reason that you talk about demisexual and pansexual and the reason you believe in Gemini. You like delusions. You like living in your head.
First
You
of
like
all,
a
I'm
false
not an
reality.
astrology girl. Second of all,
You're
you
a
guys
she, they
completely
pronoun girl.
dodged the question.
Same reason
You
she
guys
said she's a 10 out of 10.
100% dodged
I'm
the
answering
question.
you. I'm answering
No,
you.
you did not answer the question.
I will answer a question.
Okay,
I will
please
answer a
answer my
question.
question.
The reason why, because I have studied Ted Bundy extensively, the reason why women like Ted Bundy, right? Well, he was charming, charismatic. He had these traits that women found attractive.
Dark triad.
Now, in general, right? I'm going to be honest here. Women are terrible at mate selection because women are emotional and they're also erratic. So they pick the bad boy. They pick the guy that gives them short-term fun. Women are emotional. This is why arranged marriages work so well, because the father is involved in the selection process and picks a man that's more stable for the long term. Now, is he going to be a Chad? Is he going to be attractive? Is he going to have six-pack abs, big dick, and be charming? Maybe not. He might be a boring engineer, but he's going to be a safe bet for long-term relationships things. But women don't want that. As we've seen feminism come into play, what does it allow women to do? Be liberated, right? And since they're liberated, they could pick their own boyfriends. Why do we have the worst marriage rates, the most single women, the least happy women? Because women are the ones picking the man. And when women pick the guy, they look for traits a lot of the times that are not in their best interest.
But I'm okay.
Oh my
One more
God.
thing,
For
just to
long-term
clarify.
relationship.
Yo,
Does that answer your question?
there's other
Yeah,
girls
it does.
here.
It does answer my question.
running a combo on
Okay,
you.
I wanted to clarify one thing. I totally understand what you're saying. I'm just confused on how that relates to high value men, because I thought women only selected for high value men.
And we're spoiled.
Well, okay. So here's the thing. Women want a high value guy, but are they capable of getting one all the time? No. They're
Okay.
chasing them, but they're not always going to get them. But if a guy is able to display some kind of high value behavior, right? Let's say he's very charming, charismatic, and he's able to, finesse with his words. Well, that's a high value trait. She's
Okay.
gonna like that.
There's only one thing women want more than a high value man, and it's attention. Right? That's why they get fucked by losers in between.
Hold on. I'm curious. Fabiana, right?
Mhm.
You have a man. Is he high value to you? And how did you meet him?
He is high value to me, but we're all work in progress. So, and we met in high school.
High school? Okay.
Oh, that is so. You're going to heaven. She's going to heaven.
Did you lose your virginity to him?
No.
Oh, okay.
Never mind.
We got some more chats here.
Okay.
A bunch of chats. Just
yeah. All right. Okay.
Okay.
We got
Bonnie
here.
Stokes.
Goes a woman from Samaria, and ladies, by the way, we're
Samaria.
going to turn it to y'all to ask a question as
Yes.
well, or a disagreement or whatever, based on the things that we said.
A woman from Samaria came to draw water.
Uh-huh.
She said to her, "Give me a drink."
Oh, and then one other thing about Ted Bundy and these serial killers, like girls lined up to go to his trial after they found out he killed 33 women.
Yep. Yeah, but
Him, the Night Stalker, like women love dangerous men. Like it is what it is. What was that? You said what?
It's a. I don't want to go back and forth right now. We can go on it later.
It was a bunch of women. It was all over the news.
No, I agree, but it's always a minority of women who are like super interested in those traits. Usually, there's pro-social behavior.
Mhm.
But I agree with you. There are definitely women like that.
Pixie, why don't you hit the mute for a sec? Why women? If you read the greatest psychologists of all time, Carl Jung or Sigmund Freud or anyone who talks about sexual theory, why women love violent men
They
is
usually
because
don't.
their biggest fear. That this is why they you can approach them on the Ferrari and they hesitate. Fresh, have you seen that? They hesitate. They're like, should I get in? You can approach them as a high value man. They still hesitate. Deep down, on every date, a woman's biggest fear is that guy strangling her to death. That's why they want a boyfriend that could kill him.
That's what
Right?
I
So
want.
they actually don't want
Right.
Ted Bundy, but they're experiencing the arousal. Right?
That's so
They're-
interesting because, like, the biggest fandoms in the world are like for K-pop, Harry Styles, like men who do not look like this, like archetype that you're
Yes, but
describing.
no, hold on. We're talking about arousal. That K-pop fandom that like eases people's depression, anxiety, and all that gay stuff, right? It's not actually arousing the fans. The fans are not watching and their pussies are wet. That's
Dude,
not happening.
that's not true.
It's not. No.
This dates
Listen,
back
when I
even with
worked
the
as a
Beatles.
nightclub bouncer, as a drug dealer, women hated me. Then they watched my fight videos and they all start DMing me. Even the married ones, they love men who can punch someone and knock them out. You guys, you're chaotic. That's why you guys got to get married and be like held down. You guys, if Fresh beat up someone, you guys are all soaked. If Fresh doesn't do that, dry as a desert.
I got some more chats here.
I had to get Fresh.
Yeah, I got you. Destiny Wife's boyfriend says, Pixie's so full of BS about being Puerto Rican from Puerto Rico. She's 100% raised in the U.S. In Puerto Rico, dudes be having multiple families across town. Men run the household. Ain't no woman are running the house BS. All right?
Oh, no. All right, Pixie.
What you got to say to that, Pixie?
Si quieres, puedo hablar español. Yo sé cómo hablar español. Tengo
Build the
acento
wall!
grecia. And again,
Pixie out of here. Throw her off the wall.
Puerto Rico is literally trying to petition for statehood, dude.
No, but anyways, like, I don't know what to tell you. I was born, raised there, traditional Catholic family household. Like, I'm just telling you how the traditional values are there.
I love how he's making fun of some of the women for not knowing 3 countries, but he's like unaware Puerto Rico is a United States.
Is that a U.S. territory?
Are you really going to play ignorant to a joke?
Men IQ,
You've never heard of a Spanish joke before?
But he is trolling
It's
though.
not very original.
That was an
though. Like, I
immigration
wanted
joke.
something more
They said build
creative.
the wall.
Okay. Fresh is oh god. Next one, Chris.
Yes, sir.
So Fresh's ball says, Shorty threw down from us. Fresh has a 9-inch with an in-depth of a burrito. Fun fact is insured for $1 million just in case of a terrible accident. You can pull up to the crib and see what it's all about. Make the move, Fresh, bro. Chill it, bro. Chevy Boy Black Chuck says 81. Would any ladies swap bodies with Lizzo?
No, they wouldn't.
I think it's very known. No.
Would you?
No.
Okay.
But she's a 10 out of 10.
She's beautiful, right?
But all of them are.
Okay. TJ King. No, we got John says the US has the highest obesity numbers on planet Earth. Stop using thyroid arguments to justify this. If you went by your logic, obesity would be more common in other parts of the world as well.
Well, yeah, she's making the face, but you literally just argued to argue.
No, I was trying to explain. I was trying to like help her out with her point because when you're like, oh, I don't want to judge, it's like, oh, I understand because I don't know what the person is going through. But I'm not saying that's okay. That obesity is okay.
Yeah.
Like I agree with you
You
guys.
just
That's
talk
not
to talk.
okay.
It's-
I'm agreeing with you right now.
It's kind of ugly, right?
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to offend you guys. I was
No,
just trying
I'm
to agree
saying
with you
obesity
guys.
is kind of ugly.
Oh yeah,
Not
I
you.
agree.
Okay.
On some things. TJ King says, ladies, who do you think gets more praise? Boss babe women or blue collar men?
That's a good question. We can start on the couch. Who gets more praise in society? Boss babe women or blue collar men? It's Colorado.
Do you know what blue collar means?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, probably boss babes, but I don't agree with that. But that's
Why don't you agree with it?
because blue collar men are important.
In what way?
She's so cute.
They, I mean, they make them
What would you do without them?
Okay.
Fair enough. All right. What about you, Miss 11?
I think
Who
that
gets more praise in society?
boss babes get more praise, but I don't necessarily think that should be the case. I
Okay.
just think they
What
kind
do
of
you
like
think
hype
should
it
be
up.
the case then, in your opinion?
Transformers?
I mean, I think people should just do what they're supposed to do and take care of themselves, and no one should get more praise than the other.
The politically correct answer. Okay.
true.
They're all going to answer the same now because the first two.
Yeah, that's a politically correct answer, which is
Hive
fine.
mind.
We can
Typical.
probably move on. Right?
Yeah, but real quick, what about you, Houston?
I think blue collar men,
Yeah, told
You think they get more praise in society?
in my opinion,
You think so? Okay.
Dude, they're not even noticed. The fuck are you talking
Name one blue collar man.
yeah. Somebody who works in the oil field. I don't know.
A great guy.
But do you think those guys get as much respect and recognition as boss babe women do?
It depends your crowd. I don't know.
Bro, a plumber and a ripper, bro. Which one's getting
A
more
plumber
attention?
and a stripper?
Yeah.
Oh, plumber.
He's getting more attention?
Who's
Well,
praising a plumber?
Okay, I guess it really does depend on your audience, though. Like in this audience, boss bitches are not going to get a lot of praise in the blue collar worker. Like for instance, this audience that's watching right now, these people want to see men do well.
What?
Generally, though.
Generally, yeah, in
Everybody loves
society, like in
strippers.
the United States in general, I would probably say boss babes do, but then you could even break it down into bigger subgroups. So, for instance, like
No.
Trump
Just
supporters.
generally.
That's not even true within this audience. The men watching this are going to throw money at all these OnlyFans girls right after this, but the plumber that's like, yeah, you build society. They're not giving them tips. Why?
Wait,
You're
I
giving
think-
tips to like retard girls with their boobs out, but they're not going to go tip the plumber
It's
who's
not
fixing the
just
toilet.
tips; they're gaining something from when you pay an OnlyFans. You get to see the booty hole pics.
Yeah, they
So
gain a toilet
you
with a
gain
plumber.
something.
They get to have their water
But
running.
I'm sure they pay. I'm sure they pay
whoa.
plumbers when they
You
come
said-
and do service for
You're
them.
about to be an attorney. And you're
Mhm.
trying to make the argument that a plumber is getting noticed when he's plumbing someone's fucking toilet over a stripper in one part of the world where red pill audience is watching. If you ask Myron, what are the statistics on there's a lot of men who go unnoticed? Like, you know, they work at a grocery store. What was the percentage?
No, it's really terrible. I agree. Like for instance, like Jordan Peterson talking about male loneliness and lack of
male role
thanks
models
and a lot of lack of gratitude for what men do in our
Wait.
society. That's
Do
seriously
you ever
problematic.
wonder what it's like for the plumber listening to you? Like the guy who's not noticed, he's alone, he's thinking of killing himself. He's watching this.
That's why on whatever podcast, when they asked me, well, don't you care about with high value men, don't you care about wealth? And I said, no, I even specifically said I would date a plumber. I would date a carpenter. That's what Jesus did.
Who
I
are you
would
dating
date
now?
well, I'm single, but I did just start talking to somebody.
A plumber?
Politician.
Oh, okay, look at you.
Myron, I would say that the amount of praise
She's
that
her
like
own status, pretty much.
Is it Democrat?
Never going to go down.
What's up?
I would say that the
Yeah, it
amount of
is.
praise that police and military men get overwhelms the amount of praise that like boss babes get on any
think
day
so?
of the week.
I
Yeah.
think.
the
I
fuck?
mean, did you forget about the George Floyd protests and defund the police and fuck the
Did
police?
you forget about Blue Lives Matter? There was an entire movement just to celebrate cops.
Yeah,
And
but
they
what
were all
was-
called
And
racist.
like how many
But-
people like
Yeah.
because
I
you
would-
guys were setting up a dichotomy like who gets praised more, a plumber or a stripper? I think in that case like maybe like a stripper or whatever, but if you put it up against like a military person or somebody who's in the armed forces, like a Navy officer, a cop, that's a working class person who in a blue collar job that would get more praise than a stripper.
so to piggyback off of what she- okay.
Look. You said with the police, I disagree because with the police, they hate the police, man.
You people want to abolish the
like,
police.
yeah, like you got people running around saying
No.
"fuck the police." I mean, this has been going on since the fucking late '80s with NWA and Dr. Dre and all
You
these
also
guys.
have a thin blue
They've been saying
line.
"fuck the police," so no one's really respected law enforcement in general. And I can say that as a former law enforcement guy that they've never liked us, right? And then as far as like the military, yes, the military does get universal appraisal because of the sacrifice for it. But the reality is, who's getting more notoriety? The women that are strong and independent, not necessarily the military guy.
But you have the thin blue line. You have like other signs.
But that's a small subset. The
but
thin
I
blue
don't
line
know.
is a very small.
Can you
I
stop
don't
making the
know-
exception
I
to
don't
the rule?
know. I don't
Subset.
know. I do not know of any flags praising strippers.
True.
Period.
We literally people will salute.
What about the LGBT?
People
They're all
march.
strippers.
People
will
march
salute
for sex
veterans.
workers all the time.
Yeah.
Slut
they do.
walk.
So, literally, even before sporting events, we will honor like soldiers and stuff like that. We say like the national anthem. People will like
Right.
salute a
What?
soldier. Like nobody's doing
Are
this
you
for
compared
strippers.
to
Yeah.
George Floyd, the movement right after he beat up a pregnant woman and sold fentanyl? He had the biggest fucking movement. You're comparing that to the police? Are you crazy?
People were protesting police brutality. They weren't trying to celebrate George Floyd's personal achievements. They were
Wait,
saying
a
that he shouldn't
national
have died.
anthem is
Also-
bigger to you?
defund the police was extremely unpopular. Like when you look at like places that were trying to tout that slogan, they lost their elections by like quite a bit. So this idea that like defund the police, like that's how what the majority of Americans feel like, no, like that's not true. The majority of Americans are not with that slogan.
The Blue Lives Matter slogan was very unpopular as well, though.
They push the leftist propaganda, fuck the police.
I agree on Twitter, but like MSNBC and CNN were also reporting how like this was like dangerous rhetoric.
Why is there a song called "Fuck the Police" but not "Fuck the Strippers"?
I mean, there's this
You know what the
song
song's
talking about
called?
how we should beat the fuck up of strippers.
No, there's not.
Look
It's
at
girls
every
as
song.
players too. Girls as players too.
Rappers, yo, the rappers are the ones that wipe the strippers. What do you mean?
No, earlier
You see that?
That's a lean. That's all lean.
Earlier, you guys were talking about how rap songs are talking about how, like, you know, like they hate these strippers or these hoes or whatever. And how,
No,
they
you
go
said
up
hoes, not strippers.
Well,
Because you
there's
cannot use the
also-
word hoe and
there's a
strippers
shit ton
synonymously.
of-
That's what you just did. That's what you just did. So
sure.
let's
But
separate it.
there's a shit ton of songs
Separate
about
it.
how like strippers are like dumb hoes that they just want to like fuck and then leave. Like, let's not pretend that rap music doesn't.
No,
talk
they
about how
don't. Show me.
strippers are-
Give me a rap lyric.
I mean, you want to
Ma'am,
search
what's
Google
up?
right now? Stripper rap lyrics.
No.
Like, no, let's do it. Let's
But
Google
that's
right
fair.
now.
That's more
Open.
praise. When do you ever see a woman talk about fucking a plumber once and then just leave him? You don't. They just want to fuck the top guy.
When you talk about like how women are interested in men of authority in uniform, that tends to be like firemen, policemen, like men in the military. So like women are attracted to men in authority.
Blue collar is not.
I don't think a
That's
woman who
not
is
what
with a
men-
Navy officer is going to be ashamed that she's with like a Navy officer. I think she would brag about
You're
that.
so right. A firefighter gets as much as a
I said
YouTuber.
Navy
Like, give me a
officer.
break, bro.
That
Some
wasn't
gay
the
YouTuber
argument.
gets
I said
more.
Navy officer.
Bro,
not firefighter.
firefighters are still unseen, right? They
No one's
deserve a
like
lot more.
I think the argument here, ladies, is just simply that women that are independent, boss babes, etc., receive more, I would say, mass media positive coverage than someone who elects to become a plumber or a carpenter or one of these other jobs. That's basically the
But-
bottom line here.
Can we understand why the why behind that though? It's only because y'all know I'm not a feminist, so but I do have to give credit when credit's due. We've had to fight for our position in the workplace and blah blah. So when a woman does, it's like, oh my God, look at her, ooh, raise the roof. Opposed to a man doing it, again, it goes back to the conversation of giving accolades for a man to doing what he's already supposed to do.
Yeah,
Women essentially are doing something that they're not supposed to do.
Yeah.
So we give them raise the roof and accolades. But for men, it's like, okay, cool, like go be a little blue collar worker, do your thing, whatever, take care of your family.
Yeah, that's because we treat women like children.
Yeah.
We applaud everything that they do.
Right. And I'm against that as well. So
And we can fix every mess in society if we just tell women get the fuck out of the workforce.
I agree.
Really?
Yep.
You don't think problems happened in society before women were in the workforce?
No, it was a lot less.
We
Like,
didn't have
women-
this level of
You don't
society
think
before
poverty,
women
mental
joined.
Yes,
like,
I would rather
illness,
live in the
like-
1950s before the
Absolutely.
sexual
Me too.
revolution than
Absolutely.
with USTDs.
With
Yes,
Jim
I'd
Crow.
rather live
You
then.
guys think the 1950s with Jim Crow laws and segregation?
We're talking
No.
No,
Look,
he didn't say that.
look at me.
You said
Make it
looking in
less
the
racist,
1950s.
but still sexist. Do that. Right?
Yeah.
How?
So he didn't say that. We didn't. Let's
Right.
not
I
let
still like my
Jim Crow creep up in
BBCs,
here.
right?
Let's
What
be
we're talking
honest.
about is women's rights right now. We're not talking about racism and Jim Crow.
Yeah.
No, let's
That's
be
what we're talking
honest.
about.
There's
They gotta
problems
pivot.
that existed
Pivot.
before women were in the workforce, and they've existed for like a really long time.
Yeah, but what
I got
did
a
you
question
guys
for you.
do?
I got a question for both of y'all. I was trying to wait to the end, but we kind of got here quicker. Why do y'all feel like women should be equals? That is my problem with feminists. Why do you want to be equal to a man?
It's resentment.
Why would you?
I will let them answer.
let's
I
let
will
them-
let them answer.
Good, because we have some. Who identifies as a feminist on the panel?
These two.
Two.
The fucking-
Okay. Them two. You guys don't identify as feminists? No, I know you have some conservative views.
No.
You
Very
either?
conservative.
No.
Okay.
No, you're not.
Okay.
Is this two?
I
I
use
literally
super
am.
conservative.
Is that a
Extremely
conservative amount of
conservative.
cleavage?
Okay.
That wasn't
All
a
right.
very conservative
Go
titty
ahead.
shape.
You guys can go ahead. Answer.
Okay, I don't think women and men are equal in everything. I think that there's some aspects of society that should be a little bit more fair. But that's basically it. Like, I just want those aspects in society where I'm like, hey, like we talked about the shoulds earlier. Hey, you know what? I think men and women should both be responsible for their children. That's what I believe in.
So you're not a whole feminist. You're like a cherry picker. You wanna pick what you want to be a feminist about. Because being a feminist means you want it to be equal. You want men and women. We want equals.
I
I
want equals where it should be. That's where I'm about. I'm like the shoulds.
Yeah,
Where
like
should
equity.
society go?
Yeah, but that's like doing an equal. That's like sharing a group project with a retard, right? Like if you think about it, it's been thousands and thousands and thousands of years, and you women have still not produced one genius, one Plato, Socrates,
Marie
Pythagoras.
Curie.
Zero.
I don't
Who-
believe
who-
it.
It's been thousands of
Yeah.
years. We don't want to do the group project anymore. All right, get out of our group.
All right. What about you? for the feminist question. Why do you want things to be equal?
Yeah.
I want things to be equitable. There's like the difference between like equal feminism or like liberal feminism, and there's also like other feminists that argue for equity, like from each according to their ability to each according to their need. And I think I see more compelling reasons for women to have the same amount of status that like men enjoy in society than I see like cons against it.
But for military, you guys
why?
don't even have to do 5 fucking pull-ups. Bro, you ain't saving no one's life. We're not taking you in a combat role. You can't do 1 fucking pull-up and you're still considered soldier girl.
The vast
If
majority of
anything, go be a human shield. We don't need you in the fucking military. You can't do 1 pull-up and they're a Navy SEAL now.
A lot
But
of
we're not doing that
positions in the
quality shit. You're getting us
military are,
killed
like,
out
paper
there.
pushing. A lot of positions in the military are paper pushing. If you're going to talk about like Navy SEALs and the elite for like physical stuff, like yeah, that should be men or whatever. But that's what I'm talking about, equity. Like
You see my problem with feminism?
to be
'Cause y'all
fair,
can't even
though,
really agree on what the fuck feminism is.
feminism claims to have like that all feminists agree. There's like lots
We're
of
not a
different types of
hive mind.
feminists.
Oh, just like gay shit. We didn't broke it down into subsectors.
The only reason here's the
Women
truth.
should be in the workforce.
Oh,
Like,
no,
we need to have
let
women
me
in the
finish one more
workforce.
because I have a cocaine brain and it's wearing off.
Man of God, truly.
The only reason I've ever hired women to work for me, right? I know, is the same reason any man hires a woman, right? Is to not look sexist so we can get a bigger brand deal. That's the only reason. It's like a diversity thing, right? That's why I'm staying with the Asian guy because they
What
say
the
I hate
fuck?
Asian people. They're on to me, so I chill with them. Makes me look better.
So you hire incompetent employees just
No,
for
no.
diversity reasons?
For the brand deal.
That's
millions
of dollars.
Deals with the shit you've said. Like,
So-
let's be honest, you've been canceled on any platform. Like, why are you saying you're
Twitch
hiring women
cancel.
for it?
I don't have a Twitch. I don't have an Instagram. We could go all day.
Yeah, so why are you talking about diversity hires if you don't have any
I
platforms?
could be
to
banned off
diversity
every
hire?
platform and still be bigger than her.
He has to speak
Hold on,
up.
hold on.
Absolutely.
He's trolling.
Speak up.
He actually brings up a good point. Same thing. I'm banned off of YouTube and Twitch and most of these platforms. I want to ask you a personal question for the two feminists. You've been on the show a lot. You've been around on a lot of these podcasts. Why do you think your stream hasn't popped off yet?
I barely stream. Barely started streaming.
But no.
No. Here, I'll answer.
Last time you came on the show was months ago, and you said you were going to start live streaming like you don't have a job.
Okay.
What are you doing all day?
So I have another job. I just don't want to say it publicly, not because it's shameful, but because I want to end up working in corporate America, and I don't want people to start sending these podcasts to like a corporation. that I work in.
Why do you think that your stream hasn't popped off yet?
The last time I was on the show, I wasn't trying to become a live streamer. I only like recently decided that in the last couple of weeks. So my show hasn't popped off yet because I literally haven't had the time to like start that career yet.
Sure.
That's it.
It's not that much time. It's like a couple hours a day. I mean, the harsh
I said weeks though. I'm talking like it takes like how long did it take for you to build your platform? You were on YouTube for years, dude.
Yeah, no, I started
How long
live
did
streaming.
it take before you got your like
live
first
streaming,
million?
I started live streaming 1 year ago.
You started live streaming after you already established a YouTube career though. So that took years in the making, and then
She's
your
right.
live stream popped off because
You're
you
not
already
like
had
me
the
who
basic
did.
foundation.
He's not like me who did 500,000 views overnight on my first day with no game release.
Okay.
I just exhaled in a microphone. But your Cope podcast, keep it going.
Right.
You guys will be
The harsh
successful.
realization
Mine
is
also.
like, even though you guys are good at arguing and everything, you're going to slowly realize that the only value you really add is arguing with men. Is breaking us down, is
Yeah,
like
'cause I
going
eat your
combating your
ass up,
point,
low key.
is asking questions and going here and arguing with us.
Low key eating your
The
ass.
harsh realization is like when you actually stream on your own, if you don't have your titties out or there's no OnlyFans funnel, if you're not extremely attractive, nobody's going to want to watch you. Like women aren't
Wait,
going to want
you
to watch
said
it.
arguing
are
with
gonna-
men is the same as like breaking them down. You think that like women trying to like challenge you and debate you is breaking you down?
There's no chance that any of us here would ever talk to you about this extensively if it was not being monetized. No chance. There's no chance. What am I saying that's wrong? Like
Wait, no,
nobody
it's-
in here
it's
would engage with
crazy.
you for this long. I would just
You're
like-
the foil characters to make us look smart.
Do you think I really want to sit here for hours and argue by why the exception is not the rule?
Same
Like
here.
for hours and hours. It's content.
Same
Like,
here.
It's never going to
literally
happen.
content. I don't disagree with you.
But the
It's
whole point
content.
is you're never
No,
going to
but
be able to
what's
do your own
interesting-
stream.
Well,
Without
I have
this,
done, I've
you
done
just
my
have
own,
to argue with men.
Whoa. I've done my own streams before, but I just want to bring up the fact that I think it's funny that you're saying like, oh, I'm trying to like break down men. When earlier I've been saying, and in my previous appearances too, hey, I think men are capable. I think men should be responsible, and they're capable of being responsible. Like, hey, I think men have it worse in social media than women do. And yet I'm the one breaking down men, while you guys are the ones being like, oh no, like it's if he's a deadbeat, like it's a woman's fault. Instead of talking about shoulds and how men are capable human beings.
But why-
So who's pushing men down?
But why waste what's left of your IQ criticizing the gender that's killing themselves? Why don't you criticize your gender who never kills
I
themselves?
criticize
You
both.
guys have no
Women attempt
problems.
suicide more often than men. They're just not,
Attempt?
but they're just
Oh
not
my
as successful.
God.
They're just not as successful.
How are you guys bad at that? Bad at everything else. You can't even delete yourself properly. Get the job done.
No, I criticize both. I don't try to shield one gender from the other.
I'm just joking. But I mean, that's the bigger point, is that like you're only going to be able to add value when we roast you or when your arguments get debunked. But like when you sit there alone and there's no men around to go and just like nag at, nobody's going to want to watch
Why
it.
do you invite female guests on your stream then?
Because it's content. It's easy.
But do you think they add value to your content?
It's funny when they get made fun of and they say
do you think
stupid
they
stuff.
add value to your
Adding
content?
value by not knowing 3 countries, if that's value, then sure. But like, it's just funny.
But I don't think that's what you invite women on your stream to do.
Yeah, it is.
Name countries, really? Wouldn't you say what? Like, why?
Because it's fun. It's the funny for the men to watch it and be like, "Yo, this is what women are actually like."
So if
Yeah,
you
you're
didn't have
still gonna
women,
fuck
would
with
you
us.
still provide value?
Yeah, I streamed today without a woman. It's just me talking to my camera.
Great. I've also streamed without talking to
how's
men.
it going?
It goes pretty well. I just haven't done it consistently because I have another job.
There are women streamers who are successful.
And they have titties out.
No. There's some that
Pokemon?
don't.
Pokemon doesn't have her
Denims does political
Who do you
content.
think watches Pokemon?
I don't know.
Do you
I
think
don't watch
Pokemon's funny?
I don't know who that is.
But you said like
I don't
you like the
I didn't
movie
know who you
streamers,
were
but here's
or
an
him.
example of a female
Right,
streamer.
she's basically the girlfriend replacement for all these dudes. This lonely simps who just watch it. Pokemon's not funny.
You
She's
were
not
saying that she
entertaining.
has to get in her attraction or like attention through like boobs, like being a movie streamer, but Pokemon dresses modestly.
Well, for her
and she
follower,
gets thousands of concurrents. How do you explain it?
Here's how you explain it. Compare
French
her
fry
follower
girl.
count to any channel that's male on her level.
French fry
She's the
girl.
lowest viewers.
Yeah,
Like,
how does SNEAKO
literally
explain it?
1,000 dudes, even with less followers, have higher viewer
He
count.
was saying-
she's like at the bottom.
You're showing her what?
I think it's kind of interesting that you're like, oh, well, if you're not appealing to men or whatever, then you have like no views. But you guys appeal to men also. You guys give the best friend experience. You guys give the look, if you work out,
No,
like,
I
you'll feel
don't.
better.
I've been saying for years, I
I'm
hate
talking
my
about
chat.
SNEAKO
They're
right now.
ATMs
But
and I take their
anyways,
money.
Okay, either way, you give some sort of bro experience. That's what people watch you for. That's all of social media or parasocial relationships.
Yeah, but
That's
we're-
it.
we're
if
not-
it's
yeah,
for
but
stream,
the
if
difference
somebody's
is-
watching you, it's because they think you're entertaining and you're providing some
But
sort
we're
of value
not
to them.
arousing them and manipulating their sexual reproductive parts for money like you hookers. We're not
You're-
doing that. We're just
You're
homies.
manipulating their loneliness. You're manipulating literally how lonely they are, how they don't have friends to go outside in real life. So they watch you to get the secondhand experience of broness.
No, because it's funny. Do you think like women are funny?
I think you literally laughed at Chew on Head the other day. So you think women are funny too.
Who?
Chew on Head.
Name one funny woman.
Chew on Head. You literally were laughing at her.
I'm funny
as fuck. You know,
No.
Yeah.
Name a female comedian. Let's go. Lose.
Halo.
Who?
Halo.
Monique.
Name a female comedian in the mainstream.
Oh, who's the woman who's on Showtime? She
Yo,
has her own.
there's
like Amy
You don't know her name?
Ziwe. Ziwe is her name.
And you know what's funny is when
Tiffany Haddish.
just give up. When women try and be funny, when women try and be funny, they actually emulate the temperament and behavior of a man.
All of the women in what was that? Bridesmaids.
Yeah,
great
Kristen
movie.
Wiig is funny.
She's so funny.
Fat whores.
You lost me at Amy.
Yeah, what's my
Kristen
one
Wiig is
fat?
bad. The girl from Pitch Perfect.
Yeah, Fat Amy.
Yeah, Fat Amy.
Yeah.
Yes, I can't think of her name right now.
I mean, this is the reason I brought this up is because feminists on here, they really want to be equal so bad, and a lot of it is resentment. So they'll come and they'll argue for things that they don't really believe in or that make any sense. But it comes from resentment
Literally,
because even though
coming
you're
out of nowhere, you're like pivoting right now.
No,
Like,
I'm
we
not
just
pivoting.
gave you a bunch of female comedians, and now you're like, oh, you see the feminists.
Amy Schumer. We're gonna compare Amy Schumer to Dave Chappelle, Cat Williams.
We
Are you fucking
you
joking me?
asked us for female comedians. Literally, this whole panel, we were able to give you
What's your
multiple.
favorite Amy Schumer
You
joke?
coped for 20
I never
minutes.
said I never said I
was a
like
fan of Amy Schumer. I
But
said Kristen
anyways,
Wiig.
you guys go, and now you're like, oh, you see the feminists are so angry. How about you engage with our points instead of pivoting to a random rant
Amy
that
Schumer's
doesn't
not
have to
funny.
do
There's
with
no
this
point in arguing that Amy
You're
Schumer's
fighting
funny.
me all.
Nobody said Amy Schumer is
Come on,
I said Amy
even
Schumer.
the girls are not.
Ladies,
No one
ladies,
thinks Amy Schumer's
ladies,
funny.
ladies, I think the takeaway here is that in general, women are able to monetize on their beauty, right? Very easily. But the negative is that women are rarely taken serious, even if they do provide value to some degree.
Exactly.
Men, on the other hand, have to provide value. It's mandatory. Women provide value on an elective level if they're attractive enough.
Wait,
right?
Myron,
So,
men monetize their looks also. Well, we can like Hassan. Hassan is one of the most viewed Twitch streamers.
Let's not do the exception to the rule.
Wait, I just want to finish.
Because that's where
Byron,
this
can
is
you
going.
finish? I want to know.
People aren't tuning in to him because of the way that he looks. They tune in because they are also retard liberals and agree with his points most of the time. Now, is there a subset of few women that like him? Oh, I think he's hot, I'm going to watch. Cool, but women don't get visually stimulated to the same degree that men do. Women are overwhelmingly control pornography, strip clubs, OnlyFans, all that other stuff because men are visually stimulated, so women are able to monetize that.
Yes.
Okay. Now, real quick, with the female comedians, right? You guys are saying, oh, there's female comedians, etc. That's cool, but they're insignificant to male comedians because male comedians have a much bigger impact. People pay more money to see them. And in general, let's be honest here, most women are not as funny as men are because women don't have the same, how do I say this, burden of performance to develop themselves personally. I've been on dates with a bunch of hot girls. Guess what? A lot of them are fucking morons. Why? Because when a girl's beautiful enough, she doesn't have to improve herself because men will take her as she comes. However, as a man, you have to develop yourself to some degree where you're able to carry a conversation, have some experiences, etc. Men must work on themselves. For women, it's elective.
Here's a woman making a joke. You're trying to fuck her, so you're like fake laughing. She goes, oh my God, I was with SNEAKO. We went to the movies, and I'm like, and she's like, and I'm just like, and we got popcorn, and it was like, and I'm like, bitch, where's the punchline? They can't do it. They can't actually make a joke. They all get confused that like they don't understand how to structure
Your
it.
mom made you.
Sorry,
but she's not.
And real quick, I just want to say, shout out to our boy.
She got stop lying. She's fucking.
She's so funny. So it's not that there aren't women comedians. It's that women comedians are insignificant when you compare them to their male counterparts. Men typically do most things better than women, unfortunately.
And that's the problem because she brought up the question to feminists. You think you're equal, and even though you guys are smart, you're able to engage and argue. You'll just never be as good as us at what we do.
Oh my God. I don't even know where to begin there.
Well, here's the thing.
It's resentment. Feminism is resentment. That's the point.
The reason why is because the reason why men typically are better at women at a multitude of things is because men must create something. Men have to be competent. There's it's do or die for men. For women, it's do or get saved by a man if you're pretty enough. Men have to be successful from a mandatory standpoint because we face consequences if we're losers. Women don't face consequences if they're losers.
Right.
A chick will wake up, smoke all day, wake up, get invited to a boat, meet Future, be networking with celebrities and rappers, millionaires, etc., and get in rooms with people way more successful than her without providing any value. Versus men don't get these same opportunities. So men must be competent.
Myron, I would agree with you if literally all the stats didn't disagree with that narrative, right? The vast majority of people marry and are in relationships within their income bracket, within their social bracket. This idea of marrying up happens very rarely, if ever. The vast majority of people don't have those opportunities.
The cheaters
they just
and
end
the
up with
80% divorce rate is what you're talking about?
No, I'm just saying.
Are you talking about a healthy relationship?
First of all, most people don't cheat. And second of all, when it comes to relationships, people marry within their bracket. They're not, the higher class man or whatever. No, they stay with the options that they have.
And actually, college-educated women are actually more likely to have a successful marriage.
Okay, see, I love that you guys are saying marry. That does not take into account the date she's been on, the men she's been around, the people she's met, the opportunity she's been given, etc. That doesn't account for any of that because there's no way to statistically assess that. However, it is irrefutable that women have far more opportunities than men do. That's a fact.
Within their income bracket.
That's wrong, PC. You're such a liar, PC.
How many?
Stop. A woman that has no social status, if she's pretty enough, can be in a room with a bunch of men that do have social status if she's pretty enough.
Exactly.
They could, but that's not what's happening.
We're talking about the vast majority of people, right? We're not talking about
exceptions. Even an average woman can move to LA at 17 and figure it out. Myron and I went at 17 years old to LA, we'd starve to death. Any woman can just move to LA with no job.
There's no way to quantify that. So you can't.
Well, we can
use common sense for some things.
I don't disagree with you. But when we quantify the fact that, most people, women who are poor, they can't afford to go fly to LA and meet, even go.
Baby, you're missing the point. So she can't because someone's going to fly her out because she's pretty. By
Instagram.
You're pretty enough. Future or Drake will tell you to come to a party.
She's still going to keep arguing.
These niggas is not getting invited to Future and Drake's party, bro.
She's never going to stop.
Even female crackheads have a tent to go to. The men are under a bridge and shit. They're coping.
You were on whatever podcast? Yes.
Yeah.
You flew to LA?
Yeah.
Did you pay for that flight?
I did not.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you pay for your meals?
Her Sims did. Her Sims paid for it. I watched it.
Sorry, I like you. I just wanted to.
Hey. Here's the thing. I'm not going to pretend I'm the vast majority of women. I'm sorry. I'm not going to pretend. The vast majority of people
are. You're
not
losing
in
every
entertainment.
angle.
The vast majority of people are literally in working class jobs or jobs like that. The vast majority of women are not texting Drake and suddenly getting a DM from him. Let's not pretend these celebrities don't have millions of DMs to begin with. The vast majority who are poor stay with poor people.
Hold on, stop the show. The fact you're even on this platform right now shows female privilege.
I'm privileged. 100%. Cool.
Stop.
Yeah.
You're proving my point. What I'm saying is that you don't necessarily have an audience. You're not getting that many views yet. You're on a podcast right now with millions of subscribers, millions of views, etc. Right? Big platform. You're able to do that. Why? Because you're female. So a man, though, would have to work a lot harder than you, build up a platform, be comparable, where it's an actual value
He's
exchange
talking about
to
me.
get an opportunity to come on. So what I'm saying is that women are presented far more opportunities than men do simply by being a female. That's irrefutable, and your own experience validates that.
Okay,
An average woman, right? An average woman commands more opportunities in the sexual marketplace than a top tier guy.
The average woman is not meeting a billionaire or a millionaire.
But she can. That's
where
the point.
not happening.
You met Byron. You're average. You just met a millionaire. You fucking retard.
Wait,
you think you're above average?
She's exceptional. She's exceptional. I literally I come from an upper middle class background. I'm not gonna pretend like I've had to like.
Has nothing to do with your background.
Oh my God! I'm like, this is my friend over here. Listen, I came from an upper middle class background.
So, no, I did. I am. If I was poor, I would have to be working right now.
Nobody's talking about your socioeconomic background.
Obviously, that comes into play. The mathematics.
So are you saying you're better than all these girls here? Are you better than all these girls here? Is that what you're saying?
Have I been with what?
Are you better than all these girls here?
No, I never said I was better.
She said she's exceptional. Hold on. Let's make sure that we have Pixie. What are you arguing for?
No, what I'm saying.
Can we move on from her? I told you she was going to do this whole show.
You guys keep saying
don't bully autistic people. Go ahead, Big Z.
You guys keep saying.
What are you arguing in particular?
No, what I'm arguing in particular is that most women are not Instagram baddie, hotties, whatever. Not even average-looking women. Most women are literally doing working-class jobs in middle to lower class. They're not meeting these millionaires or billionaires. They're literally just stuck within their own socioeconomic bubble. The whole idea that like, oh no, these women are like, getting flown out to Dubai or whatever. That's a subsection of a subsection of a subsection of the population. So that's what I'm
the
trying
fact
to
that you
say.
got flown out to LA proves this point.
No,
Who
it
the
doesn't.
fuck
It
made
literally
it?
proves the opposite. I'm literally upper middle class.
Nobody.
You laugh at
Do you
it,
think
but
anybody
the problem-
paid for your flight because you're upper middle class?
No.
Do you genuinely think that had anything to do with your socioeconomic background?
No, listen. The fact that I could stream to begin with without having to work full-time jobs somewhere else.
Oh, you're a liar. If you didn't have Pixie,
How many poor
don't
people
kill
do
yourself,
you see
Pixie.
stream?
But if you didn't have a vagina, you'd be running here. You'd be
how
on a
many poor-
skateboard coming to my room.
Okay,
Are you
you're
fucking
pivoting.
joking?
How many poor people do you see stream? Usually they have to have at least a little bit of wealth so that they can afford to take time of their job so that they can stream. And streaming isn't
That's just
lucrative at
not
the
true.
beginning.
I've seen so many broke people just stand on the
Okay,
block
I'm
and go
sorry.
live on Instagram all day. It's not that hard.
Oh my God. Okay, I don't know what to say. If you're making money as a streamer, if you're being
You see, this is an example of arguing in bad faith. What we're simply saying is that women that have no socioeconomic status, women that don't have anything, can still be in a room and get opportunities with men that are significantly higher than them on a social totem pole. That's what we're arguing.
And I agree.
Okay,
and-
that's it.
Okay,
Oh, she's never going
I
to
agree.
stop. Never.
Dude, I'm literally, okay, first of all, you are having a bad faith conversation with me because you can't refute my points. Myron can actually refute them, so he's engaging
I just
honestly.
refuted your point that you
No,
didn't get flown out because you're upper middle class.
I
It doesn't
literally,
take-
and then I literally responded, oh, the fact that I could take off time to stream to get that money is
What, an
literally
hour and a
okay,
Wi-Fi connection?
That the
Okay,
middle
but
class
anyways,
is.
Pixie, because you keep going back to the fact that you stream. What I'm arguing is that if you didn't stream, it wouldn't matter.
Does that
That's
mean
what
you're
I'm
rich?
saying. Do you understand
No,
that
no,
if you didn't stream, if you did not stream and you didn't have a platform, it
understand
wouldn't
the whole
matter. You would
argument.
still get the same opportunities. That's my point.
Okay.
She's going to keep going.
And also, because you're a streamer.
There's a bunch of girls here right now that don't stream.
Exactly.
And
I don't even know. I'm trying to figure out what
Sorry.
does this mean? Because
Wait,
why
wait.
does she keep
Sorry.
talking about socioeconomics and streaming? Can somebody please catch me up?
No,
sorry, to be honest,
please.
I don't know. She streamed and she saw on the platform, so it's
yeah, like you don't have to stream, Pixie. I get it that you do it, but it's not a prerequisite.
Yeah, no. And
Myron,
what I'm
can I ask you
saying-
something? What if I didn't bring the views and didn't stream? Would I be here?
No. There's a better performance on men. There is, unfortunately.
That's the difference.
Okay, I think we'll
Wait,
move
hold on.
And the middle
Okay,
class in
move
America is
on.
poor now, so we can just.
Sometimes
throw that
I
in
think
there.
y'all conflate women who actually come from families of wealth or whatever as like not having any money, because it's like there's a difference between a woman who doesn't earn any income herself because she uses like mommy and daddy's money basically while she's like still a student or something like that, so she doesn't have any money for herself. But there's also a difference between that and like a woman who is like young and she doesn't have like any, like maybe she just has like a single mom and she works at Walmart.
What are you
Like,
arguing?
What the fuck?
I don't even know what she's
What are you arguing?
What are you
The
saying?
point that I'm arguing is that sometimes these women that you're saying,
Chris,
Can we let other women talk? There's so many other girls here.
Yeah, bro.
let me finish my point.
No,
I'm
let
saying
her
that,
finish.
like,
She's on
Go
to
ahead.
something.
I'm trying to figure out what your argument is.
my argument is that
That's true.
are we done?
No, I'm
That is
listening. I'm
true.
listening.
The argument is that sometimes I think you guys consider some women to have like no money and stuff like that, but if you come from a place where you're like living with your parents and stuff like that, you're already in like if you're living with your parents and they're paying for your rent or they're paying for your tuition, they're like subsidizing parts of like your like living expenses.
Okay.
That's different than a woman who is like works at Walmart and she's like on a single income and she might even have dependents and she doesn't have like a family subsidizing her mortgage or her car payment or any of this shit. Like that woman is in a very different socioeconomic category.
Just so I understand, you think that we're conflating the two people where one girl comes from privilege, another girl actually works for her money.
Yeah, because you're saying all of these women have equal opportunities to get with like wealthier men, but like that's just not true because people marry within their socioeconomic background and stuff like that.
Hold on, look,
so
again,
I think
you
it all
guys
falls under
you guys keep using marriage as the limiting factor. What I'm arguing is that the women have the opportunity and the ability to meet, date, and have access to these higher status men. And what you said about conflating, oh, this girl works for her money, she comes from a rich family, fantastic. Men don't give a fuck about either.
No.
Men do not care about women's socioeconomic
They don't care
status
about
when
your
it comes to
money.
dating, hanging out with you, etc. Now, when it comes to marriage, maybe that might come into play. But what I'm arguing is that an average woman has the ability to meet men that are out of her league, thanks to the internet.
Myron, I think it's unbelievable to think that a man would want a woman who has like a bunch of debt. Like, I think a man would care.
I'll marry her. What the fuck?
No, this is what I'm talking about.
Hold on. And you're forgetting it is the digital age, meaning if she's at Walmart and she has a cute butt, that bitch is getting a DM on Instagram.
From other working class men. How often do you think Drake is
I'm telling you, they don't have to talk. This is all the value they add to podcasts is arguing. It fills up airtime to talk about nothing. They're never going to be right.
Actually, refute back what we're saying instead of being like, oh, they only want to argue. I'm sorry.
Can I refute y'all?
Myron is arguing. You're not. You're just complaining.
Can I refute?
Yeah.
Because
go for it.
They're exactly right. And I don't understand why, because you guys are in your 20s, I don't understand why you guys aren't acknowledging the social media aspect of everything. Little Melissa in Bumblefuck, Kansas, if she fine as a fuck, somebody gonna see her and she will be flown out and be in rooms with billionaires because she's fine as fuck and she's from Bumblefuck, Kansas. It happens. It happens every day.
Happens, but rarely.
But no, you guys keep equating it to marriage. We're not talking about marriage.
Let me add on.
This is just an age-old truth, right? Upper class people like interacting with upper class people.
Okay, can we just I'm just gonna give an anecdote because it was already in the chat. I dated Martin Shkreli. It was super easy.
I love him. I know him. He's a good friend. I love him.
Okay,
He's
anyway.
Albanian as well, by the way.
He is Albanian, yeah, that's true.
And he was innocent.
He was not.
Oh, you are a dirty human. You're gonna turn on him? You dated him. You're a Democrat.
He would admit that he was not innocent, but it was not nearly as much at fault. Like
I'm glad he dumped you. Wow, you don't protect his name. You don't protect his name.
He admits that he did
All right,
wrong.
go ahead and please make your point that you were saying.
that
So
he
you
did
were
wrong.
saying that you. Go
But
ahead.
anyway,
You dated this guy.
So I dated this guy. All I did was Facebook message him when I was like broke and in college, and like I had nothing to me. I had no social status. I had like literally nothing to me. And he's like, okay, date.
Your mom's a lawyer and your dad's a stockbroker.
Yeah, sure he knew that. Do you know he fucking cares about that? That was his first question.
No, it's a fact that
He didn't know that.
No, it's okay if you didn't know that. It's a fact that like for you to even like think about doing that, you're already in a different mindset than most women who are just like working and trying to like pay the first bill.
All she had was titties. What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
No,
Nothing.
you're literally
All she had was titties.
ignoring what I just said.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Because I'm
Hold on.
saying that literally to even like take that first step, like most women do
I think
because you're able to
I
get
think she's
that.
saying because she's confident because of her background and because she comes from money, she had enough confidence to even go after a man like that. So that's what she's saying.
She got a DM.
Everything. She probably just
I was DMing him about the news. It was something about the pharmaceutical company, so I had interest in that, and then he DM'd me.
Do you think like a poor, like lower class woman is gonna have like even that in mind? Like,
Yes,
oh,
honey. You know a lot of poor people, do you?
No, I talk to poor people.
I can tell, baby. You sound very privileged, and I can tell you don't know a lot of poor. And you don't know a lot of poor people because the things you're saying.
I know
like
about.
obscene at this
Okay,
point.
hey, I know about upper middle class people. That's what I know. I know about that and rich people, and I know the way that they interact. Yeah, you can tell, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
hello.
That's not good though.
No, I'm not saying that's great, but I'm saying that like
Hold
literally.
on, stop,
Okay.
stop. Yeah, Pixie. You gotta understand that even though her family comes from upper middle class, you gotta understand that was irrelevant to the equation of the man dealing with her.
Okay.
She gonna keep going.
It was irrelevant.
And Pixie, really follow the name.
want me
No,
to talk
Pixie,
or not?
Pixie.
No.
Pixie.
Yeah.
Hold on. Pixie,
No, I don't want you to
Pixie,
talk.
if you follow your logic to its obvious conclusion, you're really making the argument that billionaire men put women in a conference room to increase their profit and sales. That's never happened in history once.
I don't disagree with
A
that.
billionaire has never brought a woman and said, "You're going to increase my business."
Wait, what do you
That's
think
why
your
all
argument
billionaires
is?
are men.
Wait, what do
The
you think
only
your
way you
argument
guys can
is?
even touch money is through a divorce.
John, what do you think her
Pathetic.
argument was?
Her argument's, I think, the retarded one or the worst one.
I'm asking, what do you think Pixie's argument was? Because you just completely mischaracterized it. What do you think your argument was?
I nailed it. What are you talking
What was
about?
the
I
argument?
literally
Answer the
nailed
question.
it.
What was my argument?
He nailed it.
What was the
I nailed
argument?
it.
If he nailed it,
What
he
was
should
the
be able to say
argument?
what my argument
Her
was.
argument is she's pretending she's on this podcast for other reasons.
No, that's
That's
not
the
my
truth.
argument. You obviously didn't listen to anything.
You pretend that someone asks her mom and dad, "Hey, are your parents lawyers?" before I fly you out.
They don't need,
You're
they don't
actually,
need to literally contact your
you're
parents.
actually literally
Jesus Christ. So
a
back to
teenager
everybody-
is more intelligent than you.
Oh my gosh.
All right, guys. Quick announcement, real quick, okay? Because this argument is.
There's
whatever.
other girls. She's never gonna stop.
Yeah.
I literally agree with you guys.
All right, so-
whatever.
No, you don't.
Pixie, you're on that
guys,
cusp.
guys, come on. So
June
guys, just so
2nd,
y'all know,
guys.
June 2nd, guys, we have an event with Valuetainment. We are going to be doing a live podcast. You guys ask all the time, "Yo, Myron, I want to pull up to the studio and watch a show." That's never going to happen. However, you can catch us live in this opportunity, June 2nd, 2023, Fort Lauderdale. The VIPs are selling out, guys. So we have general admission tickets. So go ahead and get in now while you can for the general admission and the premium. But the VIP ones are selling out because you're going to get to meet us, hang out with us, smoke some cigars.
I already booked mine, but can I get a discount now that I know you?
I got you, man.
And
Of course.
also as well, we reduce price as well for you guys.
Yeah,
for,
for the
limited
general
time.
admission. Yeah, for the general admission only. So, guys, come to the event. We're going to be there. You're going to meet us in person. We're going to debate some girls, hopefully not Pixie because it'll lose hair follicles. And yeah, check us out.
Don't get her going again.
And then also, special note, bring your books that Myron can sign for you.
Yes, bring your
We'll
book.
do
I'll
photo
sign
ops
it.
as well for you guys. So
Yeah,
we got
take
you.
pictures and we'll all that, man. So get in there, guys. Link is at the top of the description. So go ahead and see us live. June 2nd, guys. Get them now while tickets are available. The VIPs are selling out, but we do have some general admission left. So go ahead and get in there.
And it's been
fun. All right, cool. So we're good. Well,
First of all, this is a great fucking podcast. This is like the viewer count, everything. Everyone is doing great. Pixie, I don't know how you don't get tired of losing. You're fucking killing it. Everyone's doing great.
Okay, so we're next here. And
did
then
anybody on the
ladies-
couch have something or anything? Because I want to make sure that all ladies get.
Yeah, please
involved
get some
here.
airtime to the
I would
other
love
girls
to
now.
say something.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Please.
I understand what like both parties are trying to say, but I do agree that marriage had nothing to do with like getting flown out by a rapper or
Thank
anything
you.
like that. And from personal experience and other people in the room's personal experiences, like I know that to be true. I literally had, I don't know if I should like name drop, but a very, very famous person who's famous for being extremely wealthy DM me when I was 18. I had no social media following. I lived
Drake?
in Ohio. No, but not pretty close to that. But like someone, if I said his name, you guys would.
Wait, did he ask if your parents were lawyers?
He asked if I was 18.
Oh, wait. What about the attorney? Your uncle? What about your uncle
He
who
did not
wrote
care
a
what my
book?
parents did. He just wanted to know I was of legal age.
What was his first DM? Did he ask your socioeconomic status? Hey, baby, I really like your socioeconomic titties.
I mean, strawman harder. You're just doing that because you can't contend with what our arguments were. It never had
That was her
anything to do.
argument.
No, you clearly misunderstand the argument if you think it's
Her
a matter
mindset, her upper
Can I
middle
finish my
class
point? You
mindset.
interrupted me. Can I finish my point? Okay.
Oh shit.
It's about it has nothing to do with men like literally needing to like talk to their parents or survey their backgrounds or anything like that. We're saying that rich people are like likely to be hanging out with other rich people,
Right.
middle class people, other middle class
That's
people,
what I just
poor people,
refuted.
other poor people. No, because you're making jokes saying, "Oh, did that guy ask your parents like ask you what your parents do or try to interview you or get some
It's
like
not- it's
get,
the-
like
it's
get
not even true
an idea
in
of
it.
how much money you make?" But I'm saying
Is she rich?
you're already.
Yeah,
I
and
don't know.
you're looking at old studies.
All you guys have is personal anecdotes.
No,
though.
no,
Everyone is going to
no.
refer here
Woman,
to like I
woman.
have my personal anecdote and my personal story, but all of the data runs contrary to all of our personal anecdotes or exceptions.
First of all, the data is like I know what you're talking about. It's like 20 years old.
No,
This
it's
is
not.
the digital
No, it's
age.
not.
Every girl I fucked tells me they show me photos. They fuck Leonardo DiCaprio too. How the fuck?
You're asking my brothers with Leo.
The issue with you guys is that you guys are using marriage as the barometer, and we're saying we're not talking about marriage. We're talking about strictly dating
Fucking?
opportunities.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're not talking about marriage.
But
ladies.
even that's unlikely.
Like
What's
how-
unlikely?
Fucking?
Honey.
What's
Now, a woman working
now
in my
you're
business is
coping
gonna
hard.
get into contact with the billionaire of Jeff Bezos.
I'm saying it can
It's
happen.
just not
but I'm not saying it couldn't happen. Obviously, it could happen. Everybody
When does
here
it
has
happen to the
anecdotes and stuff
fucking
like
plumber?
that.
When does the plumber get Jeff Bezos to DM? Has that ever happened? You're literally a retard. You're literally a fucking
Can we move on from this argument,
To be
please?
fair, there's not as many female there's not as many female billionaires or millionaires, so you're gonna have a smaller population.
Oh,
of
because
women
that's what
reaching
would
out.
change it.
That being said,
Yeah, then
that
they're
being
DMing the
said-
plumber, right?
That being said, those women are also likely not DMing the plumber.
Okay, done.
Okay.
Done.
We're
Are
gonna
they going
move
to keep
on.
going?
Yeah, we're gonna move on. Yeah, well, you brought it back up, Steve. I was so
Yeah,
surprised.
yeah. I just made a little joke and she got all fucking.
Okay,
I
start.
love that argument.
Where we at here? Oh, did anybody else on the couch have anything?
Yeah,
I want to make sure the ladies get more airtime here that has some. Go ahead, Houston. You have some?
No, completely agree with
Okay, the
what she had to
sabotager.
say.
Okay.
Anybody else have anything? No.
We'll do ladies after this because
Okay. All right. Richard Reynolds goes. Talk about the strongest men and women do. Talk about the strongest men and women do what has to get done for their family. Real men don't have side pieces if they have a wife. Men can control their urges and be real role models for everyone that sees them. Part 1. All right, man.
You sound poor.
Yeah,
He sounds very poor.
He's a trad
Well,
con.
convert to Islam and have multiple wives.
He's a liar.
He's
Come
a
on.
trad con. Women are upstanding and should be looked up for being a woman, not being fast and getting bodies. Let's be real and not pretend how people feel and act in their 20s and early 30s is what life is about. Loyalty is what you're here for, not fleshy urges. Step it up. See, this is why the TradCon message, it's a great message, man. Here, man, I'm all for the nuclear family and guys being monogamous to their girl and shit like that, but it isn't practical or real. It's not happening, dude. Like, it's just not going to happen. Women are going to continue to be more and more promiscuous as time goes on, and guys are going to continue to either go down in socioeconomic status, not be able to get girls, or go up and then have a bunch of girls.
Hold on, Myron, don't black pill me like that. What if the dude is not in Neo Rome, this whore place called USA? What if he goes to Colombia and lives there?
That increases your chances.
But then can he do a
I'm
wife?
talking about the West.
Because today when we talked about how I'm never going back to not fucking models, right? I'm not going back to whatever the fuck that was. But Myron, do you think once you got a taste of that life, I can never go back?
Here's the way I look at it. I look because people try to, because there's been some, arguments from the TradCon saying you should be able to control your urges, be monogamous to a woman, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
That's easy to say when you haven't busted your ass to become a certain individual, reach a certain status, whatever. How about if we went around and told women, you know what? Suppress your urges. You don't need a guy that's 6 feet tall. You don't need a guy that's muscular to protect you. You don't need to get a guy that's your height so that you guys can share clothes. Like, come on. We never tell women this stupidity. We don't tell women to suppress their urges, but we tell men to suppress their urges. Fuck that shit. I don't become successful, make money, acquire the status to fuck one bitch. That's stupid. Just like women don't have their beauty to get some fucking regular guy or some guy that doesn't make any money or doesn't take care of them, whatever. Why is it that beautiful women can absolutely leverage their beauty to the highest extent and get the man of their dreams, but a man can't go ahead and fuck as many bitches as he wants once he earns the ability to do it?
And these
why is that? You fucking retard TradCons. Like, why is that?
And these same TradCons are still jerking off at home.
Like, at the end of the day, the only way you're going to be able to combat this fucked up sexual marketplace where women control all the leverage is you have to have multiple women. Let me tell y'all something, bro. Having multiple girls makes you more attractive. The girls respect you and they follow you more. So how it is.
And they're on their toes.
Well, instead of having side hoes, why not just have 2 wives?
You can do that too.
No,
Boom.
first of all,
Solves the problem.
First of all, one wife, that's in the Bible. But you know what I find weird? And I want you women to take some responsibility right now. If you guys are 10 times less horny, we've seen what happens when women take a bit of testosterone, they get very horny. You guys are 10 times less horny than us. How the fuck did these whores close the gap on cheating? How are you? That's like a Houdini magic trick. That's like fighting a dude 10 times the testosterone of you in the UFC, and you're competing. You're actually like in the ring. You're fighting and you're about to win. You guys, for the first time in history, closed the gap on cheating. You're cheating as much as men almost within 10 years. You guys are actually closing the gap. How the fuck did that happen?
You know what the scary part is? That's cheating with like actual sex. I would argue women cheat more if you actually take into account women making themselves available to other men, Instagram, etc., dressing provocatively, all this other stuff. Like, I would argue women cheat a lot more because women don't cheat the same way men do. Women cheat by leaving the door open for a man to sexually interact with.
That's why it happens in the workplace.
Yeah.
So, anybody have anything for that to answer John's question?
Yeah, how did you guys close the gap? Who's taking responsibility?
Well, I had a comment not related to like the cheating, but related to like, do you believe that like wealthier men have like get more like women than working class men? Because I'm pretty sure on average, working class men tend to have like higher body counts than like wealthier men or men who have like higher educational attainment.
No, what I'm saying is that if a man reaches a certain status, he shouldn't have to suppress his urges like these tradcons want guys to do. Like if I bust my ass to reach a certain level, I'm gonna enjoy the fruits of my labor.
They're
Just
already
like
suppressing their urges though, because like the wealthier you get, the less the less sexual partners you're likely to have.
Don't
that's for some.
Also, don't like Bible, Quran, all holy books require that you suppress your urges.
Yeah.
No, to a degree.
Deny your flesh.
To a degree, but here's the thing. That like in 2023, right? Again, religion, being traditionally, all this other stuff, it's great, but it doesn't work in today's day and age. It's gonna set you up for failure. If I have this mindset of I'm gonna find my dream wife, I'm gonna stay a virgin until I find my dream wife, etc., it's gonna set you up to get, eaten up and spit back out. Because women nowadays are more promiscuous than men.
Yeah.
And if a girl's more sexually experienced than you are, you're in a bad situation as a guy.
Even marriage itself. I mean, we're told to get married and have one wife, but ultimately speaking, with the current laws, as a man, you're probably gonna lose.
Like,
Go
here's
ahead.
the thing: you want to go to Saudi Arabia and do that? Cool, that's different. But I'm talking about in the United States, where we have a deregulated sexual marketplace. Anyone can fuck whoever they want, essentially, as long as they're age of consent. Women have all the power, all the leverage. You got to fight fire with fire. You can't be a traditional conservative guy. I'm gonna marry as a virgin. You ain't gonna find a virgin.
You have to adapt to the current
Gotta
marketplace and make it work. But go ahead.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I think sometimes like you argue that in today's age it's hard to be monogamous. I think it's more of like who your circle is. So I feel like if you're surrounded by people with an influence of the mindset of like, hey, like no, I want a marriage.
Monogamous from which perspective? Men or female, or men or women?
You're saying that for men to be monogamous is completely difficult for this age right now. You agree that's a beautiful concept, but you say that right now in today's age, it's hard, right?
Men are not naturally monogamous.
Well, no, that's
naturally, biologically, you're right.
That's a weak argument because
Biologically-
naturally men are rapists. You're not going to go with an evolutionary argument. If we just do what we naturally feel, we could turn into Hitler. We're going to go by the Bible. That's it. We're going to go by the Bible, and that's it. Okay.
He wants to be a Jew. Now he's saying that his natural suppression is to be Hitler.
Sorry, go ahead.
All right, go ahead. Continue.
Yeah,
on.
like
So you're saying-
biologically,
Go ahead.
biologically, men do have those urges, just like how biologically, when I'm in traffic and someone cuts me off, I biologically want to crash a car.
Dude,
right?
you're a woman. You shouldn't even be driving. You guys are
But-
so dangerous
I know,
behind the
right?
wheel. Like, what
I'm
the
gonna
fuck?
just take the bus. You're right. Yeah. But yeah, biologically, like men have urges, but I don't think that you should
Act on those
act
urges.
on those urges. Yeah. So.
What's the
I think it's more of
biblical-
your circle though that you need to change if you
Well, here's
feel
the
like
thing.
it's
If it
completely
was
hard.
1950, I would say no, don't act on it, man. Wait for the right girl. But the thing is that since women are having sex younger and younger, right? So girls are losing their virginity in their goddamn teens at this point. Women, right? What if I told you, right? Okay, you're gonna have a boxing match in 10 years, but the person you're gonna fight against has been training for 10 years. They're super experienced. Meanwhile, you've only sparred maybe one time. Who do you think's gonna win that fight?
The one that's trained, obviously.
Okay. By the time a woman hits puberty, she's been hit on a significant amount of times. By the time she's 21, 22, 23, she's pretty much become a black belt at deflecting loser guys. This is why women are more socially aware than men a lot of times when it comes to social situations. They read body language better, etc. Right? So, in general, right? So, what I'm saying is that if men don't have sexual experience, they don't deal with the opposite gender, right? And figure out how to deal with women properly, they set themselves up for failure. We just talked about men losing custody of their children. Men typically lose a lot of money in divorce, etc. There's dire consequences for not understanding females.
Mine,
No, I agree.
you're
I
so
just think-
funny, Mine. Like women become masters at an early age at deflecting losers, and they still get fucked by losers.
That's true. Some guys figure it out.
Suck
Some
it,
guys-
even the black belt, bro.
Yeah. So some guys are able to, learn how to emulate mannerisms of a higher status guy. That's what pickup really is, if you think about it. It's emulating mannerisms of a higher value male.
Yeah.
No,
Even
but-
if the guy might not necessarily be high value, they learn the mannerisms.
But to your point, you are right. We should help our urges, so to speak. However, in the current marketplace, I think personally speaking, if you're going to be a man of value and you work towards becoming a better man, yes, you should. But do you want to? No. The reality is you're going to do what you want to do.
I mean, let's be honest here, right? You're fairly religious, fairly conservative, right? You're not even a virgin. So even if you take the strongest conservative women that have good moral values, etc., you're still not getting a virgin. So if that's like the barometer, right, of females nowadays, you can only imagine the other side how it is. So men, and I would argue in the West, men have to be experienced because a lot of guys, oh, my dick got wet from this girl. They commit to that girl and she fucks his life up.
Like
men risk way more when they get in a long-term relationship than women do.
Did you? Maybe it's too intrusive, but you can answer if you don't. You don't have to answer. Did you lose your virginity to an immigrant who's not a Christian?
What the?
Was he a Christian?
He was not a Christian. No. I wasn't in my faith as tough as I am now.
Which is kind of good because like when women are religious at a young age, they all become whores. Like I would every time I'm getting my dick sucked, she goes, "John, I love you because I used to go to Catholic school." I'm like, "Bitch, you're a whore. What the fuck?" And it's always these Catholic school girls. So I kind of like that they get religious later. You know.
Gotcha.
Anybody else have anything?
Wait, Myron. Earlier you said that like single fathers on average do better than are better parents, right?
Yes, they're single father households don't lead to the same degenerative stats that single mother households do.
Okay, how do you square that with the fact that you just said that you think men fare worse after like a divorce? How does that set them up to be like better fathers?
What do you mean? So you're saying like because divorce fucks guys up.
Yeah, I know. So like, how can they be like? How are the stats reflecting that they're better single fathers? Because
they overcome.
Because the thing is that fathers typically tend to be better disciplinarians.
Oh.
And
what about resources though?
That's a part of it, but being a good disciplinarian is very important, and it's something that women typically aren't the best at. You know, typically when you have a two-parent household, who's the main disciplinarian? A lot of the times it's the father, right? When the kid's a child, right? It's like the woman can get involved, but as soon as if it's a boy, especially he hits puberty, he's not scared of his mom anymore. It's the dad that he's scared of.
I don't know. I don't even know that it's true though that men fare worse after divorce than women do. I'm pretty sure, like, if you're a single mom, you're at a greater disadvantage post-divorce than you are if you're a single father.
It depends on what metric you want to use of being disadvantaged.
There's like plenty of different metrics. I think by like most of them though, like you're now like a single mom, you have multiple kids. It's probably going to be harder for you to like re-enter the sexual marketplace, find a second husband. It's probably going to be harder for you to remarry and like have a father figure in your kid's life. You now have like a split household probably. You're going to not have as much money or whatever.
Realistically speaking, a woman can find a simp to take care of her and her kids.
She could, but is that happening though?
It does happen.
Yes, all the time.
Yes. You think the majority of single mothers are able to find partners quickly?
Why do you think we have to scream on this podcast, don't marry single moms?
Facts.
Okay.
But yes, exactly. You're saying don't marry them because like
they're not as valuable.
They're not doing well after post-divorce.
No, but the reason why we have to tell guys don't marry a single mom or don't take single mom seriously is because so many guys do it. And they fuck their lives up.
Yeah, you got to remember.
I don't think a lot of men are going after single mothers.
We can Google this right now.
They're going after single mothers.
To maybe to hook up with them, but to be in like a long-term stable relationship, which is like what would actually reintroduce stability into that like single mom's life, is to get remarried and have a father figure for her kids. Yeah, that's not happening. I don't doubt that she could get laid, probably, but like
she'll get money while she's getting the dick. Trust me.
Jeff Bezos just settled down with one.
Yeah.
And what you got to remember is one man. 1 billion nuts he's gonna bust. Single moms are getting it too. Myron, me, SNEAKO, we're taking down mills.
Yes, they're getting sex,
we're taking
but they're
them all.
not.
Well, sometimes they extract from a simp. Many times, a lot of resources, and the simps don't really mind it, right?
I don't think any woman is at an advantage by being a single mom and having multiple kids. Like you're not going to be featuring that on your Tinder profile. Like I'm a single mom with 3
I'll give
kids.
it to you and you'll still lose. Why the fuck 80% of them initiate the divorce? If she's so mad about, this sucks, then don't fucking initiate the divorce, you dumbass. You ladies that are past the wall and get a divorce, what is the game plan? Like nobody wants
The
you.
stat that you're
Give up.
talking about, the majority of women who initiate divorces are women without college degrees. But once women have college degrees, that's way less likely.
That's incorrect. That's absolutely incorrect.
No,
when a
the
woman has a
college
bachelor's degree,
degrees
it
don't
actually
matter.
shoots up the chances of a divorce significantly.
No.
I literally wrote down the website, but if you want, I can find this exact stat right now. It tends to be that like women in general initiate divorce. The more educated you are, the less likely. But that's not necessarily because of education. People who are more educated tend to get married later. And usually when you get married at you're like 27, 28, your life is more stable. So you're like less likely to get into like a rushed marriage and then divorce afterwards. So it's not necessarily because of education, but usually educational attainment points towards whether it's more likely
There's
or
an
not.
extremely strong correlation between higher divorce rates and a female's education level.
From what I see, like that stat is
Now, is it
misinterpreted.
causation? No, but I mean, you got to look at that and see like, okay, something is off here because when a woman has a bachelor's degree, it significantly increases the chance of divorce, somewhere around like 80, 90%. I have that stat in my book as well. So I mean,
Okay,
here's
yeah,
the
we
thing,
can
you can
compare
find
stats
all you can find all your stats. Like you can always find stats that like prove your point. But the thing is that if divorce rates are already high, right? It would make sense that the divorce rates would increase when a woman is more educated. Because when a woman's more educated, guess what? She has her own money. When a woman has her own money, she needs a man less. When a woman needs a man less, she feels she has better options. She can go ahead and do better. When women are educated, it hurts them. When women have more status, it hurts them because they think I can do better. The grass is always greener on the other side
Wait.
as women accumulate more status and resources.
But didn't you like explain earlier that women, when they divorce, they're trying to get like that alimony, they're trying to get that extra income or whatever by divorcing the man. So if you're already economically stable, then like, you know, that pressure or that want to steal that guy's money isn't there anymore, right?
Yes, it is. Because a lot of the times they marry a guy who has more status themselves.
Okay.
And you know, it's like fruitless to even talk about this because if you want to clean up 80% of murders, the child should always go to the man. Period. Then you take out a lot of school shooters.
What if the father doesn't want them? Like
by fucking law, we'll put a sword to his throat. What the fuck? I'm talking about a Catholic theocracy. I'm not trying to talk about a less liberal whore system.
Wait, Myron, if single mothers were living it up on like the resources that they extract from their ex-husbands, wouldn't men be going with these single mothers to try to get the money from their like previous ex-partners? I don't think this is happening. No.
Okay, we don't like old bitches.
What?
Didn't you hear us earlier? Men don't care about your money.
Yeah.
Y'all want me to care about your money so bad.
Earlier in the podcast, John was saying that like he doesn't care about like that. You're like, why do I care about an OnlyFans model who makes $1 million because I can't get access to any of that? Okay, so like here's an example of a man who's trying to get like with women to get to their money.
No, he's
What?
saying
No.
He's saying it won't happen.
No, he said the reason why men don't care about a woman's money and status is because she's not going to share with us anyway. Long term.
How did you understand that? How did you understand that, Martin? You understand? You speak retard, Martin? I was like, actually, I thought I almost thought I lost. Martin, how did you download what she said? Fresh and I are looking at each other like, what the fuck?
John, that's not what you said earlier. And you sound disappointed. Like it sounds like you're like, why would I get with women? Like I'm trying to get with for their resources and I can't.
No. I still, even if I could touch the money, I don't care. I don't want a bitch's titties dragging to the oceans from the yacht. I'll still go for the pretty broke girl. Yo, we men can marry a broke McDonald's worker. Even if they had millions, we'd be like, no, that bitch is ugly. That's Lizzo. I'm telling you, no man goes for resources. You're thinking of the selfish gender, yours.
I don't think like NBA players and like even rappers and stuff like that are marrying the McDonald's. The
It
female
doesn't matter
McDonald's
what you
cashier.
think.
female
Compared to
cashier-
their income, an NBA player is fucking a girl that's literally the poorest bitch in town
Only
compared
if
to
you
his
compare
income.
the income. Only if you compare the income though. And that's not even
Yo,
happening in the
just let her think that.
You think they're not going
Just
for
let her-
beauty? They're going because she has her life together. You know why men don't care about a woman with her life together? Because any minute now, here comes the mental breakdown, and she's going to lose everything. That's what women on OnlyFans who make millions. They don't invest. They buy weird furniture and shit, and they're broke 2 years later, and they get replaced. Every OnlyFans girl I ever fucked is broker than me. They were millionaires and they lost it. I'm like, bitch, what happened? She's like, I traveled.
That
I was like,
happens
what
with
the-
male
where the-
influencers too.
No, it
Most people,
doesn't.
working class men and women who come into money or whatever, or even people who win the lottery, they squander it because they don't have any sort of like
whore doesn't know what
literacy.
Ethereum is. They don't. Whores don't understand crypto. They don't understand how to move their money. That's why they need boyfriends. So the boyfriends say, put the money in my
I
account.
mean, I could come to the logical conclusion that women aren't as good with money as men are because women control 3/4 of the debt and they're 80% of the consumer base.
And you got to remember, men see their finances as their power level. So when I sit down, I'm like, I'm a millionaire. Look how horny this bitch got. They get horny. Now look at this, right? Now look at this. A woman does not see her millions as her power level. She knows it's her beauty that's her power level, right? She doesn't. That's why she sees money as a couch and furniture. Myron and I, we dick measure on the balcony. We were showing each other crypto. I'm like, am I beating you? Am I beating you, Myron? And he's destroying me.
If this was true, then most people who are like NBA players or in sports wouldn't be going broke shortly after they finish playing. And like honestly, I think I kind of reached the core of this. I think this is literally just a new
You're
money
using
versus
a very small percentage of men that are
You're literally
exceptional at
using
what they're doing.
1%.
The reality is that
You're talking about black guys.
Women in general, okay, control most of the debt, and they're 80% of the consumer base.
Yeah, most women are in debt because they are going into like trying to get higher education, which includes like a lot of debt.
Okay, look,
No, regardless of that.
I don't give a fuck why. The conclusion is they control most of the debt. So you're trying to go ahead and validify why they're in debt. It doesn't matter. They control 3/4 of the debt. Period.
Yes,
It doesn't
and
matter if
Pixie-
it's education or being a slut and traveling to Tulum.
Pixie, Pixie, hold on, Pixie, hold on.
Well, okay.
If 80% of the market, the commercials, even Gillette is directed towards your gender, 80%, even Gillette commercials have to be feminine to sell to you guys because you guys hold the credit card. Why do they do that? Why do these corporations do that? Because it's much easier to sell to a retard.
Okay, wait. The reason why that does matter is because
A Jehovah's Witness has a long conversation with a woman, but if they come to my door, it's a holy war. You guys are women score high. Women score. That's why most women on earth are more liberal. They score high in openness and agreeableness, which are actual retard traits. And lawyers don't. Myron disagrees with everything, and he's not open to getting pegged and shit. Right? You guys are open to even dating a murderer prisoner. You guys are open. Maybe if I feel right with him, I'll be open to dating. And then he's strangling you to death. You guys need to shut the fuck up.
Okay,
women are more communitarian by nature. This is why they overwhelmingly vote Democrat. Unless they're married to a conservative guy, then they'll take on those traits. But in general, women prefer you get $1, you get $1, you get $1. Men, hey, you did the best job today, you get $10. Next guy gets $2. Men are hierarchy-based. Women tend to be more communitarian.
And guys, by the way, John is a comedian. All right, let's move on.
All right.
So much chats here.
Where are we going here?
And then, ladies, we'll do questions for you guys, and then
we'll
we're
do
out of here.
questions for y'all. First one in the show. Okay, where we at? Okay, Sub-Zero. I checked with Optimus on Cybertron. He said the Autobots decline all dates. No word back from Megatron. All right, cool. Appreciate that. Beaten Chicks goes, I'll be in Miami for my first time next week, and if Zherka isn't there, I'm flying back to Columbia. FNF, see you guys soon. Also, why are Destiny's mob of men haters here? L. Chris. Okay.
All right.
Guillermo Reyes goes, family out the gym.
Finally.
What these 304 is talking about. Okay.
Finally.
Nothing.
And then the lead. Okay. I'm just going to say the Leach attorney spoke about this. Lawyers advise the fathers to not fight for custody because the men always lose. The mother has to be on drugs or blatantly neglectful to have a chance, and the man still ends up paying an average of $100,000. Yeah, it's typically a loss. The only child cases that go to trial are cases where the mother is a serious criminal. This is why men win sometimes. If the mother is not a serious criminal, lawyers tell men not to waste money in a court case as they are going to lose. So that I think that goes back to what you were saying.
Argument, yeah.
But if they do fight it, they have a better chance. But they have to have the resources.
60% chance.
Okay. Pixie's brain filed for divorce and one primary custody on the brain cells. Okay. Gideon says W stream. Shout out to you, Gideon. Appreciate
Shout out to you,
that.
bro.
I thought you were going to be here.
Where you at, nigga?
Most people are average income and marry average income. So yes, that is true. But most rich men marry women who make far less than them. However, because it's such a small percentage of men who are rich, most people marry average people. Two different things. Fair enough. And I wasn't even talking about marriage. I was talking about opportunities. Boney Stokes goes, Exodus 2:21. If he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage, shall he not diminish?
So he's saying, for example, if you take another wife, you got to pay for her lifestyle.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Oh, he quoted
Same
the Bible
thing in the
verse.
Quran.
Yeah, we go to the New Testament.
If a woman is making $200K or more, they are pricing themselves out of the sexual marketplace. That's what she did.
Yeah, actually, you see that with Jay-Z and Beyonce, right? Like when Beyonce broke up with her, he had a lot of options, and she was like, I have to upgrade from Jay-Z, which is like the only person would be the greatest of all time, Kanye West. She can't get him. Where can Beyonce go, Pixie? Where? Is she going to go to your plumber that gets a lot of attention with your retard IQ?
Wait, I don't think Jay-Z dropped Beyonce.
Well,
He
no,
just
no.
cheated on her.
Yeah, whatever. When they had a problem, where can Beyonce go if they broke up? Like, just get there faster, bro. Get the chromosomes out. Where can Beyonce go? Where? Is she going to downgrade from Jay-Z? Has that ever happened?
No. She has to pull a Meghan Markle at that point. She
Okay,
got
you guys are so socially. You guys are so socially calibrated that if a woman dates a dude with money, never will a plumber hit it again, ever. Once they understand they went to this level, they don't go backwards. Whereas me, Myron, SNEAKO, and Fresh, there's nothing harder to us than a broke bitch.
But Beyonce is wealthy, so she would marry somebody else who's probably wealthy because she's going to be around other wealthy people.
Who? Name them. So you look stupid. Name them.
Wait,
Name the celebrity she'd replace Jay-Z with.
There's plenty of wealthy celebrities.
So name them. Name them. Who would she replace Jay-Z with?
European royalty.
Like a wealthy male celebrity. I don't know, like fucking Chris Hemsworth. I don't fucking know.
Jay-Z would replace her with Karuche. He don't give a fuck. He'll replace her with a backup dancer.
The issue that you don't understand here is that Beyonce doesn't have high sexual market value from a male perspective. Her status actually hurts her. Her money actually hurts her because the men that are on her level can get younger, more attractive women, which is what we screen for when it comes to mating.
Yeah, and think of a younger woman as just pussy without the headache. You guys aren't competing with this when you're like Beyonce's age. Pussy without a headache? Beyonce could be the hottest woman on earth. she's getting replaced by the younger girls. Every single time.
It is what it is, man. Women, status and money hurt women. Like I always say, women becomes prisoners of their success. Men become free from their success.
There's examples of female celebrities who like dated down though and like married down. Like I'm pretty sure Meryl Streep is like married to like a random like chef or something like that. Like J-Lo and like Jennifer Lawrence, stuff like that. But if you guys are asking me to name them,
J-Lo
these
is
people are
with
still married. These people are
J-Lo's
still
with
married.
Ben Affleck
now.
Which Ben, if you're watching this, you're way too attractive for that ugly bitch. What are you doing?
If you want to use like these examples, right? Like Britney Spears getting with her lead dancer,
her
like
backup
it doesn't
dancer.
last. Like Kevin Federline, whatever. Like when women date down, it typically doesn't last.
But he was saying that like who are they gonna go with or something like that. And there's examples of that of like female
But
celebrities.
you're giving
doing this.
examples that didn't last.
But
Connect the dots. What the
Jennifer
fuck?
Lawrence and Meryl Streep are still married.
I gotta look into this.
Women look for status, bro. Like you can use an exception, but in general, right? Like Beyonce is not going to be able to replace Jay-Z to the same quickness that Jay-Z will be able to replace her. He now has the leverage. As women age, they lose leverage. I don't know why women think that their sexual market value is constantly staying high. It goes down. What did you say? Something?
No, I said sure. Like I don't necessarily like disagree. I just kind of want to move on because I have other thoughts. But
oh god,
Do you?
gosh.
I mean, fine.
Wait, what do your parents do for a living again?
Well, Pixie, don't forget that this is our podcast, not yours. So
Okay, yeah, no worries.
we move
Sorry.
on when we want to move on. Make that very clear.
Listen, keep this
My
shit
bad.
going.
Yeah. What we at?
It's that white privilege I was talking
It's
about.
very privileged, man. Because let my black ass would have said
All right,
that.
we're caught up. So I guess we're turning it over to the ladies now. We started the couch. You guys haven't been saying much, man. I'm trying to get y'all in.
You guys, I told you they were gonna hog the whole airtime,
God
man.
damn.
Like you engage too much in pointless debates. It goes in circles and circles. They think that money
Hey,
matters. It
you
doesn't.
started one of them back up, man.
I just made a joke.
No, no,
And the other girls aren't talking. Like, well, I don't know what the hell's going on. Why are y'all scared,
They're
bro?
traumatized after they saw what happened at Pixie.
Like, I'm trying to get the other girls, but they're like, ah. So, go ahead. Secret, you can't
So-
force it,
No,
bro.
no.
Unless you want to ask a question. Go ahead.
No, I don't. I think this is just proof in real time that women should just not accept the feminist ideology. Do you see how everybody groaned? You're like, I have more to say. Everyone in the room went, fuck, shut up, stop. We'll engage with it to go and
You guys
debunk it.
just said when you stop talking that nobody else is talking.
Wait,
You're making women look miserable to be around right now. None of the women want to look stupid. They don't want to engage in the conversation because of like how bad you guys are looking.
Or is it because like you're not bringing up intelligent points, so the only thing you can do is pivot? Like I'm
I
sorry.
didn't pivot. I said
You
15
pivoted
times.
multiple
Nobody cares
times
about your
here.
socioeconomic status. And then we bring up examples of how men don't
no,
care.
you don't bring up example. Myron brings up examples. I'm sorry, you haven't brought up a single example. All you've done is pivot, be like, "This is why the feminists suck. Don't you guys look miserable?"
She got
And then
you there.
pretend that you actually answered the question when you never did.
You didn't even
But, yeah,
ask questions. All
continue.
you do is argue and say the same thing
Even
over
if
and
we
over
ask
again.
questions, you could actually debate back.
Ask
I'm
me a
just
question.
saying.
Ask me a question.
Do it.
Okay.
Do you
you
See,
think-
you started another one. There you go.
Yeah, my bad.
All right,
My
all
bad.
right,
My
all right.
bad.
You've been doing this all night, but it's fine.
Okay. Do you think there's a chance that the whole idea of like old money versus new money might be a reason why we see these differences when it comes to like the entertainer world, like courting women versus like old money that doesn't necessarily do these actions?
The bigger issue is that social media just gives people access to everybody right now. It's not about money the way you think it is. It's the access. It's the fact that you can communicate with everybody immediately, and it doesn't have to do with your socioeconomic status or your upbringing. It's that simple.
Okay,
I
so
could
you
DM
think old
somebody-
money and new money is the same?
No, of course not. But that's not the determining factor. It's communication.
Okay.
And access.
All right. Ladies, can you name 3 cities on the couch?
Cities? Oh, yeah. Of course. Chicago, London, LA.
Nice. Okay.
We're gonna get Antarctica.
Okay, let's go back to the chats.
Chats? Okay. Well, let me go.
We're caught up.
Yeah,
so,
we're caught up. So,
here's what we can do, man. So for the panel, ladies, answer a question, comment or statement, or if not, thoughts on the show, and we'll start on the couch. So questions,
anything you want
comments,
to bring up, comment,
statements,
disagreement,
or
anything
thoughts
like
on
that.
the show.
So I wanted to bring up the fact that I definitely agree with the topic that y'all were talking about earlier, that women do have tons of privilege. Just saying, I've been out. This is my first time in Miami. And I met 2 celebrities while I was here. One took me out to lunch.
You got fucked twice?
No, first of all, I don't think so. But
So a question for you, because when I asked earlier if women having all these options is corrupting them, you said no. So
I didn't understand the question until y'all started getting in depth. And as I was hearing what y'all were saying, I was like, hey, yeah, that is very true.
So you change your do you change your stance now that you understand fully what we meant here?
Exactly.
Okay.
And yes, women we have tons of privilege and leverage, and we don't need any money, any education. We can be dumb as hell with no money and pull the
I mean,
richest
you got a
guy.
bachelor's degree and you could have named 3 countries. And you went to live with 2 celebrities.
And I still would.
I mean, it just, and I don't mean to say that to be mean or whatever, but
No, I
what
understand.
I realized is that there really is no burden of performance on women at all. Like, I don't know if y'all noticed this. When she said, I got my JD, etc., and then someone over there on the couch said that they're trying to be in studying medicine, right? Who said that? Or somebody here said
No,
medicine.
she's getting a PhD.
She's getting a PhD.
Okay, so someone said that. You guys were all like, "Oh my god, wow!" Versus
okay,
like
yeah.
if a dude had said that, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, you should be doing that, nigga. What's wrong with you?" But when girls do it, they're like, "Yes, yes, yes."
Yeah.
So like we really like validate female success to a higher level than men do because it's like, "Oh wow, this is crazy that you're doing it." Because let's be honest, there's no burden of performance on women.
But to also be honest too,
go ahead.
I've since I became like an entrepreneurial, I've noticed this like masculinity that I had for a very long time, and I was like attracting the most feminine fucking men ever, and it was disgusting.
Okay.
It was so fucking disgusting. So you know what? We have to change the mindset of, hey, let's not be so fucking hardcore. Let men be men. You know what I mean?
But you know what
then-
sucks though?
What sucks?
By virtue of being an entrepreneur, you have to be masculine.
I know,
Yeah.
but I can't help it. So
Even
it
in
is
the
what
last
it is, you know?
Yeah, like I don't think women understand that like there are consequences to success, and one of them is that you're
And that's
gonna
one thing I've
naturally
noticed.
develop a masculine mindset because to be an
100%.
entrepreneur, you must be a go-getter, you must be less agreeable, you must be competitive, you must be assertive. These are all things that men don't give a fuck about and/or are not attracted to.
Wouldn't you
Yeah.
prefer to be in your feminine state all the time?
100%. Why
Right.
am I even an entrepreneur? I don't fucking know.
There you
Somebody
go.
take care of me. please.
You brought it to the lie. You brought it to the feminist lie. That's
Being a doctor, that's what it was.
That's the red pill in real time. You got lied to by the feminist agenda, but you would have been happier as a wife.
100%.
Wait, ladies, who's an intelligent feminist in the last 20, 30 years? Like, give me a name.
Julie Bindel.
Sure. So Plato talks about the sun and the moon being the male and the female principle, that the sun is active, gets the job done, and the moon, the lunar, is passive, right? It just nurtures the sun. Are you really comparing that dumb whore to Plato? Like Plato literally told
You
us
asked me for an intelligent
every
feminist. You didn't ask
single
me if I was
intellectual
comparing them.
throughout history told you guys your role, and you replaced it for some dumb SJW who can't get dick.
Don't you think also every intellectual in history, like you said this before, they're all homosexual?
Mhm.
Like
Oh, that's a different talk. That's in my documentary.
that's in your documentary.
I could talk about that for an hour, but we don't have that time.
Can you mention quickly how sperm like translates
Yes.
knowledge?
Yes, there's a theory that biting from the apple, right, in the Bible, right? It's fucking a dude. Because there's do you agree when you have an orgasm, you feel an electricity as your orgasm, right? Does everyone agree with this? Electricity, guys, when you're coming. Well, you guys are with simps, so maybe not. But listen, the point I'm trying to make is I read this online that when they shoot nut into a woman, right? They're actually transferring in that intimate moment.
Life force.
Not just that,
knowledge,
intellect. And so gay men who bite from the apple, they're not doing it with retard women. They're doing it with men. So they're becoming much more intelligent. And that's the theory, right?
So are you saying that gay men are really intelligent?
Well, the rulers of the world are sucking dick.
I mean,
hold on. Don't laugh. Pythagoras, Plato, Napoleon, every single president, and none of them went to a church. They all went to a lodge or a temple called the Freemasonic Temple. And they have homosexual rituals in Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones runs the world. These are the movers and shakers. Everyone in the Federal Reserve and the Treasury suck dick. I'm not trying to hurt the fucking podcast. You guys are stupid.
I never heard about like a president sucking dick, but I did hear about Bill Clinton getting sucked up by a woman.
Obama married a man.
If you look at all the most wealthy cities, if you look at all the major metropolitan cities of the United States, whether it's Miami, New York City, even Houston, Austin, Texas, whatever, all the most affluent parts have a very strong gay population. And
a genius is very curious. So they become like Epstein's, like they're what's a child like? Like they're very curious about everything.
Do you consider yourself a genius? You said you were very smart earlier.
Only when I'm sitting in front of you.
Only when you're sitting
Good comeback, bro. I think there might be some truth to that for sure, because if you look at people like the wealthiest areas, a lot of gay people live there, man. So the gay neighborhoods. All right, where we at here? Ladies, anything on the couch that y'all had? No? Trying to get y'all engaged, no? Anybody, anything else besides Houston, Columbia?
Yeah,
Colorado?
I'm
Go
my
ahead.
first time here, of course. I'm agree most of the things you said, but
Chris,
I'm not agree like
What do you disagree with?
how they say it. You know, beside the host, they being disrespectful.
It's not what you said; it's how you
sometimes
said it.
When you talk to Pixie, just because she has a point, so they get
Who in particular do you think was mean?
Are we doing
like, pretty bad with names, but with
Who? What were they? What are they
the
wearing?
two guys.
Point.
The two guys?
Yeah,
Those
pretty
two over
much.
there. The tattoo is an Asian guy.
Exactly.
So let me ask you something, Miss Columbia. So you have a point of issue with how it was said.
What?
You don't like how it was said.
Yeah, like the way.
Okay, but does it change the fact that it's true?
I don't know for sure. I'm agree.
Yeah.
I said it at the
Bless
beginning.
your
I'm
soul.
agree with you.
Yeah.
Just the way you say it, because you can argue sometimes her point. Just make it mocking her. You know.
Thank you, darling. We'll see you at the ESL.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though.
Like that.
Jesus,
Like
how many
that,
languages
like
do you
that. That's
speak?
an-
How many
that's an-
languages
I'm
do you
a
speak?
refugee and my English is perfect. I'm a refugee.
So how many languages do you speak?
Two. Just two.
Just two.
Oh, by the way, I'm winning.
I mean, you guys just said you asked her in response to her pointing out that, like, I think you guys are being disrespectful to Pixie, and you were like, "But am I any less wrong?" Okay, just because English is her second language, is she any less wrong?
Yeah, she's even wrong in her language. It didn't even make sense. It wouldn't make sense.
Here's
in
the
ours.
thing, and this is kind of the difference between men and women. Women put way more emphasis on how information is conveyed versus men put emphasis on what information is conveyed. This is why women say your tone or blah, blah, blah. But if I say 1 + 1 is fucking 2, it doesn't change the fact that it's still 2, even if I said it in a mean way. But again, women care more about feelings than facts.
Yeah, and you guys got to remember, your lives are in danger. When I say don't go in a dark alley with a dude with fucking face tattoos, not all of them are rapists.
I have a question.
No, when
you
you're in
guys.
that dark alley, you better generalize, right?
Yeah. And I think the reason
you
why
got to
women-
stereotype to survive, right? Racially stereotype. Unless
I think
it's
another
T-Roy.
reason too why so many women have an issue with the way things are conveyed is that we don't bully anymore, right? Like men are soft, women are even softer. Like guys can't take bullying, so I can only imagine women. Like we need to go back to telling women that they say stupid shit. I think men need to be told that they say stupid shit too. Like I think, I mean, I don't want to sound like an asshole, but it's hilarious to me how we do the name 3 countries thing. There's a good amount of women that can't name 3 countries, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like. But it's because we don't put a burden of performance on women. We don't tell women you're stupid or that was dumb or
So that
astrology
shit
isn't
don't get
real.
us nowhere in life. Like, what do I not care about country? If I want to flatter, I flatter, but that shit don't make me money. Like, I don't care about fucking name.
We got
What is
Google
it?
Maps
I
now.
feel like your show
What?
is like, what? I feel like your show is like your movie. What is that gonna do?
So okay,
Well, just
with all due respect, that statement was very stupid.
Yeah,
so
it wasn't. The reason that you
It's like I
should
just
the reason
really-
that you should want to know about other countries is because world happenings and world affairs are important for.
Yeah, but most
Right, like I
countries
said,
are
it's not gonna make me money,
shitholes.
so I really don't care about that. But y'all are like talking about like, could we can get flowed out and shit like that. But that's like common sense. Yeah, we can because we females, but y'all sound like y'all real mad about that we can get fluid out.
We're
Like,
mad
why we
you're
even
not
talking about that?
understanding. We're like
No,
repeating
y'all
ourselves.
mad because we can get fluid out. Y'all can't get fluid out.
No,
Like,
but
y'all
hold
want to
on,
be us.
hold on. If someone states a fact and addresses that fact, what do you mean they're mad at that? It's a
Cause we
fact.
talking over and over about it, like what's 2 + 2? Like we already know, like what's the
What is it?
answer?
Well, she doesn't get it. She didn't.
Well,
She
she's
didn't
the
get
only
it,
one
but-
that don't get it.
Okay.
So, I mean, again, like I said before, like the thing is, like I said before, we don't hold women to a standard, which is why we said, hey, name 3 countries and you couldn't do it. Like, I mean, I could objectively say in general, women live an easier life than men do. Women can be absolute morons and make it through life.
Right. So I'm saying, what's the argument? Because y'all already knew that. Like,
Period.
did y'all want to be us? Y'all want to be us?
Period.
That's why
No.
I'm confused. So what's the argument?
Period.
We already knew that.
I'm just acknowledging a fact.
Okay, cool. So why was that so long? Like, we already knew that. Why was the argument so long?
The whole point was to point out the
Lady, if there were no women in the room and just the boys, it wouldn't take that long.
Yeah. I mean, but then also you gotta realize there were certain women that
No.
just didn't understand.
Watch my episode with the
Yeah.
boys. Me, Fresh, and Myron went went through 9 million topics. We're on the same page. It's like we grew up together. With you guys, we're actually
you grew up in Trinidad,
we
bro.
have to dumb it down for you guys, bro. They've
I
been
have
doing
to
this.
say something here. I have to say something here.
Hit it.
Like if we're going at the street to
Mhm.
ask everybody, like men's, women's, whatever thing, they won't gonna know, because I don't know how's I know I'm gonna receive a lot of hate here, but I don't know how education is here. But most of the people in USA doesn't know shit.
More men are getting
Like
into
cultural-
countries.
Yeah, your country sucks too.
Yeah, Americans are stupid in general. You're
like
right.
that.
They are,
Like
they are stupid in
you
general.
know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like I can put my point of view, because you're gonna like just bully me or say
if
something
Americans
that's
are dumb, then you're losing to dumb people 1,000 million fold. Your country's losing 1,000,000 fold, okay? And I agree, Americans are dumb, and I don't even get what the fuck you're trying to say.
But I'm saying if we're going to the street, to ask equals men's or women,
Mhm.
for sure nobody's gonna know, or at least one or two
Mhm.
girls, men's.
Mhm.
Just judging.
The
because
difference
we're
is, hold on.
having
The
girls
difference is
here.
men are held responsible. If a man came up and didn't know 3 countries, we would all call him retarded. We would call him stupid.
Y'all call us stupid.
He would feel bad about it on this podcast. The truth is, most men are not going to call you out for it because we want to sleep with you.
Yeah, and when we
on this
call
podcast, I mean, when I said before, what you said, I can't name 3 countries. I said, well, that's stupid. That's probably the first time in a while guys told you.
Guys are not going to call you stupid.
I don't know.
Huh?
I don't talk to
And
guys,
the
so I don't
difference
know.
from us
There you go.
calling you
Right.
girls stupid and you guys calling the men stupid, the difference is we're not lying.
You
Like
think
we
I'm-
mean it.
You think I'm lying?
Absolutely. When you're getting destroyed this bad on a podcast,
You think I'm
you
getting
respect
destroyed?
my IQ more than that Democrat
What?
degree you got.
You don't even know. First of all, I'm conservative. Second of all,
I make
you don't
more
even
money
know
than
your
you.
IQ.
You have a master's degree, and I shit on
No,
your
I don't
finances.
even
I have
have
more
a
money than her,
master's degree.
and I'm
I
a
have a
nightclub
Juris
bouncer.
Doctorate.
I'm a
You see,
I have more money than her.
Whenever you can't respond to someone logically, this is what you do. You either bring up money
Yeah.
or you're like, women are liars. And you literally end up
shit.
in like a bot line. Like, I don't know.
You
I
really-
think this entire night you guys have been like insulting everybody who disagrees with you instead of putting actual like logical conversation forward.
Speaking of
Like,
money, can I pay to get your IQ tested for you?
Absolutely. I mean, IQ test is how you
I
check
would
for IQ.
love for you to
Like,
get an IQ
when you think
test.
about it, this lady here finished 9 years, 8 years at a university to make much less money than a
Actually, I did
dropout.
it faster than
And
that.
here's
I
how you know
graduated
someone's
law school in 2
intelligent.
years,
Look at Myron,
actually.
right? Look at Myron. How you know you're intelligent is, let's say you have millionaire parents and you don't do shit, you're not really rich. If what you make with what you're given, if you're broke and become rich, you're intelligent. If you're rich and you become a little more rich, like it's your dad's money, look at the broke guys. I was homeless and now I shit on you. And in 1 year, I'm shitting on your lineage. Every single ancestor you've ever had will have less money than me at the end of 2023.
False. You do not know my family.
She is Zherka, she is one of the boys.
Oh, so you have slave owners. She admits she has slave owner ancestors.
She is one of the
No,
boys.
first of all, my Jewish, right?
Oh, Jewish.
Right.
Okay, so you're taking me off YouTube now.
Dumb ass. How many times do I have to call myself Jewish?
Free Palestine, let's go in the chat.
What the Okay.
All right. Okay. We went there. Where were we at here, folks? Were we on the couch still or no?
Yeah. Can he have his Twitch back, please?
Go back to
Yeah.
the couch. Did y'all have something?
Yes,
Oh,
I
Miss
had-
Columbia, did you finish your point? So you just had an issue with how things were said, right? That was your point.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I had a question for you.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
So going based off of what you were saying earlier about men being more smarter, also connecting the fact that women are more emotional.
I'm not saying men are smarter. I'm saying that there's a burner performance on. There's more pressure on men to be intelligent than on women.
Okay.
That's my argument.
So also too, this is the question. Would you say women are would you say men tend to be more analytical?
Yes.
Okay.
Than women?
Than women?
Yes. Like men are better deductive problem solvers than women are.
And why do you think that is?
Well, because men
God.
have to perform. So a big thing about performing and being able to assess a problem, right? So when a guy sees, actually, they've done studies on this. They found that when a man sees an attractive woman, the part of his brain that figures out how to solve problems gets activated. For real. So
That's
when a
funny.
guy sees an attractive woman, he instantly says, okay, I want to problem solve. I want to get sex. So men understand, for me to get sex, I must acquire resources, status, going to the gym, etc. So men have to be able to deductively problem solve things to get things done. And then if you look at the world, right, engineers, etc., it's all dominated by men.
Wait, we were just saying earlier that gay men. You guys were just saying like there's I don't know. There's a lot of like smart gay men.
Not
or
you
whatever.
guys, me. Don't lump them in. That's
No,
my
Myron said it
genius
too.
theory. That's my
Myron said it
theory.
too, right?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
That you had mentioned you're like in these cities like Austin and stuff like that, the Silicon Valley, there's a lot of like gay men and they're
Yes.
intelligent and they're bringing talent. And so you're
Yeah.
like citing a study, you're talking
They
about
make a
data.
lot of money, yes.
Yeah. And they're because they're intelligent, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's a component.
Right. So you're saying that like, oh, well, they've done studies that like a man is like activated to be more intellectual or inspired to be smarter when he sees a woman.
No,
But
that's not what I said.
What the?
I said when a man sees an attractive woman, the part of his brain turns on that tries to figure out solving a problem. So let's say, so if you see someone that is attractive, if it's a gay guy, it's another dude. If it's a woman, if it's a heterosexual guy, it's a woman.
Wait, Myron, are you saying that her holding him down didn't make his billions? Every guy who made billions had a woman holding them down. That's what they love to say. This is hilarious to me.
But yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That like men are just better deductive problem solvers in general, and they have to be analytical. They have to be more rational because the world wouldn't exist the way it is if men weren't more logically sound than women.
I have another question.
Yeah.
So another thing that y'all were referencing to earlier is that women pick wrong guys, right?
Yes.
So when
Just like you.
Anyways.
Come
So
on,
when
Fresh. I know.
when a woman
you know her.
chooses
That's
a
it,
guy
Fresh.
who she sees potential in, let's say he is
Yeah.
a great guy.
Yeah.
And
He fails.
yeah, I guess, well, not necessarily fails, just you know, I feel like that woman is trying to motivate him and it emasculates him in the process. So in my opinion, because
Okay.
I
So
mean,
what's the question in particular then?
What's the right thing to do in a relationship in order to get
There
a
you go.
bum who has potential into a high value man?
yeah,
The best thing to do is to provide for him and make him
support though, right?
support, but you don't need to go and motivate him because you're gonna feel like you're his mom and he's gonna think
100%.
Yeah,
No,
he's not gonna want to do that. Just make him happy.
No,
don't
it's
provide
not-
more problems.
This is gay red pill myth that a woman supporting her man is going to help it.
Better than motivating him.
If you want to support me, get the fuck out of the way. Stop getting involved in the business and stuff. We men pretend like we want an assistant. Like Myron, you were saying that? No, we don't. We want to hire men. We don't want a female assistant. We want to get the job done.
You want a male assistant? Having female assistants, but that's fine. I mean, everyone's has their preferences. But I will say to answer your question, I mean, my advice is a little bit different. If your guy's unmotivated, you need to leave because a woman's never going to be able
Well,
to
I
motivate
mean,
her
I did
man.
leave. I'm single now.
Okay, but yeah, an unmotivated man is a big red flag. Like you just don't even fuck with those guys.
Yeah,
Period.
100%.
What was the
Because-
potential you saw in him?
Because he's only gonna get lazier when you do realize that. Like if you get with him and he's already a bum, more than likely it's gonna get just worse.
Well, I don't think he was a bum. I just feel like eventually our visions definitely drifted away and mine continues to get bigger and his was content where
He got
was at.
complacent.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like in general, women, if anything, make men softer. So if he's already not ambitious when you fuck with him and he's already kind of on a lazy trajectory, trust me, you ain't gonna motivate him.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Yep.
And
Avoid
I think men naturally like don't take women seriously because this is going to be offensive. Women are inherently lazy, and when I say they're inherently lazy, I mean that from a resource production standpoint. Like women don't have the same incentive to go out there and make excess resources. Men do, but women don't. Women are more proactive when it comes to rearing children and taking care of them. Women aren't lazy.
No, I disagree. They're not lazy. They're not lazy to get their hair done and retard shit.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, so it's not lazy. It's
Children-
stupid.
children and
they
their
go
beauty.
they go all day doing their hair salon. They spend like 6 hours. They're not lazy. They're just choosing the wrong activities.
Are women doing
isn't that
better in
annoying to you guys,
school?
though?
Yeah, a lot of
Are
engineering.
you going to the gym? Are you going to the gym?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't need to. I'm rich.
The gym?
I mean,
Wait,
For
what do you
you,
mean
for
by-
you.
Me? Or I'm confused.
Eh.
You're asking the gym? What?
The hot guy.
No, I don't go to the gym. No.
The
But
gym?
I used to be a fitness model, so I feel guilty. But no, I can't go to the gym because I'm always tired from getting my dick sucked.
Miss Columbia, the point is that a man has to go to the gym to build an attractive body. A woman does not have to go to the gym to have an attractive body.
No.
But what about
My
Lizzo?
point it was
Yeah, I was
because he said
There are a bunch of girls that don't go to the gym, yet they have great bodies because they eat correctly and aren't fat.
Also,
Like they're not retards.
Also,
but as a man, you're not going to build a muscular physique and an attractive physique that women actually yearn for unless you go to the gym and train with
And
weights.
darling, I haven't stood up, but I'm 6'5", so I'm hacking. Like I don't need to do shit. I can even get fat and I'll still fuck all your friends. You know, I can just keep hacking. Women love height.
As long as you don't open your mouth.
This guy's not even a human. He's been on my place for 2 days. He doesn't eat. You barely sleep.
You know, she's right. If I really want to get laid faster, and I tell people this that are like me, that watch me, sound like me, and Myron, you're like me, you talk like this. When we want to get laid faster, we're in the Uber ride, and she's like, come home with me. If you bite your tongue and stop talking, you get laid.
Oh, yeah.
If you keep it going and trolling her and stuff, it's like decreasing your chances, you know?
Yeah. Saying less sometimes helps.
100%.
Did anybody
Especially when you're dumb.
Did that answer your thing though, with as far as like men being more analytical?
Oh, are we going back to my question?
No, I just want to make sure.
No,
you're
yeah,
good.
we answered that question.
All right,
Myron.
Yeah.
You said that you feel like women are more lazy, right, than men?
When it comes to creating excess resources, so like for money, status, that type of thing.
Because I was going to ask, like, do you think nursing is like a hard job?
No. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but is a male nurse better than a female?
The vast majority of nurses are women.
Okay, what's your argument here though?
Because
Because you were saying that you felt like women are like lazier or whatever, but like women like overwhelmingly make up this like incredibly stressful field that we couldn't have.
Okay, but
or we could not have.
but a majority of the tough surgeons, male, right? You want to talk about anesthesiologists, male. You want to talk about construction workers, male. You want to talk about jobs that are dangerous and risky to the worker, male. So yes, women dominate being a nurse, but if we're going to talk about actual hard manual labor jobs, absolutely dominated by men. Not even close.
Also, she's lying. If she got shot by a bullet, she does not want a female nurse to try and drag her. If I get shot by a bullet, I don't want a female nurse holding 265 pounds. You're just lying. You don't want a female nurse in an emergency.
It's usually like a paramedic.
Or a firefighter,
Paramedics would do that,
and
not
police
nurses.
officers. The female. Have you seen those videos of female police officers fighting men?
Oh yeah.
It's like, what the fuck, bro? You're endangering us.
I get what you're saying with the nursing, but if we're going to talk about hard manual labor jobs and taking risks, it's not even close. Men absolutely demolish women. Women prefer to get educated and work white-collar jobs where they're sitting in air conditioning. That's why women dominate college attendance. Right
Wait, don't men dominate like Fortune 500 companies too? These are like also white-collar jobs though.
But okay, the way that men's brains are completely different to the way that women's brains work. So even though men are better at problem solvers, women are better at other things. We're better at spatial recognition, we're better at color recognition. We have completely separate brains. And so when it comes to the workforce and it comes to generating wealth, men tend to be better at that.
You guys are smarter at being able to see magenta. What the fuck is magenta?
When we talk about there's many other things besides that.
Color?
Color is one of the things, spatial recognition.
And how does that help? Is a female sniper better than a male sniper?
What's your argument with the men being at the top of Fortune 500 companies?
Because you were saying like women get jobs that they go like when they get white collar jobs and you're like those are lazy women or whatever. But I was saying like men make up the majority of like Fortune 500 companies and like those are white collar jobs. But I don't think you would be saying that those men are working harder.
Yeah, but they dominate both fields. And then also here's the other thing: women love to look at the top end of male success, but you don't look at the bottom end. Most homeless men are men. Most homeless people are men. Most drug addicts are men. The degenerates of society, most of them are men. Most people that are in prison are men. So yes, men dominate at the top fields, but they're also dominating the lower fields too.
Myron, just stop being
Well, that's
polite.
because
Just stop being polite. You that word lazy is code for stupid.
I want to
Just say
address
it,
what you
dude.
just said because the reason that is though is because of the bell curve of intelligence. So for men, so for men, the bell curve is very flat. So you have a lot of dumb men, but you also have a lot of
Have
extremely
you seen that one for
intelligent
race
men.
statistics?
I actually
we're not a
haven't,
rumble.
but I'd be interested in that. And then
You're
for
at the
women,
top, by the way.
For women, what do you mean?
You know what I mean.
Okay, so for women, there's a peak, but at the top that would imply median.
You're saying
so
that's
do you
the
mean,
top of the bell curve is the average.
Yeah, it's
Nico.
the median.
Yeah, you're correct. Yes, like if you take an average man, an average woman, the average woman is going to have higher IQ to a degree. However, when you look at the extreme ends, the stupidest people are men, but the smartest people are also men. So that's why all the geniuses, the people that you mentioned, they're all men. But yeah, so I get what you're saying. Oh, men are overrepresented at the top, but they're also overrepresented at the bottom. But women don't want to acknowledge that.
Yeah, we're extreme. We take the biggest L's and the biggest
W's.
dubs.
Because men inherently take way more risk on than women do.
Yeah.
probably with like the jobs that they take. But I was just saying that like you were saying like women are lazy or whatever, they don't have like hard jobs or something like that. And I was saying like, well, nursing is an example of like a hard.
Well, not just
that's
nursing.
just one
And,
though.
like, and
that's just one. But I can name for that one job that you're mentioning. That's oh my god, it's hard because I'm walking around dealing with patients. I can name like 100 for men.
Well,
men have a natural proclivity, right, to work harder than women, especially when it comes to manual labor jobs. Men work more hours. Men take less time off. Men work harder labor jobs. Men, most of the workplace desks are men.
And
Men take less
hold on,
vacation,
hold
like-
on.
There's
Twitch, look at the super chats on YouTube, Twitch. If men didn't exist, nobody here would ever get a donation again. 99% of all donations to every single YouTube Twitch channel are men for both of us. For men and women. Women don't donate. They don't give to charity. They don't do
Women
fuck
give the
all.
most to charity.
Oh my God, are you kidding
We
me?
can search this up right now.
How many females donate on Twitch to streamers? Let's say.
Charity. Streamers
No.
Are they not
Yes, they run charity streams. They do charity
No,
streams.
we're not
How many
talking about
females donate to a charity
charity.
stream? Zero. Your gender is so selfish. Enough.
Women are more likely to volunteer their time. Men are more likely to volunteer their resources and money.
Yeah.
I think-
Typically, when it comes to being a
Bunch of
philanthropist.
liars here. Total liar.
Oh
This
my god. There's a couple of things I want to say when it comes to the different stressful jobs. The United States Department of Labor actually like surveyed like which jobs were the most stressful out of all of them, right? And the number one is urologist for a couple of reasons, right? First of all, it does involve surgery that can lead to like long, like life-lasting problems with fertility. You're dealing with like very
You
sensitive
said
topics.
urologist is the most.
Yes, according to U.S. Department of Labor. This also takes into account like staffing problems. It takes into account surgery. It takes into account like the type of issue, right?
I don't know if that's correct. I think the number one most stressful job in general is air traffic controller.
Okay, we can compare notes afterward. I have this. We can like. Well, I mean, this is taking into account like a bunch of different things, right?
Okay. You know what's the most stressful
basically,
situation
the
you
vast
could be
majority
in?
basically.
Have you ever gone on an airplane and saw that the pilot's a woman? I swear to God, I'd rather fly with Mohammed Atta. That seems like the most fucking... Bro, I had anxiety coming out here, but I saw co-pilot was a dude. But again, are we pretending everyone feels what I feel? When you're on an airplane...
all the accidents are by men's. All the accidents
mom
before
said-
are by men's.
All the what? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All the previous accidents by planes
Yeah, 'cause-
are by men.
yeah, 'cause there's, like, two female pilots on
That's funny.
Earth.
You said that you.
But you
you
can't
feel.
hold on. You can't argue that when most of the pilots are overwhelmingly men. You have to adjust. So if you're going to use that, you got to compare male pilots to female pilots. You can't say all the accidents are men when men are the only ones that are pilots in general.
Do you know the percentage of women pilots, flight attendant?
What?
Do you know the percentage of female pilots?
Yeah, it's much less because of money.
So then that makes sense.
You know,
Then
you
there
know
will
how
be
much.
less-
Do you
there will
know
be
how
less
much
crash.
money it costs? The study of be a pilot. I
I get
wish to be a
scared. How
pilot.
much does it cost? How much does it cost?
In Colombia, at least like 7,000.
Okay. Do you know how much it costs in America?
No, I have no idea.
Okay, so explain to me why it's so expensive to be a pilot in the United States, but women will go ahead and take on debt for stupid ass degrees versus being a pilot.
We have to ask them, but for sure is
No, it's simple.
way
It's because
expensive.
women. It's not because that. It's because women don't want to go into certain job fields. Unfortunately, women just don't want to be pilots in general.
It's choice.
They just don't.
No, maybe lesbian dance theory is more important than being a pilot, right? That's what they go study.
Okay, so
I
you said
think-
urologist. What are you trying to say
Oh,
here?
so I was
Do
gonna-
women dominate urology?
Yeah, not just that, but also when it comes to percentage of like surgeons in general, it's around like I think
50-50?
52. Yeah, it's basically 50-50. And not just that, but like throughout, if we compare the past decades, the amount of like women and men who have been in the field like have varied drastically. So there have been like I think from 2010 to 2017, you had women who are like literally the majority of surgeons. So I just think that would be an unfair argument to say, oh, you see, throughout like such a large time period, whatever, women were the majority of surgeons. That means women are more likely to do surgery, right, or more likely to be like better
So-
surgeons. I think instead of making like these arguments, they're much more complicated than that just biology.
Pixie, you have a surgeon named Amy. She's about to perform open heart surgery on you.
Do you want to know something crazy?
Or hold on. Or you're gonna bleed to death. She's about to do it, and then she picks up a call, and it's her boyfriend, and she goes, "Stop talking to me. I'm on my period." And then she's about to operate on you. Let me tell you something. You're both bleeding to death that day. That is crazy. You telling me you feel comfortable a bitch PMSing in your heart? You feel comfortable with a bitch PMSing and cutting you up?
Statistic. You know
what the
what's so
fuck?
funny about this? Here's a killer actually. Canada conducted like a giant study, right? Surveying all these different surgeons and seeing, okay, what is the rate of probability and success when it comes to these surgeons performing surgery? Guess what? Women were much more likely to have a successful surgery than men. So yes, and specifically, it was women who were getting operated on were more likely to have a successful surgery with a woman than a man.
Oh,
so yes, I would bet any day I'd rather have a woman be my surgeon than a man. Because statistically speaking, I'm going to be better.
Those studies came from a liberal think tank that said.
Oh yes, everything is a liberal think tank.
No, just the whole.
You're cherry picking. Now the data that the first you cared about data, and like now the data that conflicts with what you were saying.
Your side's data tells us to cut our cocks off.
Yeah.
I'm not going to agree with that retard shit.
Your side's data says that homosexual men gain more knowledge by fucking each other.
No, that's a scroll. I read an ancient scroll. This fucking crazy.
Yes.
No, hold on. If you look at homosexual studies,
I
I'm not afraid to get everyone banned here. Get ready, Fred. If you want to look at, hey man, look at what. Even though he's a homosexual, look at what Carl Jung said about it. Go. That's the greatest psychologist in history. Go look at what he said.
Yeah, did he say something about like fucking your daughters? Because that's what you believe in, right?
You're so dumb. But check this out.
I'm just repeating what you said, so I'm sorry that sounds dumb.
You know more than Carl Jung.
I'm saying I know more than you.
So be honest. If you're on a lie detector here, we paid for it. Would you feel comfortable with a woman performing open heart surgery?
Yes, absolutely, 100%. I'm more likely to.
What about a female
survive.
police officer? Let's say Fresh starts beating you up here, and you call the police, and the woman comes.
I'll take a male police officer, but that has to do with
which
physical
one would you
strength.
rather have?
Yeah, I said I'd take a male one because that has to do with physical strength. We're talking about like fine-tuned, highly stressful situations that have to do with surgery. That's a topic. But again, you can't contest with that, so you pivot. But I shouldn't be surprised anymore.
You could imagine a woman cutting your heart up and feeling cozy.
How many
about
times
this?
did she have to say yes? She already answered
I don't
yes.
buy it. I don't buy it. She's lying.
He can't actually
my
respond.
aunt's a surgeon. I don't understand why you're having such a hard time.
Are you all right? Let's try this. How would you do on a lie detector if I said, do you feel comfortable with a female pilot? No, you don't. Nobody does.
Pilots
My mom,
different
who's like very liberal, doesn't. You know, she's very soft.
Look, pilots are different because women do have with cars, they crash so much more than men. So when it comes to just like, and I'll show with my recognition of how women do with their brain chemistry, they're not as good. So I would choose men. Yes.
For the heart surgery too?
No, for heart surgery.
What a lie.
Why?
That is such a lie. If you had a choice between a male and a female, you're choosing a female to cut up your heart?
For surgery, yes.
Oh my God.
What is wrong with you?
He's
Why are you not understanding that women can be better at some, or even equal at something? Not everything, some things. And like when it comes to fine surgeries, I would imagine with delicate procedures, tiny little things, you have to have a gentle touch. So I had a cousin who was a surgeon and I had an aunt who was a surgeon. My cousin who was a surgery, she did eye surgeries, and if you do it just a little bit too much, your patient's blind. And if you do it not enough,
I'd rather
you have
go
to redo
blind
the
than let a
surgery.
woman do that surgery.
Okay, men
we
mess up that surgery more often than women.
I'll still choose the man.
Women are just objectively
Because he's
worse in
ugly.
high pressure situations. Why do you think there's no female chess grandmasters?
We literally gave you
because
multiple
men
examples.
are better at there's with different brain chemistry, men are better at chess. So if you asked me if I had to choose a chess partner, I mean you don't really partner, but like if I had to choose somebody to represent me in a chess game, I would choose a man over a woman. But then for certain things, I would either not have a preference or I would prefer.
You talk about high pressure situations in a plane or in a car. Why does that change when it's your heart?
It's not about the high pressure for the heart. It's like I want someone who's delicate, someone who's slow, someone who's not going to take major risks.
And choose a gay guy.
Well, also, here's the other thing too, ladies, that you guys kind of just came in here, but I'm going to take a shot in the dark. You also fail to realize that women are grossly overrepresented in university attendance, which is going to lead to skewed medical school attendance as well. So if it's fit, think about it. If women are almost 3/4 of the student body population, right? And there's still only 50% of surgeons, I would say, like, what's going on here? Something's off.
Yeah, at least when it came to like the surgery performance, they accounted for like the different ratio of men and women. Like that they accounted like for any basically variables that would lead to something like that. And it was still shown that women were more successful in those surgeries. As like we said before, it probably does have to do something with having more delicate hands, being able to be more like precise in those areas. But it also shows that women are able to do high stress situations.
The last time I saw a liberal white woman this confident in studies, you guys had like an amnesty apology to billions of people for the for the COVID.
We avoid certain words on this podcast, sir.
Do you refute all
Veneers.
those statistics you guys used to fight for?
Mr. Veneers, please follow the
I'm
rules.
glad you noticed $40,000.
right.
And that's just in the mouth.
Where we
That's
at
just in the
here?
mouth.
Okay. And then I've been watching the show since it had 7,000 subscribers. This is the first time in more than 2 years that I've had a genuine headache. Stop inviting Destiny's Demon Snow Bunny Apostles onto the show.
Demon Snow Bunny Apostles is crazy.
I thought it was a good one. That is a good one. What the fuck?
Them boys in the elites pushed the feminist movement to empower women so they could get them into the labor force to become a slave to the matrix, so they spend more money and pay taxes. Trust me, it's not because they cared about y'all. Well, yeah, if you double the labor,
100%.
force, you're able to pay less wages.
Why are you nodding? That was you.
I don't know. Because honestly, I wasn't.
Ladies, there's nothing empowering about being a cum dumpster. Like, don't fall for this shit.
Oscar Martinez was 23 years old, fit, successful business, making $200K per year, fell in love with a single mom, lost business, got depressed, drugs, tried to take my life, had a heart attack. Thanks to God, the Tates and Fresh Fit learned responsibility to save my life. That's what's about, my friend.
Good job, bro.
You should have became a plumber.
Real Demassify goes, in 2021, 5% of American pilots were women, according to the carrier. Okay, I appreciate that, my friend. Okay. Anything else?
No.
All right, so we'll turn it to the lady. Anybody else have anything?
There's no rumble chats?
I had a disagreement with Laura earlier because you said two things about like IQ and like race and like brains. So you
did
were
I say anything about race? I don't think so.
or like IQ.
Good save.
But IQ on a
So
on
you
a
like
bell
the
curve.
studies about gender IQ, but not race?
I don't mind anything about race, but I just don't think I said anything.
Okay, if you didn't say race,
Myron,
then
why don't
my
you fill
mistake.
her in
But the
about
first thing
these
that-
studies?
Can we go to Rumble?
Get her to read some of those studies, Myron.
Yeah, I think we might need to go Rumble for this. If we're
Not
gonna,
race,
we're
okay.
gonna, we're
I
gonna
didn't say race and you didn't say race.
Well, she
I
didn't
heard
say
that.
race. Her friend said race, and I shut it down because it kind of got derailed and didn't really need to be said. So she was kind of, but it was your friend. It wasn't her.
We haven't done race before today.
No, baby, not
honestly,
their
if we're
friends.
intelligent, we can do it on YouTube. Let's just be intelligent.
But yeah, you did. You almost went there.
When did I didn't mention anything about race.
What did I don't know what she said.
I'm here for the views. I'm not here for you guys. I'm gonna hold back.
In regards to the difference between like male and female brains, what you were saying is that like men and like you said that they're completely different?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not true. And the way that I can demonstrate that to people is that in my undergrad for biology, we didn't have separate classes for male anatomy and physiology or female anatomy and physiology. 1. 2, those differences do exist, but they're statistical averages of gray matter. They're not distinct anatomical like structures or like and it doesn't map on to the way that you're
But
saying.
it still exists. You're acknowledging that there's some gray matter differences.
Yeah,
right?
but on averages, like averages of gray matter, but they're small. You were acting like men and women have completely different types of brains.
They do have completely different brain chemistry. They don't have to have different brain components. They have different brain chemistry.
No, but I'm saying that some people might have gotten that impression from what you were saying, which is why I was
Okay,
saying that that's not the case. But even with what you're saying, they're like small averages. They're not
Hold on.
like
A man has more in common with a dog than a woman. I'm telling you about resources. Let me tell you something about fucking and resources. We're more close to a dog. This is what ancient philosophers used to actually say. The way men move, we fuck all the bitches, we take all the food or money. We have more in common with a dog. We never understand your guys' point of view. Matter of fact, I'm starting to think dogs are smarter.
So are you saying men are bitches because they're closer to dogs or what?
No, we only chill with male dogs.
Okay.
So sorry, you were saying. So you were saying you were trying to.
Yeah, so you were trying to say that the brain chemistry
on the
is
brain thing,
different.
and then what were you saying with the like IQ differences with the like bell curve or something?
Yeah,
like that?
so with the bell curves, women have a much steeper bell curve. So
this. Yes, this is true. Like what you
everything I'm saying is true.
What the thing about that you misrepresented what you said about like brains being different between like men and women.
Yeah,
though.
it is. I mean, they've done many studies on this. I've actually watched a mini series on like this. They had men and women perform different studies, and almost every time there's very few exceptions. Men would score like when it came to certain tasks, women would always perform better than the men. But then it came to other tasks, men would always perform better than the women.
But correlation doesn't imply causation.
So like I understand that because yes, I understand that. But like, okay, when it came to women, they were just almost always capable of seeing a wide variety of colors that men were just incapable of seeing. And when it came to another test that they did was they made a trunk empty, like a car trunk, and then they had a bunch of items and they had to like fill the trunk full of items. Women were almost never capable of doing this, and men were able to get the trunk closed.
The
with all
former I
items
know
in
is
it.
true that women are like women on average. I don't know I can't remember what it's called, like tetrachromats or whatever. People who are like able to see like lots of variety of color, and on average is what you're saying is true. Women can identify more colors on a spectrum than like men can. Although with the second one, that I think this is like where the correlation doesn't imply causation, where you're saying that like women being unable to like fulfill this task or whatever. I don't know if they were doing it comparatively to men or if they couldn't complete the task at all, but that could have to do with like environmental factors, not just like genetics or their brain chemistry.
I'm a
or
little
matter.
bit confused what you mean by correlation doesn't imply causation, because usually what that is okay,
Hold on, just like if it was environmental, you guys wouldn't be losers in chess worldwide.
So, okay, you said always, right?
pardon?
So when these tests, when they were done, it
There
was pretty
there
much
was very
always.
few
Okay.
rare exceptions, and that has to do with brain chemistry as well, because sometimes women have more masculine brain chemistry and sometimes men have more feminine brain chemistry,
Okay.
and that makes sense.
So I mean, so what is your?
It doesn't, because there's no like there was never any point in like my undergraduate where they were like trying to characterize certain like characteristics as like these are more masculine or these are more feminine. They never try to do that. They just talk about the
if you
averages
didn't
and
learn
differences.
something doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
That's true, but I'm saying as like part of my degree, I feel like that would have been brought up in an
Well, you
anatomy
can't say but,
physiology if they were
because but kind of takes away what you said.
negates the first part of the premise. We've all read the book, but I'm talking like it's just not true. But I just disagree.
What was this whole point of your?
I don't even know what they're talking about. But
Me either. I'm like, wait, what? I have a question.
She's arguing that men's brains aren't necessarily that different from female brains. Is that the basic premise of your argument?
But aren't you a liberal? Right,
No.
right, okay. But you like the Transformers, right? Like you're like pro Transformer. A huge part of their argument is that males and females have different brains, and that the Transformers have the brain chemistry of the opposite gender. That's
I reject that. Like
that's a major part
I know
of their
that's a major argument
argument
that people make that I just don't agree with.
And they say that
Okay, that's fine, but she's talking with her
Oh,
about
sorry.
her
Mhm.
situation.
Yeah.
So go ahead. So you were saying.
But the way that they identify transformer individuals typically has to do with who has gender dysphoria.
Yes. However,
right, but it's not like pink brain, like pink brain in a blue body, or like a male body and then like a blue brain
that is
inside of a pink
absolutely
body.
what they are arguing, and they're arguing
Yeah.
gender
Who is they?
dysphoria.
Who is they?
People, the medical professionals argue gender dysphoria is a result of your brain chemistry not
exactly.
matching your body.
Yes, that is
you
completely
gotta
true.
remember-
That's, and if that was not true, they wouldn't have to go through a year's worth of psychoanalytical
Hormones.
No, not hormones. You have to go through therapy for over a year, and your therapist has to sign off on it and it has to attribute to your actual mental state before they do a sexual reassignment surgery. So if what she's saying wasn't true, they would make you go through the therapy and the psychoanalytical part of it if it didn't have to do with the brain chemistry and the brain makeup.
And also, it's an iceberg. The majority of the studies about gender dysphoria that's buried underwater is that it comes from trauma.
That's not true, but I disagree, because what you're talking about is like, again, this whole like pink brain, male brain or whatever. That's not how like gender dysphoria manifests. If that were the case, like why would cis people even exist? You're talking about a specific like disorder.
A cis person is different though.
Yeah,
a cis, that's complete. It's a whole nother ballgame. You can compare apples to oranges at that point.
The fuck is a cis?
A cis is
a normal person,
A cis
non-transformer.
person is just anybody who's
Somebody
gender
going to
aligned.
heaven.
I mean, would it be? I mean, if your argument is true that male brains and female brains are super alike, then why is it that men dominate certain fields and women dominate other fields? And why is it that we view the world differently? Why is it that women are more emotional than men
You
are?
could make this argument
Like-
with race. So just because certain races are overrepresented in like our government, like the majority of our elected officials, even though like white men
What, like
are
white
only like
people?
white men are only like 1/3 of the population. But
race and gender
but
are
they-
two different, completely different things.
Can we
They
please
are
talk about
completely
race? These
different,
girls want to
but
talk about
I'm
race so
saying-
bad. So can we switch so we can talk about race?
gender,
please?
gender and race are
I got something to say.
are completely different. Like you can't
I'm
be.
not
Calm down, white
disagreeing.
girl.
I'm not disagreeing. but they're completely
Thanks,
different.
sis, because I forgot I was supposed to identify as a white
You
woman
are a white
today.
woman.
I forgot.
Well, yes, let her finish her point. But like, what I'm saying is that race and gender are not the same whatsoever. Like, men and women's brains are different, and they have to be because we're attracted to different things, which inherently means that we're different. We have different sexual urges. We're different. Like, I mean, how could you not?
It's how great the difference is.
It's how great the difference is. I'm not disagreeing that there are differences, but you guys are overstating the differences.
Mm.
One, and I was not trying to compare race to gender. I was trying to draw a parallel to say that you're saying that like the way that we know that men on average, like men are more intelligent than women or whatever, and it has a lot more to do with like biology than it has to do with like environment.
No, we said women
is because,
on average are more intelligent than men.
Mhm,
It's just at the extreme ends of the bell curve, there are more male geniuses, but there are also more male retards.
Well, you're not saying women on average are smarter than men. You're saying they're getting a gay degree and still making they're still making less. They're still making less with a fucking degree than the average man. So we're not saying the average man is less intelligent. It's just she went and got the degree and that's how they're measuring it, right?
Can you rip
No, it's what was that?
Can you rip me a page?
Oh. No, because I mean her study is correct though that like on average women have higher IQs. But
I don't know
on
about
average,
that, dude.
But
I was saying that like you guys were looking at like the top echelons of like geniusness in society, like with regards to like the chess grandmasters or like men are overrepresented and stuff like that. That
in
doesn't
excellence, men are overrepresented.
in excellence. Okay, so like an example, like
But
I was
also
saying
mediocrity.
with like political offices, right? Like white people are overrepresented, but does it then follow that like white people are smarter than any of their racial counterparts simply because they're overrepresented?
They are
in that?
until you talk about Chinese people.
You think that there are like certain races that are more smart than the other?
No, you think that too.
She's
Just-
asking to clarify.
I'm asking you to clarify.
You want to take it? Go ahead.
Sure. So twitter.com/Zherka official and the smartest people. I mean, just search up Albanian IQ. Look at my people. Just look at my people, bro.
But I'm talking about not
low.
ethnicity, like race specifically.
Yeah, no, that's it's been proven that race
Haram!
and IQ they correlate heavily, and white people be killing it with the Bible.
So you're
Asians
saying,
are at the top.
Asians are at the top, but they're getting led by white guys.
okay, but what race are you saying is at the bottom?
This is where I get stabbed. Move away, women. Bottom, it seems that SNEAKO, do you remember this one?
I like off the top of my head. I
We're
don't
gonna have to come back next time.
I don't recall. Ask Nick Fuentes. He might tell you.
But I'm asking you. You can't tell me?
Yeah, it's probably the ones that
It might get you canceled off YouTube for.
I don't know if I'm harming your channel. Let me know.
I think it's time to. I think it's time to rumble.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's what I
guys, I think it's.
Let's get ready to rumble!
All right, guys. Come on over to Rumble right now. 20,000 plus y'all. Come on over to Rumble. Rumble.com/Fresh
Let's
Fit.
go.
We're gonna go ahead. We don't want to go ahead and water down the conversation. Y'all want to fucking hear it? Come on over. Switch. Yeah.
Let's go.
All right, go ahead, man. Let it rip.
It's going.
Yep. On Rumble. Go ahead.
Yes, I don't know if I'm right about this, but I'm pretty sure, 90% sure. Black guys.
Are less intelligent than white people simply because they're black?
Well, when we look at intelligence, let's look at black guys how they perform, let's say on the court or as an athlete.
I'm not talking about their physical strength. I'm talking about their intellect.
But
I'm talking about their
it
intellect.
takes intellect to think as fast as Kobe. God bless Kobe, the greatest of all time, because that the neurons that are firing those synapses, right? This is the highest level of intelligence. That's why he gets $100 million contract. This is a type of intelligence, athletic intelligence, right? You're a retard. But
It's not athletic intelligence, that's physical ability that you're talking about.
It's a level of intellect that comes with performing at that high level at that high speed for that amount of years.
Asians are industrious, right? You want to hire them very higher IQ than whites, but for some reason they can't invent shit.
I mean, it sounded like you were
That's not
talking
true.
about a hierarchy just
Whatever,
a little bit ago, but now you're
whites have
trying to say,
invented everything.
oh, it's
So
just
much
like
technology,
and stuff
When
like
you guys
that.
are talking about intelligence, I think there's 6 different types of intelligence. One of them is athleticism. One of them is
Multiple intelligence theory. Yeah.
Yeah, and most of them are related to like things that you would find in the office, but one of them is really based in like athleticism.
That's true.
And
What
then one
was
is
it?
music. One is I can't remember all.
That's
of
why
them,
white
really.
guys are leaders because they're the most fair race.
Ingenuity.
Okay, yeah. So I was about to ask that. Do you think
What does fair
black men
mean?
are
I'm
less
sorry.
capable of being like politically, or they're less politically smart, basically? Like, are black men less capable to lead?
Well, I mean, when we look at the greatest black
basically.
president of all time, one of my heroes, Malcolm X. Anytime there's a
Did you just call Malcolm X the president?
it's not Obama, it's Malcolm X, the greatest of all time, one in the chat. But when you look at it, anytime someone's raising black consciousness, they get sniped, right? So you can make an argument that they're muddying the waters with that. But again, when you look at everyone wants to work for a white boss because he pays fairly, right? When you work with immigrants, like we snake each other.
Or does he pay
Everyone
off
knows
of guilt? And because his white people have to walk around with this white consciousness to go against what their ancestors did, in which they try to act like they're not racist, but race is
white people
embedded in people and their ideologies more so, and then it's just transferred into other different aspects.
The whites are the only race to make slavery illegal. Everyone else still does it.
But I was asked, but she asked you specifically, do you think like black men are capable of holding political office?
I do, but for most, it seems
Well,
like
what he thinks doesn't matter because it happens. So what he thinks doesn't really fucking matter.
It is the parallel that I was talking about earlier with the gender, with regards to gender. And
Let's look at my people, so you guys don't cry like little babies. We're the lowest IQ, the Albanians. We're low IQ Albanians, right? We're low IQ.
I don't know if that's true.
So imagine what that makes you guys on this podcast. We'll look at Albanians. Am I really going to hire a bunch of Albanians to work for my Fortune 500 company? I don't want to go meet these guys face to face and interview. I'm just going to go off studies, right? So guess what? I'm going to hire Ashkenazi Jewish guys.
So with races, like if you had to do phone interviews with people and you couldn't know their race or whatever, like if in order to ascertain who was smarter, would you ask candidates, what's your race?
Yeah,
like, are you? So
yeah, I would.
So you could know if you're talking to like a smart person or a stupid person?
No, so I can have a higher percent chance of actually not wasting my money.
Yeah, smarter or stupid. That's like the hierarchy here.
Right, but I wouldn't nail it every time. Like if I imagine I'm interviewing Malcolm X and I don't know it's him and I miss out on him, he would have increased my business 1,000-fold. So it's not like I'm nailing it every time by choosing race, but I'm increasing my percentage. If the Chinese boy is definitely protecting my bottom line.
On average, though, what you're saying is that you would, if you were conducting phone interviews, you'd be like, well, I want to know if I'm talking to a smart person or a stupid person. So what's your race? And then if they said I'm black, you're saying that on average they're less likely to be as intelligent as a white counterpart.
Are you retarded? If I was on a phone call with Malcolm X, why the fuck would I care about his race? I can hear the intelligence through the fucking interview. That's what an interview is, you fucking idiot.
You would start.
You think if I had a phone call with Shaq and Malcolm X, I'm gonna be like, oh, two black guys can't hire these guys. Are you fucking retarded?
You said if you were trying to maximize.
They're changing my position on abortion. This is a waste of IQ. What the fuck is this? You're telling me I'll reject Malcolm X. You're telling me on a phone call, like, you move to black.
You don't answer the question. Zherka's mad.
No, she's trying to mischaracterize me.
We're talking about in general and average, and since he can't argue
in general,
he's saying, oh no, the Malcolm X.
No, if we're talking in general for like 10 employees that aren't like gonna affect my business, they're just like workers, I'm gonna hire some nerdy white kids. Yeah. My moderators are white kids.
Because you're saying that like black people would be on average less intelligent, right?
What are we talking about?
No. Why is it black? Look how disgusting the liberal white woman is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Look what she
crazy.
said. She said, you're saying it because you're saying it. She will never admit I'm reading a study that she can read too.
What study?
I'll link it on Twitter.
Oh yeah, sure.
Man, I gotta remember the case file, you fucking retards.
Now, you can cite it, you do. Yeah. You can say how the study was conducted.
If you read the study for like Mexicans or something, read it out loud. Does that make it your opinion? No. It's not like Zherka's the racist for going off a study. And the study could be skewed. We don't know. Remember when Kellogg's bought the research in the 80s and said, everyone got to eat cereal instead of bacon and eggs because there's fats.
Yep.
And then the obesity skyrocketed because,
that's not research.
90% of science is fucking fake news, bro. They buy, Kellogg's corporations buy the science like these fucking retards who got vaccinated. You all shut the fuck up. Where the fuck are your masks? Where are their masks? Why are they not wearing masks? Because they're stupid, bro. If CNN tells them to cut their dick off, they'll do it.
Out of curiosity, who got the vaccine?
Hey, raise your hands, Zherka. Come on, man.
Fuck
no. Who got the vaccine?
Vaccine? I thought you said you regretted it.
Miss Columbia, you got the vaccine. Who else got the vaccine?
I'm not an NPC. Go raise your hands, bots.
Okay, 3,
But
4. Okay, so all right, so about half the girls got the vaccine. Okay.
Bots.
All right.
I had to, or else I would have gone to jail. I had to leave Canada at the time.
You could have faked it like everybody else.
I had no idea you could pay money to fake.
Yeah,
well, we're not talking about that here.
It's Rumble. We can talk about it now.
It's Rumble. It's Rumble. Hey, everyone dying from the vaccine, right? Right?
Yeah.
You guys fought tooth and nail for that fucking poison. Okay, so take that death, bitch.
That's me too. What is it? Something like 70% of Americans took the vaccine, if I'm not
70%, yeah.
And why were you like women crying on Twitter, like, put a mask on? You don't even believe in the mask thing. Look, if I scrolled their Facebooks and Twitters, you guys would look like fucking retards.
You were definitely shilling for the mask.
I never wore a mask.
No, not you. These two, the feminists.
You guys all wore masks. Raise your hand if you wore that retard mask.
We all
We had to. At one
I think it means if you didn't have to wear it.
No, I mean if they defended it. Like this girl's probably crying, you're killing my grandmother. Fuck your grandmother. Let me tell you something. It was all fake news, and these people pretend we forgot. We didn't forget. You guys watched CNN and went hysterical. And you know what's funny?
You are fake
In
news.
any other society, you guys would be considered like, we would lock you up for that hysteria. You guys, for a mask, started rioting. That's worse than a dog. You liberals are worse than animals.
The only people that I saw rioting were people who were literally doing the like anti-mask, anti-lockdown protesters. It was conservative people mostly who were like protesting that. They weren't. There weren't any like liberals being like starting like pro-mask riots. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
I saw people get beat up in like supermarkets for trying to walk in.
And I
without a
saw people
mask.
who died because they didn't get the vaccine and they died of COVID.
Was this before or after they burned down every damn city, the Democrats, right?
Which
Was that
city
before?
burned down?
Miss Edinburgh, that's
cities.
not true, because if you look at it, was the red states that lifted the mask bans as soon as they could. You look at Florida, you look at Texas, etc. Like we got like
I know, but that correlated with like higher rates of COVID in those areas and higher death rates.
No,
that's
it
not
didn't.
good. Yes,
But-
it did. Yes,
No,
it did.
well-
We could Google this. You'd be wrong.
No,
Were you
but her
handing out
argument,
masks to the park?
no. Her argument was that the conservatives were the ones pushing for the mask, and I'm arguing no.
No, she said they
I
were
said
protesting against
they're
it.
protesting.
Okay, good. Yeah. As they should.
Yeah, because Zherka was saying that he was like, you liberals were screaming, being like, yeah, we have to force everybody to wear the mask and like protesting and making people wear masks. I said the only protests that I saw were people who
That's
were
because they didn't
conservatives
have to
complaining about-
protest because they already had it enforced.
No,
The only
my question
protest was
is,
not there.
my question is,
argument, but that's not what he was
if I
saying.
went on if I went on your social medias, my question would be, how humiliated do you two feel for the hysteria on the crybaby tweets? Do you feel like you got by CNN, or are you still stupid?
The only thing I feel humiliated about right now
No
is
answer.
expecting a high IQ conversation.
There's no
with you.
answer. Do you see that? Do you feel humiliated for that hysteria?
Well, why don't you ask them first if they what was your opinion on the mask?
come on, you
Were
already know.
Yeah.
What the fuck they're crying? They say I'm killing their grandmother,
masks.
right?
It's
I said if I want to kill your grandmother, I grab the fucking butcher knife. Fucking kill her with a cough? You fucking retarded?
Did you actually say that he was
I'll
killing your
cut the
grandma?
dust off her head.
What did you say on Twitter about masks?
I literally did not tweet about masks.
They're
I
literally
think-
shadow boxing right now.
Look at them lying. Look at them lying.
I'm not-
Okay, so how do you
Liars on
so he
Destiny's stream. You guys were both on Destiny's stream. Give me a break.
Oh damn! Oh, he knows what
I
he's
was
talking
on
about.
Destiny stream last night.
Well, no, they were literally promoting the propaganda and hysteria.
When
That's
did I
Hitler
ever
and Himmler over here.
What was I
You're literally
promoting?
lying.
So what
right
you guys
now.
And they
for
promoted the
masks? I'm so
lockdown that
confused
increased
right now.
depression and suicide rate
No,
on our
They
gender.
were for masks.
No, here, you want me to
bitches
answer?
decide.
Yes, I want you to answer, please.
Okay,
He's cooking, man.
So in the beginning, right, when all of this
You
was
mean Genesis, the beginning?
Yes.
when all of this was like starting and we didn't really know, I was okay with masks because I was like thinking in my mind, okay, well, this is a simple thing. And worst case scenario, it does nothing. Best case scenario, it helps someone. Now, as like data came out, anything else came out, whatever, as it was less likely to get COVID, I was like, okay, it's not necessary to wear
You were
masks
okay
anymore.
with the vaccine. Your goalpost shifting so
When
hard.
I
You
literally
pushed the
was
vaccine,
asked a
and then
question
after all the
about masks.
injuries, you're as quiet as a mouse.
Zherka, I was literally asked a question about how I felt about masks, and I
You'll
responded
never
to it.
answer the vaccine one.
What do you
You're a
mean? About the
coward.
vaccine
You
one?
both pushed the vaccine. Look how stupid you guys look
never
now.
pushed the vaccine.
That's right. I'm a
I pushed
time
the
traveler.
vaccine.
I still remember,
People get
bitch.
vaccinated.
I'm still mad. You pushed the vaccine, and then after all the injuries, you sat there like fucking retards.
Oh my god.
Look at you guys. You have no answer.
Anybody who tells people to not get vaccinated against COVID-19 literally has blood on their hands.
You should have
because
another one.
Yes.
Anyone who's pushing the vaccine has
true.
blood on their hands.
Apparently everyone
guys,
disagrees.
guys,
I've never-
hold on. Before you guys all jump on her, etc. Let her make her point, and then you guys we can go by. And
All right.
So please go ahead. You said so. You think anyone that didn't get the vaccine
Has literal blood on their hands.
Yeah, let's let her finish.
And I said anybody who promoted on social media that you should not be getting vaccinated against COVID-19 has blood on their hands because you are spreading misinformation and disinformation about vaccines.
Don't
we
worry,
know
we were
vaccines
censored.
are effective.
Fauci fucked her.
Oh my
Hold on. Let's let her finish, guys. Let's let her finish. Go ahead.
Finish?
Finish,
Okay.
yeah, please.
We know vaccines are effective, and when it comes to public health
Do you?
measures during like a pandemic, you want masks, lockdowns, social distancing.
Oh, God.
Ideally,
Oh,
the combination
Let
of
her
these
finish.
three things
Let her
is
finish.
the combination of these three things is going to be some of the most effective public health measures that we can use to decrease stop the spike of COVID-19 from spreading.
Can you just recite the CDC website?
Yeah, she definitely just
like
read
word
bars
for
off
word.
the CDC.
Yes, I would
That
say
got lockdowns
CDC.
and lockdowns.
Yeah. Hey, she got to prepare for monkeypox.
Yeah.
All right, that's coming soon, guys. Right? New PLC coming soon.
The way that you prepare for monkeypox is to get a vaccine.
Okay.
Literally.
just not fucking
Is
training
that
like
what
you.
you wanted to say? That's it. So you
What?
think COVID, blood on hands? That was it. I wanted to make
Yes,
sure
I'm
you
saying like
finished.
spreading vaccine misinformation, disinformation,
Okay.
and discouraging people from getting vaccinated against COVID-19. You are responsible for
Okay.
people dying.
So-
Yes.
But,
Can we clarify? In a very
what's
small
is
way,
it
yes.
misinformation and disinformation when, as you guys love statistics? There was not enough data. There was not enough research. There was not enough nothing at that point in time to sit here and go pushing
No, hold on, pause. Yo, shout out to the black community for not falling for the vaccine. That was the most intelligent, high IQ shit I've ever seen. And she's trying to kill you. These white people put abortion clinics in every black neighborhood. They're trying to kill you. Run from these liberal white bitches.
Yeah. Okay. So going back to what was your thing to that with the disinformation?
With the disinformation, I think you were saying that there was not enough evidence for us to know whether or not vaccines,
to stand on it statistically, absolutely, and scientifically, there was not enough information. Absolutely not.
whether or not masks were effective against.
Oh,
the
no, we're talking about vaccination. Let's talk about vaccination. We ain't talking about masks.
Moving.
We're talking about
I thought you were talking
vaccinations. Talking about vaccinations. Talking about pushing the vaccine right now. That is what we're talking about.
Nothing.
Right, but what were you saying about the data, or what they didn't have the
Baby.
data to
She just recited the CDC website and had nothing else.
Okay, listen.
There were
Okay, you got it? Did you
yeah,
get what I said?
Yeah, I heard what you said.
Okay.
In terms of like stats and data, at least from what I saw, there was like a good amount of data showing specifically red counties, Republican counties that were not promoting the vaccine, right? Seeing the amount of COVID cases, they were much higher per capita compared to like other cities that were promoting
We're
the vaccine.
talking about lasting effects. We're talking about people dying because of vaccinations. We're talking about that. Injuries. We don't know what 10 years is going to look like from now.
Yes, we do. When they conduct research on
You
vaccines,
should take two more. I need you to take 2 more vaccines since you're so close.
We're
gonna finish her off.
Guys, let's let her finish. Let's let her finish. All right, go ahead, please.
Okay, y'all can keep laughing. This is scientific
please let her
consensus and
finish her point,
evidence.
guys.
Right, but one thing about science is that we only believe science because there's enough time and there's enough data and there's enough
Science
research.
isn't based off of belief; it's based off of evidence and
I
medical
just said there's enough
consensus based
time,
off
there's
of
enough
that.
data, there's enough research. Those are the three
Hold on,
things that I
vaccines-
said.
Also, hold on. If you want to do science, if you want to do science, it takes.
We believe science. That means when I say we believe, that means we take it as fact.
And in science, they say it takes
Accepting
They say it takes 15 to 20 years to develop one vaccine.
Exactly.
15 to 20 fucking years, and they had that shit ready. They had a whole stock out ready for us retards.
It literally took over a year to have the vaccine like out.
That's why I kill people.
That was literally
If you guys like Donald Trump, he was the one who put into place Operation Warp Speed to speed up
Shout out my boy Trump.
That's big as hell.
Yeah. No.
Trump took the vaccine. Do you guys disagree
Trump
with
took
that?
the
Of course I do. That was
Okay.
retarded.
You know, Trump needs
He
to
got
chill with
booed
the
at his own
kingmakers sometimes,
rallies.
you know?
Because his own fan
So
base
do you
thought
think
that vaccines
Trump was
didn't
trying to
work.
kill you guys?
I think he was. I think he got brainwashed by a liberal white woman.
Can I-
Look at it. Hold on. The CDC discontinued the original vaccine. They stopped recommending it. What happened to all of us? I'm unvaccinated. We're still walking around strong. You said we have blood on our hands.
You're unvaccinated?
Of course, I'm based, man.
Mashallah, this guy's made it.
Yo, I've been traveling the whole
Why am I not
thing,
dead
and I
if
have
I have
not
blood
caught
in my
it, not
hands?
once.
Wait, I haven't.
Never got vaccinated, nothing.
Just because you have it, that doesn't mean you're not at a greater risk for
never-
contracting
no,
COVID-19.
never-
And what the vaccine
no.
protects you against is not that it guarantees that you won't catch COVID-19. You can't
sound like a Pfizer commercial.
The only vaccines you ladies should have got is to protect you from STDs. Because let me tell you something,
STIs.
that shit never worked. The vaccine never worked, and you got
You
to
won't
admit
even
it.
let her
Admit it.
finish her sentence, and you're already calling her a liar.
She's just
Like,
saying
bro.
exactly what it
Lying.
says on the
She's literally
CDC
lying.
site.
We don't have time for
Or
lies.
maybe you're cutting me off because you don't know how to contend with my
Wait,
points.
okay, I
because
do
you
ha-
know you're wrong on this.
I have a
There's
question. I have several.
overwhelming evidence that runs
All right,
contrary to all of
finish
the
your
assertions
point,
that
and
you're
then
making.
she'll go next.
I have
Go ahead.
several-
Let her finish her point, and then you can go right after. Go ahead, please, guys. Don't cut her off. Let's not make this a retard podcast. Everyone's speaking over each other.
All right.
Finish your point, and then we'll go to her.
The point that I'm making is that we know that vaccines are effective against COVID-19. And what became one of the biggest predictors for whether or not you would die of COVID-19 was your partisan affiliation, because Republicans became the most likely to die from COVID-19 because they were the most likely to be unvaccinated. We also know that vaccines don't prevent you from getting COVID, but what it does do is that if you contract COVID, you're much less likely to have a deadly case.
Yeah. Well, can I?
You can still have what they refer to as a breakthrough case, even if.
Is that the end of your point?
Yeah, you can still have what they refer to as a breakthrough case, even if you're vaccinated against COVID. It's just not going to be as bad of a case.
All right. So, John, chime in real quick, then I'm going to go to her.
If you're telling the truth, why did every Washington Post and every news source declare an amnesty and an apology on us? Why did your elites that you get your news from declare an amnesty and they said, sorry, we didn't know it's killing your ass? Why would your the guys you get your news
You're making
from
this up or you're completely
Google
wrong.
Washington Post amnesty for COVID? What the fuck are you talking about? This is like huge news.
So,
you guys apologized and you're pretending your side didn't apologize. Okay? Your side needs to fuck off. Just get the fuck
you're
out of
talking about
America.
other people, you're not talking about me.
So go ahead. You had something.
Okay,
that you
I
wanna add?
have several questions for you. Okay, you said vaccine, it was never supposed to stop the spread, but we were originally told the entire purpose of the vaccine was to stop the spread.
Thank
and
you.
then another thing that you said was it makes you less deadly. So one thing that you need to have something called a control variable in order to determine that. So you would have to have literally a clone of yourself, one version vaccinated, one
No.
version unvaccinated. What do you mean no?
We have control. There's in a study, there's multiple ways to do like control variables, right?
Can you let her
Okay, I'm
finish
sorry.
real quick and then
And then, so scientific consensus. First of all, there was never a consensus, and then as we were talking about, all of these conservatives have blood on their hands for promoting on Twitter. What do you mean? We were banned. We were banned from all social media. We weren't even allowed. So and then consensus. The doctors were banned if they didn't agree with the thing.
Joe Rogan's
and then,
guys too.
My last
Shut
issue.
up, ivermectin.
My last issue that I wanted to address is you said, oh, well, we should get everybody, we should do forced vaccines and we should have a strict lockdown and da-da-da-da-da. What constitutional... No, you said
that.
You did say earlier that we should have, like, for health measures, we should have, like,
Lockdowns.
a 2-week
I said those are the most effective.
Okay.
Those are the most effective.
What constitutional basis does... on what grounds in America do legislators or any politician have any right, knowing that we have a federal constitution in place, to do any of that?
You have to show people where it's unconstitutional to do those things.
What? It's not in the Constitution. You can't make people
There are
do shit.
several rights that we have from the Constitution that aren't explicitly enumerated, in the same way that the Supreme Court is granted federal supremacy, even though there's nowhere in the Constitution that outlines that the Supreme Court is the be-all, end-all when it comes to like interpreting the Constitution. Except I know, but
Excuse me, Zionist lady, I got a question. Here's the question I got. Okay, when you saw Amazon, when you saw Amazon and all these billionaire companies triple their net worth while that blue collar went into debt for COVID, how the fuck do you not think you're on the bad guys team? Dude, Amazon triples its net worth during lockdown while everyone went poor.
All the billionaires.
The only guys who made money was the internet guys. We're the smart ones.
I'm talking about data. You're talking about economic markets
I know.
and
I'm
market
talking
trends.
about you are literally of the devil. That's what I'm trying to say.
It is very demonic. It sounds ironic, but it is satanic.
You're gonna burn in hell.
It's pretty stupid to think that the social media guidelines would be on the side of the people. Like that was the reason I was banned on YouTube, was misinformation about the vaccines for even questioning it. Do you really think that they cared about the mass population or profit?
No, they care about making money. And it became a liability to
So
host
how did they make money?
conservatives.
They made money by selling the vaccine. Pfizer made like $50 billion in 2021.
I don't disagree that we have a for-profit pharmaceutical
And
industry,
you're
but
just
they made
wrong.
money doing
So you're
it.
on their side. By the way,
No, just because something's for profit doesn't mean that they're like it's nothing can come good out of it, right? If you
Nothing
believe
can
that,
come good
then
out
you
of
should
the
be
anti-capitalist.
Yeah, that's what I was
Shame.
about to say. Like you must hate. I like capitalism. You must absolutely hate it because there's a bunch of things. Almost every single company is for profit.
But we're
It doesn't
talking about
matter.
Pixie, stop.
right
Here's
now,
why you two
Yeah,
are
but
here.
the
Pixie,
United
stop.
States isn't the only
Stop.
country that has like
You don't-
pharmaceutical research. That was,
Pixie,
like,
you don't
approving of
even
this.
believe
Wait,
what you're
so
saying. None of you
if
believe
you
what you're
wanna
saying. Hold on. We all agree. Look at foreign policy. It's not about profit. It's a top-down control because they can print as much money as they want. They do it for foreign wars. They do it for everything. Everyone knows they can just print money. So when they put Netflix cuties, pedophile shit on Netflix, it's not for profit. It's
When you print
top-down
too much
control.
money, it gets like
It's
inflation,
a-
hyperinflation, and the value of a dollar decreases.
But I'm saying it's top-down control. If you can print as much money,
you print that
something
much
gay
money,
on
then
TV.
it loses
Showing your
value.
son to be gay on TV is not for profit. It's not that we
Zherka.
want to see gay TV. It's a top-down control system to make your son gay. They can print as much money as they want. You guys agree when you do your gay communist fucking positions. Why did you let go of that? Now you're saying it's all about profit. They can print. You fucking retards.
If you
I
think
win.
that
I win. Shut up.
If you,
All right.
I mean, if you think that the profit incentive is like as at odds with public health, then SNEAKO, I'm going to ask you: are you pro like Medicare for all?
Okay.
Absolutely not.
No?
This isn't
Bro,
capitalism. It isn't capitalism when there's literally when the
it's
government
cronyism.
is making the vaccine and selling it. That is not
They
capitalism.
even had it ready like 2 years ahead of time.
No,
Like,
they
what the
did
fuck?
not. The government did not make it. Then why would they commission pharmaceutical
Bill
companies
Gates
to
is
make
not
the
even a
vaccine?
doctor. That's your fucking profit, you fucking retard liberal white women. He's not even a doctor.
I don't care about Bill Gates.
The dude's known for child porn and of making a PC.
Zherka, if they had it ready 2 years ago, why did they wait like over a year to release it? Why didn't they
Why
just
did
make
so retards like you fall for that propaganda?
Oh yeah, totally.
They had it ready made though, for real.
Why did Bill
I
Gates?
mean, they had research about it, but it
Research
wasn't
about
ready.
mRNA.
No, they
but we
didn't.
had-
They
didn't have the
fucking
vaccine
injected
yet.
one rat before they started with your grandma.
And there was something earlier that I wanted to touch on when you were talking about science and how it's determined by consensus. Science isn't determined by consensus, it's determined by evidence and using the scientific method.
Do you have a science, like any STEM background whatsoever?
I have an undergraduate degree in biology.
Okay. Okay. I
So
mean,
then you
yes,
should-
clearly.
then-
Yeah,
So that means you should understand that.
So you have to
I
sue
do.
that
I
college
just don't-
immediately.
Like,
I don't like to pull out my credentials and be like, oh, I know more than you guys
it's
about
fine. If that's
vaccines
your,
based
if that's
off
your
of
area
that.
of study,
No,
like,
that makes
talk
you.
your shit.
That actually
Like,
makes her
push
sound
your
dumber.
limit.
She
I know,
knows
like-
biology and thinks women are
I
as
know
smart
more
as
than
men.
the layman, but you don't need to have a degree, an undergraduate degree in biology to know the things that I'm knowing. All of this is mostly it's public information. It's not even
shocking to hear someone that has a BS in biology talking about scientific consensus.
'Cause
It's
it's a-
scary.
And advocate for the way that they rolled out.
Well, it's not what you think it is. The BS stands for bullshit degree, bro. It's not a real degree. She's like a biology major talking about women competing with men. Like, what? Where in nature do you even see that? One fucking male lion, look at me, camera. One male lion can fuck up 90 female lions. And these bitches say, well, the females hunt. You know why the male sleeps all day? In case another male comes. Because that one male will kill every fucking female lion. That's how inferior you females are. Like, stop and give up.
You're talking about lions, not humans.
Everywhere. You guys lose everywhere. You guys lose with a cricket.
Once again, Zherka can't actually respond to what anybody in this panel is saying. So he has to scream about like women being inferior and another ad hoc.
Or creating a straw man.
Yeah.
to not
I
get
just
it.
Well, I would like our white.
I apologize.
I would like our white liberal women. Let's talk about January 6th.
January 6th. There we go.
Sure.
Break in that motherfucker. I'm kidding. Okay.
Were there good people out there?
What do you- I mean-
or was that just like a peaceful protest that kind of went left, or like?
No, there were plans before from groups like the Proud Boys who had deliberately knew
Fed psyop.
that were talking about going to January 6th and trying to infiltrate the Capitol before January 6th had even
Or like
taken
Ray
place.
Epps. Ray Epps.
I'm not sure who this is.
You don't even know who
but-
Ray Epps is.
No, I know who's that.
That's shocking.
Okay,
but
but
he
explain.
is a CIA agent or FBI agent who was telling people on January 5th that tomorrow we need to go into the Capitol. And then on January 6th, there's video of him telling people to go to raid the Capitol. And there's video of him whispering into the front lines people right before they pushed. And he was on the FBI's most wanted list. And then he was just suddenly taken off. And now he's free to go. You know why? Because he's one of them.
He's a Fed.
He's
One
a
of
Fed.
who?
He's a Fed.
Oh, if we're just gonna say that like
CIA.
these people are like Fed psyops.
You
or
don't
whatever,
even
then I
know
don't-
who he is. How can you possibly claim to be educated on this subject at all and not know
I
who
didn't
Ray
claim
Epps
to be
is?
educated on January 6th. I said we could talk about it. That's it. I didn't mind talking about it. I never claimed to know who Ray Epps
Why
is.
do
or
I know
whatever.
all the liberal arguments and liberals never know the conservative arguments?
That's not, you're attributing that position to me. I don't know what Ray Epps has, who that is, or what that has to do with this, or like if he's a
yes,
Democrat
I know.
or what.
I know that you don't
Well, I
know
only
who Ray
asked
Epps
about.
is.
I was
I
talking
only
about
brought
the
it up
Proud
is
Boys.
because we talked a lot about Black people being less smart, not
They're not
necessarily,
less smart.
not,
They're
necessarily,
not,
not
but according
necessarily,
to
not
Zherka, they would
necessarily.
be.
What I would have appreciated more would have
lying liberal bitch, bro.
had we-
I said I read a study according to Zherka.
She was literally
and she
talking
knows
in
the
the middle of
study.
the
She's just
sentence.
lying.
Let
She's a
her
liar,
finish.
and she's burning in hell.
Okay, stop
One in the
calling
chat,
people
she's
liar.
burning in
Let
hell.
her finish her sentence. I'm interested.
Yeah. So what I would have liked better would have been hearing people of color, but y'all made it a Black thing. So since you made it a Black thing, and since we know that insurrectionist was more of a white thing, I just wanted to know your white liberal your opinion about it. But it seems like you guys don't have an opinion.
Do you think that I believe that there are racial differences in IQ that are statistically significant? I only took it down to that level to try to isolate variables to see if Zherka would admit that he obviously believes that there's a racial hierarchy when it comes to IQ. Like obviously,
I'm just reading data, guys.
Said white people were on top and black people were
she's so stupid. She doesn't remember I said Chinese people beat whites. She's literally like a frog brain. I said Chinese people beat whites.
Black people.
Please remember that Jinping is beating the white guy.
No, I want to know what you're saying. Like you deserve like a voice instead of Zherka like constantly derailed.
She doesn't. I haven't said anything this podcast. I deserve to talk.
But I
got a voice, so I ain't tripping.
But I agree with you. When you look at who was the majority at January 6th, it was Trump's like bread and butter base. It was mostly like white, upper middle class voters and supporters of his. That was who was at January 6th that day.
January 6th. You know what January 6th reminded me? It just looked identical to the 40 BLM riots.
No, it looks way
Except you guys had more fire and inferno and destruction and murder.
It wasn't that murderous. People didn't really die. They walked around. They were like the policemen walked them through the White House and the Capitol building.
Police didn't let people into the Capitol.
Yes, they did. Did you not? Did you not see the Tucker? Like, did you not see what was shown on Tucker?
The footage was released. It was extremely peaceful.
It was 40 hours that were released. Tucker Carlson, and they definitely chaperoned their motherfucking asses in there and was like, all right,
I watched the documentary.
But let somebody sit here and go, Black Lives Matter. We got to bring in the motherfucking National Guard.
You know that they literally didn't turn evidence, like Congress didn't turn evidence over to the January 6th defendants regarding that video.
They had the footage and put people in jail. But all
what they did was they started Tucker Carlson and let Tucker Carlson cherry pick it and show what he wanted to pick.
2 years later.
Yeah, to my understanding, it was like a video of them actually being like escorted out, not escorted in, and then it was like edited otherwise. But I'm down to like revisit this topic, honestly. Like
I'll send you the video.
Yeah, because like the video I saw, that was the
where the
context behind
officer
it.
was where the officer literally grabs and jiggles the door, sees it's not open, and then gets another key and then opens it. That one. That
he
video?
wasn't letting people in.
To my understanding, it was like it was doors like to exit out or like another way to exit out. But we
they
see
were
that
literally
later.
going into chambers. They were opening the doors, and then
weren't.
during the shaman's speech, he said, "Thank you to the officers who allowed us in today."
Well, I think either way, those officers did that wrong. Like they shouldn't have done that.
It was Mossad.
Just because the shaman claims something that doesn't actually mean it's true or not.
Okay, why were there police officers in the footage, even when the shaman was making that speech?
Because they were trying to get people out. They were not trying to usher them
then
in.
Why didn't they arrest? There were more officers than there were people in that room. So why didn't
they? At that point, they weren't going to try to start apprehending individual people in the middle of a riot.
There is footage of the shaman alone with 3 officers, and at one point he walks past, I think it was 7 or 9. Why didn't they arrest him then?
Don't you think it would be easier to escort somebody out that's not like basically trying to
let's
wrestle?
not arrest the criminals that broke into the Capitol and started all this shit. Let's not arrest them.
They arrested them afterwards. But obviously, if you're in like a highly contentious situation,
that's a riot.
It's not a riot procedure. Yeah, you try to get people out of that building, right? Instead of like, okay, if we start arresting everybody here, well, now they're going to protest louder. They're going to get like angrier. They're going to start resisting. So that's what they did. They arrested those people afterwards. Like we see the mugshots.
You didn't know who Ray Epps was.
No, I never claimed to know who Ray Epps was.
Okay,
I was
did you know who Ray Epps was?
I didn't know the specific name.
Do you know
but
who
I
Ashley Babbitt is?
Are you talking about the people that?
Do you know who Ashley Babbitt is?
Wasn't she killed? Did she die?
Yes.
That's
Okay, how
wrong.
did she die?
Yeah,
I don't. She was shot, right?
By who?
A cop, right?
What cop?
And
where?
The police.
She was in the Capitol trying to prevent people from breaking the glass.
I don't agree that she should have died. I'm sorry that she
shot
died.
in the neck by how many Capitol officers died on January 6th?
I don't think anyone.
Yeah, zero
I never
officers
claimed
died.
that. Obviously, what
I'm
does that have to do with
confused.
this?
What's the argument?
I don't think it was right that Ashley was shot or that she died. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry that she died at the hands of like police brutality.
You're not sorry.
That's bad.
I'm
Me?
sorry.
She's definitely not sorry. Absolutely not.
Okay. What's the
I
argument?
mean, if you don't believe
She
it,
was
you don't
a
believe
veteran
it.
too. Just saying, she was a good.
I know. I don't agree with it with police brutality or
Wait,
civilians being shot by cops like that.
So you feel bad she died?
Yes.
Do you feel bad for starving?
I don't care that she doesn't align with me politically for me to feel bad that she's dead.
Do you feel bad for starving children in Africa? Do you
Yes, I'm so brave to say that I care about the
Yeah,
starving
well,
children in Africa.
Can I ask you
Yes,
something?
I do.
What did you do for them?
What? I haven't done anything for starving children in Africa.
Well, if your actions don't align with how you feel, clearly you don't feel much for African children.
Zherka,
You're what a racist
do you
woman.
consider yourself a godly man?
A what?
Do you consider yourself a godly man?
Yes.
Okay, but then here you are, like every weekend, like blowing coke, right? You're not treating
Right.
your body as.
But
a
what am
temple.
I doing on coke?
Wait,
What am I doing on
whoa,
coke?
whoa, whoa,
I'm fighting you, evil
Wait,
Democrats.
wait a second.
I'm destroying you guys. I'm bringing everyone to Christ because no one will look. No one want to join your retard ideology.
How is anybody you brought to Christ if you won't even treat your own body like a temple?
Does
if
it
you
cre-
fucking
does it-
wreck
does it-
around,
does
if
it-
you go get blowjobs from prostitutes like every other day,
It's
like,
not a
hello.
prostitute. It's an OnlyFans girl. But I see where you're going.
Yeah, you're not a grown man, so why should I take your word for like God
a
or
whore's a
Christ?
whore. I hear what you're saying. But look at this. Look at this. A crusader doesn't treat his body well at war. I'm at war with you disgusting people.
Oh, so you think like
a crusader gets arrows into him. At least I'm
Is that
fucking
your
doing some
armor?
rails.
Is that your armor? Is that like you're going to war whenever you get a blowjob? from
If
an
I
OnlyFans
don't do
model?
cocaine, listening to you girls makes me want to jump.
I'm not talking about cocaine.
I can't
I'm
do
talking
it. I
about
gotta be
your
high
sexual
even to do this
escapades.
shit, bro. Do you really
I'm talking
believe
about your sexual escapades.
but sexual escapades?
Yeah, you said that you're addicted
I
to,
let
like,
a lesbian
people
suck
sucking
my
your
dick
dick.
last night. I helped your LGBT.
Oh my
I'm a
gosh.
fucking ally. I convert. She went through conversion therapy, and she's back to women now.
All I'm saying
You know how I knew she's a lesbian? I've never seen a woman study my dick. She's like looking at it, like, what is this? It was so weird. It was so weird, right? But good blowjob.
Maybe it's just weird
So
looking.
what I'm saying is I'm at war and I'm gonna hurt myself. Plus my organs are failing. Like I only got 4 more years to destroy you guys.
Oh, do you actually have leukemia, or was that
No.
Remember
Dan
when you lied
Dangler,
about having
I have
cancer?
leukemia. If Dan Dangler, the streamer, doesn't pay the $200,000 she stole from that leukemia clinic, another liberal, your guys.
All right. Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go to the couch. We'll go with last thoughts.
Yep.
Is anyone horny here?
You are.
Is anyone feeling horny?
So
Yes.
last thoughts,
I've
last
heard
questions,
thoughts.
comments, disagreements, whatever it may be. Especially you ladies on the couch. I wish y'all were more involved, but you guys just aren't as opinionated.
It's so funny that you ladies on the couch look like you lost when these guys lost, but you guys look more defeated than these girls. It's so weird.
All right, go ahead. We'll start with Miss Colorado.
Thank you for having me.
That's it.
All right.
Length for girth.
Thank you for providing value.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
All right.
Nothing. Okay. Hey, they can't say I didn't give him a chance, man. I tried a couple times. All right, go ahead.
Oh, what's the question?
No,
last thoughts.
Stupid. Last thoughts. Last disagreements, questions, comments. Please.
No agreements.
Get
no,
that third.
no
Have you
comments.
changed your mind on feminism at all?
As far as what point directly?
She never had a issue.
Yeah,
She-
I never had an issue with feminism.
You said that you changed your mind on being an entrepreneur and that you want to be a feminine woman.
I
Did
really
listening-
do, but I have no choice but to be an entrepreneurial woman because it's
She's
just
in too deep now.
Yeah, I'm in too deep, man.
Did hearing these feminists talk for 4.5 hours change your mind at all?
No, I still want to be feminine. I don't want to be masculine.
So we won.
And do me a favor. We're on Rumble right now. We got almost 20,000 y'all in here, guys. Like the video, please.
Zherka, come to Rumble, man.
Send me the contract.
Go ahead, Miss Columbia. You have anything that you want to say? Maybe we're too mean or something. I don't know.
Maybe
She totally thinks you are too mean.
You know what? Hold on. We got ice here.
No
Yo,
mean,
you know what?
no
Just-
mean. I mean, it's a way to communicate. They don't communicate. They just
Yeah, your country's very corrupt.
I know. That's why I'm here.
Yeah. No, I love
That's the
mine too.
reason why
I'm from a
here.
war, you know. I just we got
So
like,
you have issues with the way they said things. Okay.
No, I mean, just to improve themselves. I don't care. I don't give a fuck about
People
anything.
tear people down to
thank you
improve
for
themselves
the
sometimes.
we millionaires gotta improve.
At the end of the day, it is a
Help
podcast.
us out,
too.
ladies.
You know, they're bragging.
Okay, we'll have Pizza go last.
All right.
All right. No, I'm just kidding. You
No,
can
it's
go.
okay. I can go. Or do you want me to go now?
Yeah, go now.
Yeah, go now. Yeah.
Okay, so hi, my name is Pixie, PXIE. I appreciate the podcast. I wish certain people, Zherka and SNEAKO, would have laid off the ad homs and focused on the arguments like Myron did, because I'm going to give credit where credit's due.
Got dominated.
I wish we were able to talk more about old money versus new money, because I think there's something to be said there about
Now
the
it's
women
young
being
money.
flying out.
Let's go. Cash money, young
But-
money. Let's
Yeah.
go. Lil Wayne, the greatest of all time. Let's go. Easy in the chat.
He's a sadist. Come on.
Yeah, anyways, thank you for having me on. I appreciated it. Thanks.
Oh, thank you for having me.
doesn't matter.
I still don't fucking care about the countries. I feel like that shit don't matter. But yeah.
Well, okay, you said everything's about
character.
Hold on, you said everything's about money. What
I
happens when?
never said that.
But you said that you don't want to learn about countries because you're not going to make any money from it.
Well, yeah.
What
I
happens when
say
America
everything.
crumbles and you have to decide what country you go to? Where are you going to know where to go?
Wanna get out this country.
Yeah,
It's
so maybe it does matter what
crazy.
countries exist.
I got a game plan for us. Everyone here, just follow the white people.
No. Throw my drink away.
Can we get some tears?
So, wait,
Can we get
no,
someone
no,
cry?
but he did ask a good question. Like, what are you gonna do? Because you said you want to leave America. So, like, wouldn't you need to know other countries to kind
It
of
shows
figure
that
out?
you should know that if you
Yeah,
care
I mean,
about
I
money.
can go. Bro, I can
What are you
go
talking about?
Tokyo,
She's
I
going to
can
the
go
country of
anywhere.
Europe, Myron.
Have you
Anywhere.
left America before?
Yeah.
Where did you go?
Well, I mean, I went
Cancun.
to- Oh, yeah, actually.
Called it.
So crazy.
Is that the only time you left America? Okay.
You're the one who said Europe's a country? That's my type.
Oh my god.
I will take her to Europe. No, more. We need more views.
Yeah, there was no need for that. I don't know why. he did that.
Break
Not my
all
type.
the equipment
What
in
was
front
that?
of Myron.
I'm
I
sorry.
say he's not my type.
Yeah, but why'd you throw the cup at him? That was
Because I
unnecessary.
like doing that.
It's because they're lower IQ.
I mean,
The,
It's
the
empty.
women.
yeah, but that's still not appropriate behavior.
Totally
Like,
right.
There's no need to throw a cup on. someone.
Gotcha. I got you.
Incredible. What about you?
Thanks for having me, and I'm gonna have to agree with the guys for like the whole podcast.
Whoa, what the fuck?
That's the first thing she says.
You know, we're just trolling. We don't believe this shit.
Yeah.
Converted.
Is that a castle?
Wait, are you leaving?
Oh.
You sit and stay until everybody
You're
else
leaving?
goes.
Okay. Yeah. I'm thinking of asking her on a date.
No, oh my god. Leave my
You
friend
like black
alone,
women?
please.
Yes. What the fuck?
He likes black lesbian women.
Yeah,
Nice.
clearly. He's trying to like
All right, yeah,
save
because you
all the
didn't say
black
much. I
lesbian
saw you.
women.
I saw you
All
like
women
nodding,
except
but I
Asian.
didn't see you hear you say much. So you agree with? I guess. Okay. All right,
Yeah,
cool.
I agree with her a lot.
Okay. What about you? What are your last thoughts or disagreements or points or anything like that?
Yeah, I didn't say much either, but I think everyone's opinions were really interesting. I definitely learned some new things, especially for me over there. So thank you.
Yeah.
And yeah, I really just appreciate everyone's different opinions, and I think that the space provided better conversation than the last time I was here. So I appreciate that.
Oh,
Cool. Welcome back. All right. Good for you.
Oh yeah. Thanks for
Are you
having.
high, by the way?
No, I didn't get high because I didn't want to.
She's just a
not-
stripper, Myron.
Okay. I don't know.
No.
Look like you were falling asleep back
Yeah,
there a
what?
little bit.
Well, it's
It's
because like
late.
the politics situation. I just like it's not my type of topic.
Oh no, you were
but-
falling asleep way before that.
Oh no. I mean, it's probably because my drink is empty. But
You need alcohol to be attentive.
Yes.
yeah.
I recommend blow.
oh my gosh.
I mean, it gives me anxiety, but
Oh, okay.
yeah. I'm just a drinker and vape.
All right, wrap
which
it
I don't
up.
have
Let's
to
go.
do.
Wrap
Okay,
it up.
okay. So thank you for having me. I actually did agree with the guys and the girls somewhat, but I didn't think that I would as much. So if you want to follow me, follow
I
me
don't
on
buy. She
Naya,
was playing Tetris in her brain. You didn't
Follow
listen
me
to
on
shit the
Naya
whole time.
Banks.
I don't buy this.
Naya Banks on all platforms.
Do you know?
And
three
I really
countries
would
now?
love to come on the podcast again.
Well, you got to contribute more. You were kind of useless on the show. I ain't gonna lie. But yeah,
Not necessarily the whole time.
to be objective here, you were fairly useless most of the show, but it's fine.
Okay, then I won't be back. It's fine too.
Okay.
For all I care.
I mean, I'm just being honest here.
Okay. And I am
You
too.
didn't contribute much.
Okay, it's fine. I don't have to be back. I really don't care. Regardless. Like I was invited 2 years ago and I waited this long. So whether you do or you don't, it's fine with me.
Just get up and leave, bro. Just
That's
get up.
fine.
Can I go?
Bye.
Yeah, you can go with her too. Yeah, both of y'all can leave. Go ahead.
See ya.
What the fuck?
We were so close.
It's time to go.
So no one getting next.
Yeah, you too.
No, because when I try to leave, I wanted to leave, and now you're telling me to leave it.
What the fuck?
I just sit back down.
You said it earlier,
Your
like me
contract
too, right?
says that you have to go when they say it.
Yeah, you gotta leave. Just leave.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to,
Just leave.
just for safety purposes, I just don't want you to get in legal trouble.
Yeah, just.
Yeah, bye.
It literally says they will
It's
physically.
like
remove you.
whenever, like
Bruh.
girls don't understand that this is an opportunity for them, bro. Like you come here, it's a big platform. You're fucking nobody. You
Yeah.
want to act disrespectful, just leave. Like
You mean we can't stay here mute and just spam our links?
It's your
What
podcast.
the fuck?
They have to understand it's your podcast.
Yeah, it's just like it's that
your shit.
it's that entitlement. You know what I mean? It's like whatever.
I love that she got away with that. She didn't say shit either. She's like,
Yeah, but
it's
she's
your podcast.
positive, and then she didn't
No,
ask
if
to
you
come
women
back
aren't
on.
going to
all
talk,
the
I'm
time.
not
I
your
watch
friend.
it.
I want to talk to women, okay? This is the only time I ever do it.
It's like, oh, they asked me 2 years ago, but it's like, bro, get the fuck out of here, man. With that, like, nobody gives a fuck who you are. You're not special.
Yeah.
Like, you're a fucking random stripper in Miami. Get the fuck out of here.
We
Lose
needed you
weight.
2 years ago when you were hotter.
Like, dude, get the fuck out of here, man. Like, that's what I mean when I say like so many of these girls like just are like entitlement on another level. You're a fucking nobody. You're overweight. You should be happy you're even here. But it is what it is.
And we didn't even say you can't come back. We just said add more value.
Yeah.
Just took it to heart. I'm like, bro, relax.
Fuck out of here, bro. We're not one of your simps that come to the fucking strip
You didn't
club,
say
bro.
shit anyway.
We move different
Okay,
out here.
good.
Good.
I'm so sad that the 2 strippers get kicked off. I'm gonna start there.
I'm still here.
I'm just like, who else is this?
I'm still here. 11 over here.
Oh yeah,
Get the fuck out of here.
No.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So lasting thoughts. This was definitely.
You crushed it. You destroyed her. You made her
She
your little
destroyed you
bitch.
too.
You
She
made her
literally
your
was
little
out here
bitch. You're gonna be
one
on
day
TikTok
everyone
losing to
gang.
her, Myron, me, everyone except SNEAKO. You beat SNEAKO. This guy's a
And
joke.
what? What did he do?
You just couldn't debate her. Like you were starstruck.
Debate which one?
This one, the Democrat.
What did she get me on?
She definitely said you didn't bring arguments. You just ad hom attack people.
The socioeconomic thing?
You just called it
I'm the ad hom one when you said
I never
retard.
called anyone stupid.
What the fuck?
No.
I want to hear what
And
that says.
somebody do a retard counter for this 5-hour show. How many times Zherka said that talking about ad homs?
Oh man.
All right. Okay. Okay. So yes, this is awesome. I say this respectfully. I'm sure you guys don't identify as racist.
I do.
That's why we're not talking about you. We're talking because you're openly racist, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with an openly racist.
Oh,
What I'm not okay with is someone who doesn't realize that they're racist and just say racist shit, and then go, "Oh, I'm not racist, but
That one.
it's about my socioeconomic in my class." Like, so you probably, if you don't want to come off as a pretentious asshole and talk about your socioeconomical status and stuff like that, came off as very racist.
Can you
and
be
it's very.
specific one?
Do I need to count how many times you said my socioeconomic status and how many times I had to tell you that you sound very privileged? That was my way of being nice and saying you sound racist as fuck.
Oh,
shit! So that's what I'm saying. Like no shit.
Gentrification.
I want to know genuinely. What, like when I say like, oh, I'm from a high socioeconomic status.
Yeah, because you
why
literally
is that
pretty much
racist?
said that because of your class and your upbringing, you were better than people.
No, I'm not better than anyone. No,
You said above average.
Yeah,
no.
you did. And
When
you
I
said it
meant
multiple
above
times.
average, let me
meant
clarify.
exceptional.
Can I clarify? Okay. Well, by above average, I mean that I'm very fortunate that like I have parents that
But
could
only-
help pay for my rent.
Only white privileged women say shit like that.
Yeah,
'Cause I'm quite
privileged.
fucking privileged.
Yeah, no.
I am, but I don't walk around and go, oh, let me tell you about this and da da da. Like, nah, that's not cool.
No, don't crack the
But-
whip.
Well, I was trying
These dumb white bitches, bro. They're after us.
No, what I was trying to explain.
But I'm saying I understand where you're coming from. That's why I didn't really go back and forth. I'm just saying it like it just comes off. You sound crazy, and and then if I'd have called you racist, then you'd be like, oh my god, I'm not racist. You probably would have told me I got black friends. Like then I'd have been like crazy.
No,
like,
I just wanted. What is it?
I use black friends as camouflage too.
Here's the thing. To her defense, she was using that to say, this is why I'm getting opportunities with higher status men because I'm upper middle class.
But again, that does
Which
not
we were
matter
laughing at her,
all.
yeah, because
Exactly.
we're saying it doesn't
exactly.
matter.
Exactly.
Because like
but,
you're gonna get,
but
if you
that was
were
her
poor,
driving
you would have
point.
got those opportunities too. Is what we're trying to argue.
Exactly.
Okay.
And that's what I was trying to argue in that moment.
And
They were like,
also-
no, I'm just privileged. And
also-
I'm just this.
Also, you attacked my faith when I was talking. You pointed to the black woman and said, "Let her speak." In my faith, the woman can't speak over me. Shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? You can't just attack my religion just because you want to look. But she's trying to look like, oh, I'm spreading equality.
Haram!
Your ancestors locked us up. You have racist blood.
We locked up Albanians.
Wait, you're Puerto Rican, right?
Yeah, Puerto Ricans.
You glitched, bro. You're a white woman. You're not Puerto Rican. You look like a slave owner to me. That's all that matters, okay? All right.
You look white as fuck, Zherka.
Really?
I'm
Is
just
that
saying.
black? You should see my cock.
Cute.
I will change your mind. I have the biggest.
You look like Bleach as well, just like me.
No, it's the lighting.
Oh yeah, it's a lighting.
Do you believe black men on average have a bigger cock than white men?
I don't
See what I mean? They can't tell the truth. Even when that cock casts a shadow, they can't tell the truth. Tell the truth.
The
Do you
truth-
believe in those studies?
What do you mean? I haven't read those studies.
What about your anecdotal cock experience? Is a black cock, or have you never had a black cock because you're a racist?
I don't think she's never had a
Which one is it?
Next question.
She's never had a black cock. That's a racist, okay?
All right, Edinburgh, go ahead.
I just want to point out that the only person who was trying to defend themselves from accusations of racism was John Zherka over here by saying that I'm just reading studies. I'm not trying to be racist or anything
No.
like
I changed my mind. I'm racist. Fuck these liberals.
Thanks. Okay.
What the fuck? W racism.
Anything else, Miss Edinburgh?
Yes, I had a really good time on this podcast. I've been on like 2 dating type podcasts in the last week, and I will say that this was the superior experience to that one.
Facts.
She got castled
Yeah.
on whatever and is salty.
Yeah, whatever sucks.
So,
How'd y'all get kicked off? The fuck?
Because she did exactly what she's doing now. She's just argue and argue.
No.
Dude, that whatever podcast makes me hate white people. It's so fucking boring. It's so fucking boring, bro. They're trying to copy. It's so fucking vanilla. It's so boring, man. It's like I couldn't watch 1 minute, and I like that kind of content. So fucking boring. And also, they don't want to have me on. They watch my clips.
Wait, so they really kicked you off like for
Yeah.
what? For arguing?
for arguing for being too combative. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's white people over there.
I mean,
But we might go back because they were like inviting us back on the podcast for like a rematch with, you know, Brian and Chase and like whoever, maybe MLD,
Endure.
like Jonathan.
It's a watered down Andrew Tate.
MLD is in
MLD
desperate and
is-
is in dire need for people to beat up on because he is really hurting.
He
right
needs
now.
some rehab right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, he does.
But yeah, had a great time. I always love debating.
That girl is fat, but whatever.
He should have owned it. He should have been like, yeah, then you're, yes, I
I
said
think he
that, and
genuinely
you're a
didn't
fat
remember it.
bitch.
I mean,
he should have been like, what?
You don't remember her.
What did I type? I don't remember typing any such thing. Well, can you explicitly tell me what I typed? And she's like, okay, bitch, I'll explicitly tell you. You told me. And then she listed it out. He's like, oh,
He didn't remember her, man.
maybe I did say
He didn't
that.
remember her. I think a lot of girls forget that. Like, I don't want to sound like an asshole, but like after you do a bunch of these podcasts, whatever, you really forget the girls that come on. Like,
Okay, here's my question though. You're a blue check mark. You have like a bunch of, I don't even have time. I'm not a blue check. I'm like a nobody. I don't have time to go into people's like shit and like make fun of them for being fat. Why does he have the time to like go
Well,
into some random
We
streamer
get
that he
paid. I get
doesn't
paid
even
to
know?
call people fat. So
Do
like,
you-
I gotta
do
do my
you-
job. I gotta feed my
To
family
be in
somehow.
the
The fuck?
comments?
Huh?
You get paid to be in other people's comments?
No, I go live and do the real shit.
He
I-
was in her comments.
Oh, he's not getting
With-
paid for that.
No, he was not getting paid. He was
That's
literally-
loser shit, bro.
Yeah.
Monetize the hatred. What the fuck?
all right, fair enough.
That's how SNEAKO made $1 million last year.
But
Do you have
yeah,
anything else?
I'm at Straighterade or at Straighterade _ on everything. I always like coming on the podcast and debating and hearing everybody else's opinions. So, and naming countries and cities, always fun.
Okay. All right. What about you,
Miss Christian?
Christian.
Thank you guys for having me. I feel honestly I was a little bit intimidated. I don't know. I felt like everyone's watching you, so it was hard for me to like speak sometimes. But yeah, it was very like stat based too. A lot of like study here, research here. I didn't really know much of that, so I couldn't really speak on that. But I think there's a lot of different perspectives here, and I think a lot of our perspectives can determine because of the people that we're around with. So if we're like always around like the club scene, or we're always around, let's say, bankers or whatever the case may be, our perspective are going to be based on that because we're always surrounded by that.
You said bankers?
Bankers, or whatever.
Leave
it's
the
an
Jews
example.
alone.
Bankers, accountants, whatever.
Thank
If we're
you.
always constantly based around the same type of people, you're gonna have a perspective on that. So yeah, that's what I think.
All right.
Yeah, I really want to thank you guys for having me here. It was a good time.
Mazel tov.
It was thank you. Shalom. Yeah, it was a good time, and
Overrepresented in banking policy.
I thought that
Sorry that
it was a good conversation, and it wasn't stale. Like it wasn't like just a list of questions like ready to go. And then I'm just gonna plug my shit really quick. I have a documentary coming up for men's rights, specifically with parenting, and it's a really important issue to me. Men are getting, especially poor men, are getting stripped of their kids. So yeah, hope you guys could check
Are
it
you
out.
gonna go into family law?
You were on our side the whole time. What the fuck?
Yeah.
You're doing more than us.
Never listened.
Are you gonna
Wow.
go into
I gotta
family
start
law?
listening to when women speak.
Yeah, they all just don't say bullshit all day.
Dude, you're doing
Oh my
more than
God.
what we're
Some
doing.
women
I
actually
should
have
have a
some
documentary.
sex. Lord Jesus Christ.
I should have a documentary about those guys like, yo, you fucking married some whores.
No, I literally am actually. I went to Rhode Island to look into a case where a man is being stripped of his child's right, and I'm going to be talking to Nick Ricada, and we're going to be discussing the law about that. And yeah, so I'm like really diving into this. It's
Rhode
very
Island
important
is a terrible
to me.
state.
It's one of the worst states for fathers. Actually, it's really horrendous. Anyway,
Super blue.
if you want to check out that documentary, and if you want to check me out, Lauren De Laguna, that's spelled D-E.
We got a link below.
Okay, that's
so
it.
they got it. All right. Christian Nieves, $50. Appreciate that.
Thank you,
and then Ivanov Manjaris goes, all right, so most females in colleges before ChatGPT would get paid to do HW tests, etc. Oh, homework. Okay. If a guy paid for that service, who is really smarter in that exchange? My position is the person who paid. Just save time. Okay, fair enough. Anything else? Oh, and then we'll hit these Rumble rants real quick. Shout out to all y'all on Rumble, man. We had to take it onto
Big
onto
Rumble W.
Go ahead, Chris. Pull it up. Who on the panel believes in the moon landing and globe? No. Move on.
Next time.
Lucid. Sutmeyer, Fresh, SNEAKO, and Zherka. Watch all of your guys' content. Keep up the good shit. I'm from Puerto Rico. That
For
blonde
real?
bitch. We do not claim her. Her Spanish doesn't even sound good. Okay. Holy shit. He never misses. Goat W stream. Okay. Sean F. goes, men carried women through history, Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age. Men evolved, learned, fundamentally adapted. What did women do? And now they won't even do that well.
Shake my damn head.
Yeah, shake my damn head. The stream is lit. I don't even need to roast them. Zherka got it. Shout out to Big SNEAKO.
Shout out to you, HK. Always see in the chat.
HK. And then last one here is Altitude goes, of the study of sample of more than 2,900 surgeons, 82% were male, while 18% were female. Okay, so he's trying to dispute what you said before.
All right.
Cool. Guys, we'll catch you guys on Friday. Yes, Friday. We're gonna do Ryan Dawson 9/11 part 2. So
Zherka has a fight with Ryan Dawson coming up.
Well, he backed out because he's a homosexual, but I don't want to hold it over his head, right? You guys are friends with him?
He's a great guy.
I'm gonna KO
Great
your
guy.
friend. When I see him, I'm gonna KO him.
Unless
Did you
he was training MMA for 20 years.
Did you guys see Jake Shields almost had a fight with a transgender girl?
With 10 in a row.
Yeah, well, that's what he proposed, but only one actually agreed, but then they backed out.
I would never fight a man. No, I mean transgender.
All right. So you guys, we'll catch you guys on Friday, probably 6 p.m. Ryan Dawson 9/11, and then we'll have a nighttime show. I don't know if Zherka's still gonna be in town. If he is, we'll do it.
Put me on with Dawson so I can make him cry. You know what?
It's virtual.
I'm gonna skip my flight tonight. I'll stay a week because we've got 12,000 views on the Kick stream.
13.8.
With Mike, I got you 13.8, 13,000. You guys gotta let me in. I know your address now, so I'll just stay in Miami and do this. All right? Let's get rich.
All right, cool. We'll catch you guys on Friday.
W Zherka, man.
All the girls Instagrams
Finally
are
on the
below.
show.
Go ahead and send them a dick pic. We'll